Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're here to play Massive Darkness 2 live for you guys, or not live if you're watching later, I guess. But for those that are here right now, hello, everyone in the live chat. For you watching later, you can get involved by commenting down below and telling me how bad I am at playing this, or my opinions suck, or anything like that. Feel free, drop that in the comments below. Always look forward to it. Or you can comment how awesome the painted miniatures are, thanks to Mel, who has been painting them live, most of them live on stream for the last week or 2 weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks since we got this game. So we got this game 2 weeks ago, bought it at retail. We are playing the retail copy. Tomorrow we'll be integrating the campaign expansion as we start the campaign. Assuming Kyle joins us, we'll be playing a 3-player campaign tomorrow, starting on Monday evening. You can check that in the playlist link down in the video description. Kanji's already stomping all over my flow here as I kill time for people to show up live. How dare you, Kanji? Kanji with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support, Kanji. You're crazy.
Thank you.
Anyways, I'm just gonna ramble, give you my thoughts, the history on this game, and the history on how we got to this point. Basically to kill time as people show up live. So if you're watching this later, you scrub ahead till you see the game on the table, and we're kind of playing it if you want to care about that and don't want to hear what we're saying. I don't want to hear complaints about, gameplay started at 1 hour, geesh, oh my god, in the comments, because somebody always does it. But I know some people are joking when they do that, but some people have been doing that lately, and I think it's hilarious. So I'll just keep taking longer and longer on the intro and be more of a troll, so it's all good. Anyways, so this game, Mel's been painting it on stream. Links down in the video description if you want to see her painting it. She will be doing a couple more streams painting the boss from this game. One of the bosses she hasn't painted yet. And she'll be doing another stream painting the boss from the Heavenfall campaign box. If you're looking for those streams, they're not there yet, but they will be soon. Check the video description in the playlist section. There are the playlist links to the gameplay videos. Then there's a playlist link to the unboxing/painting. Okay, so if you're looking for any of that stuff, I want to see how Mel painted these miniatures, go there. But you'll see the miniatures painted as we play through it. And again, if you want to see this game played with the campaign mode expansion, we will be starting that tomorrow. That is scheduled. You can set a reminder. Just go to the, youtube.com/Rob's Gaming Table main page, or hit up the playlist link in the video description to set a reminder so you can join us tomorrow for that as we start our 3-player campaign through this game. Today we're just going to play a one-shot mission. This is the way the core set comes. We're playing the retail edition, like I said. We're playing Highway to Hellscape. This is the second mission in a box. Just like the Zombicide games, that this is obviously basically a Zombicide 1.5. This is not, we're not playing the tutorial scenario. They usually put a tutorial scenario in there. That's just meant for people learn the game. If you're new to board gaming or new to these kind of games, it'll kind of really slim down what's in the mission, make it really short, really basic, only a couple tiles. Kind of boring. But I remember we found them helpful when we first played Zombicide and we're new to the hobby. They're great, but we're not going to stream them. They're the most boring thing to watch and stream. So no chance of seeing that here. But we're going to start with the first scenario, the first real scenario in the base box. I think there's 10 total scenarios. That's a pretty cookie cutter standard in a CMON kind of board game or a Zombicide style game. They kind of always do the same thing. 10 missions in the base game. You can play them in any order you want. They're usually progressively more complex, even maybe more difficult. But a lot of them are kind of the same over and over again. And based on we played the first 2 missions already off stream and played set up the third mission. We didn't get to play it though, we ran out of time. But it's kind of felt very, I'm getting those Zombicide vibes again of oh, another scenario doing this again. Great. But anyways, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully the campaign's interesting. But yes, so for anyone who doesn't know, we got into the hobby back in 2012. Zombicide was one of the first games we found out about kickstarting board games. We kickstarted a few games, but Zombicide was one we just missed the Kickstarter on. And when it came out, we saw some videos of it or some posts about it online. Mel was really into The Walking Dead. I was watching it with her. She was more into it than I was, but it's still a cool show at the beginning. That's a show that...
Yeah, it dropped.
That's a show that should have died and stayed dead.
I mean, maybe it should not done as many seasons as it did. But
that's what I mean.
I think it just
someone should have killed that thing, but it felt like it died and then it just rose from the grave and continued on as half a show, half a living show.
It got silly.
Anyways, so we were looking for a board game that simulated that zombie like hype of the time of the Walking Dead TV show. And we found out about Zombicide. I was looking up zombie games. That was the one that was most recommended. I realized it had just delivered to backers, just came out at retail. We missed the first wave. So we literally went from board game store to board game store all around like the Toronto, Ontario area and surrounding cities and towns and stuff. We were going to comic book shops that sold board games because a lot of them didn't have internet shopping sites at the time. Now with COVID hitting, a lot of them now have online stores, so we can look at their catalog without going to the store. It's nice. But we drove around from store to store, store to store. Well, one time we're in some little town, I don't know, like an hour away from Toronto, and we were in a comic book shop, and we found the Zombicide core box retail edition for like probably markup of 30, 40, 50%. So it was way overpriced, but we were like, let's do it. We want it so bad. We've been driving around trying to find it. We were obviously buying other games and doing other things, but like if we were on a trip in somewhere doing something, playing in a tournament, a card game tournament, we of course would check the board game section, and then we go to the next board game store on the way home, you know, and check. We were hunting this Zombicide. We really wanted it so bad. We thought our group would love it. 6 players. We were already playing Game of Thrones, a board game, 2nd edition regularly with 6 players. So we thought, let's get a 6-player game day going or game night going and play through Zombicide. It'd be so fun. So we grabbed the game. And it was fun. We had lots of fun throwing dice, drinking beer, eating pretzels, having a good time. People were coming over, playing with all different players. Non-gamers would learn it very easy, and we're having fun. We didn't even know what dungeon crawling was at the time, but we were playing like baby's first dungeon crawler, and we didn't know. But this is our history with Zombicide. So again, that is like over 10 years ago we got Zombicide. Maybe it was like 9. Maybe we got it like late 2012, early 2013. I don't remember exactly. But it was like probably like our 4th or 5th game in our collection. It was like very early days. Yeah. And we played it on stream on Twitch. We played it on video on YouTube. It was one of the games we've streamed. And we just had fun playing with it. Even when our quality sucked, I wouldn't ever go look for any of those videos. But we played Zombicide. It's like in the DNA of our journey, almost near the beginning of our journey into board gaming and playing through. So we've been in the hobby over 10 years now. We've been streaming for like 8 or 9 years and making videos on YouTube of playthroughs, slowly progressing our way up the complexity ladder. So we've played, more complex games than this, more dungeon crawlers than that back in the day, obviously. And over time, we were backing the Zombicides. We started backing them. We started, maybe not getting the expansions, but we'd buy those at retail. We get the upgrade packs, we get the stretch goals, and it just started getting crazier and crazier. Anyone who's backed the CMON project, we started backing the Kickstarters because Mel loves Zombicide. We had players in our game group that love Zombicide. I was slowly getting bored of it, but I was watching my players around me having fun. So I was like, well, I want to play board games with them. So if they want to have fun playing this game, I'm just going to suck it up and make the best of it. But eventually there came to a point where I was like, I can't keep backing the same game over and over again. And it was basically when Zombicide Black Plague released, I was like, this is the best. They've finally done it. They made a game that I love things about it. I feel like that was the best version of Zombicide at the time, and it was amazing. Then Green Horde, they're like, let's just capitalize on that same thing. I thought it was going to be more amazing, but then that game was just like, Green Horde was boring, piece of garbage. It was just a cash grab, which most of them are, but that just soured me on Zombicide completely. But then they did the whole Zombicide Invader, and I was like, okay, it's a little different. We don't have a sci-fi game. I know some gamers in our group love sci-fi more than fantasy. So we got that. We played it a couple times, and I realized it's just the same thing over and over again. The missions are boring AF, and I just was like, this is the last Zombicide I buy. Then they went even crazier. You could tell they were desperate trying to pay off debt, CMON was. And then they came out with Zombicide 2nd Edition, Zombicide Night of the Living Dead, Zombicide Wild West Edition, whatever the hell it is, all within like a few months. They were just like throwing Kickstarters out like left and right. And I started to feel burned out on CMON projects because some companies, let's say Chip Theory Games, right? They do a Kickstarter, they release a game. I feel like they support that game over time. They design expansions as it goes on. Even Fantasy Flight Games doing retail stuff. You'll see expansions released over years if the game's successful. The game gets support, they update FAQs, they add new things to the game, the community grows, new packs come out, blah, blah, blah. But the CMON model of just taking a game, throwing on a bunch of expansions, and just dumping it all at once and pretending it doesn't exist and moving on, I just feel like, why am I playing your game? By the time I get your game, nobody cares about your game. And this is also playing on YouTube, right? If I'm playing a game that nobody cares about because there's 6 other Kickstarters that are on right now that are people more hyped for, It's this thing like the hype for these games, these CMON games are like all at the Kickstarter end. But by the time everyone gets the game, nobody cares about the game because there's just so many. It's such a churn, right? Especially when the game is like the same as the last 6, you know, it's just boring. But they came out with this game, Massive Darkness. And this is where we're getting to Massive Darkness. And I keep going back to Zombicide because if you look beside Mel there, that guillotine symbol, that's from Guillotine Games. They're the same designers of Zombicide. They realized that made money. They started just printing them all. And then they started doing the Marvel one. So like obviously they got the Marvel license and they're like, what could we slap the Marvel license on to make a lot of money? Well, let's do it on Zombicide because that's like our best Kickstarters ever. So let's just put those together and try to like, you know, just get money, right? Makes sense, right? Make money. But it's like they just play it safe, which is why it gets boring. But they came out with Massive Darkness sometime, I think after Black Plague, because I think there was like a conversion pack where you could play them in both. But I passed on Massive Darkness, even though I'm a huge fantasy fan, but I thought I already have Zombicide Black Plague. And I was hearing this was just another Massive Darkness 1, was just another clone of Zombicide. Then I waited till it delivered and people got it. Then I heard there was issues with it. It wasn't that great. Just stay with Black Plague. That's the best version. Massive Darkness, you know, is just another version of Zombicide, but with problems. And I stayed away. I avoided it. And I played other dungeon crawlers. I got into other games. Eventually found Sword and Sorcery Immortal Souls, which I felt like was, you know, a better version of Zombicide, a more advanced version, a more like hardcore version that was more entertaining and interesting to me. I found Gloomhaven, which, you know, way more interesting, way more advanced. And my game group loved it too. So like, you know, I found players to like it. So I feel like I moved on from like the Zombicide weight of dungeon crawlers. So I passed on Massive Darkness, didn't care, never looked back. But then Massive Darkness 2 got announced, and you guys saw me, we live streamed it. The Kickstarter, we looked at it. I watched videos to prepare for that stream and was like, oh, this asymmetric hero gameplay seems super cool. And yeah, it's still just a Zombicide with, you know, a couple tweaks here and there. But I would wait till retail. Came out of retail, some people were saying it's kind of cool. Some people are saying it's just not that great. It's kind of like on the level of Bardsong, which didn't look that great to me. So I kind of was like, maybe I should stay away from both. But then Tiny, who I see in the chat, was like, Rob, I think based on the things you like in games, you'll like some aspects of it. You should try it. And I was like, yeah, I should try it. I should try it because of how Zombicide is engraved in the DNA of my game groups, my channel, my journey in board gaming. So the reason why I'm telling all this story is so you guys understand. So if you're new to the hobby, if you're a hardcore fanatic of CMON games, if you're, you know, you're nuts about Massive Darkness 1 and 2, you just love it, and you come here and you're like, why is this guy saying these things? Why is this guy treating the game this way? Why is he making snarky comments? Why is he having a good time? Now you know, because these are the kind of games I like. These are the kinds of games I don't like. Here's my journey. So that's where I'm at. But again, if you're new to the hobby, you never played a dungeon crawler, Zombicide, Massive Darkness 2, whichever one has the theme you like, they're a great way to start. They're a great way to get gamers to the table, to start throwing dice around. And I'd argue that they are better games than most of the crap you find on like a big box, mass market kind of like shelf, right? A gaming shelf. Like, you know, play this over Risk and that kind of stuff, you know, if you're looking for some kind of adventure dungeon crawly thing. But that's where we're at. I'll give more of my thoughts on this game after my first few plays at the end of the stream. But I just wanted to kind of give you guys an understanding, like, this is a Zombicide game. It doesn't say it on the box, but it is. It is a Zombicide, okay? With some twists and tweaks. And this is like Zombicide 1.5, I would say, because they did add some complexity. They added some more interesting elements. They still didn't include a campaign in the base box, which bugs me, and that's always bugged me about Zombicides. How they couldn't just connect the missions, like, make it a fun little story between them, you know, so players play through them in order and it kind of like something carries through. But they added a campaign expansion and we bought that. We have it. You can see me unbox that on the channel if you want to see that, but we will be playing that tomorrow. Anyways, so I'm approaching this game knowing I've reverted in time and I'm now back to playing Zombicide, complexity, beer and pretzel, baby's first dungeon crawler type games. It's fine. But I'm going to go at it with that aspect of having fun. So if you're here to see if this compares to Gloomhaven or Sword and Sorcery, Rob, how does it compare? I don't want to hear it. You know where it compares. Like, you know Zombicide? This is Zombicide. So if you've already played a Zombicide and you're not interested in Zombicide anymore, or if you played Zombicide and you love it and your game group loves it, I'd recommend looking at this kind of game. But you'll see it as we play through it here on the channel. But yeah, so just understand that's not the usual kind of stuff we play on the channel, but it is something we used to play and we used to love and had a great time. And now Mel paints, which is awesome. So yeah, painting the minis in this game, they look sick.
Thank you.
Maybe one of the reasons I got bored of playing Zombicides back in the day and CMON games in general was we were playing with a lot of gray plastic on the table. Just wasn't cool anymore. But now we get to play with painted miniatures, so this is cool. So automatically makes the game better.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, all right. Hello, everybody. Hello.
There was lots of chat you probably missed while you were.
Yes, that's the other thing. I forgot about the poll I did. So this is another reason why the game is on the channel. I wasn't sure to get it, and after Tiny asked, I polled the audience. I forgot to mention this. I polled the audience. I asked, our YouTube viewers, our Patreons, our YouTube members, everybody. And I said, should I get this game? And I asked 3 things. Would you watch it like once or twice, hear our thoughts, and that's it? Would you watch the whole campaign? Or do you have no interest in watching it on the channel at all? And it was like almost like 30-something% on each one. But if you look at the 2 yes options versus the no, is like 60-something, 70% was yes. So a third of the people roughly would want to watch a couple times. So that's what today's video is for. We're just playing with the core set from retail. We're going to play it once. We'll talk about our thoughts at the end. And again, we haven't played a boss fight or anything, so we'll talk about that. We'll keep that in mind. We will play this in the future, I'm sure. I want to try some of these boss fights, but I think we'll see some of those in the campaign. So maybe I'll get my taste there. But because a third of you wanted to see the whole campaign played, we'll play through a campaign. And Kyle is interested in playing it. He liked the Zombicide games back in the day too. So we're going to play it 3-player, play it once a week. That's the plan. And then the 30-ish% or whatever that we're not interested, that's cool. It's I was expecting it to be 60% not interested or more. But
yeah, we were kind of surprised by the numbers.
Yeah, so because of you guys voting and you guys saying you want it, that's another reason why I'm playing it. So just FYI, keep that in mind. So I want you guys to understand, because sometimes we play a game on the channel, as soon as I schedule a game, people are like, oh, I gotta buy this.
Yeah.
Rob bought it, he's playing it. Because I usually try to buy and stream and play games that are I think are great. But again, I don't always know they're great at first. But sometimes I like to use the power of the hive mind that watches the channel, because maybe I'm seeing things a little crazy. I'm not being open-minded enough, which I need to be more, which has led me to finding some of the craziest experiences in the hobby, and I wouldn't have touched them in the past. Because I was really closed-minded when I started in the hobby. I get really nope, there's a bajillion games every hour that come out. If a game has a blue meeple, I don't want it. If it has wooden cubes, I don't want it. If there's purple on the box, I don't want to play it. I just come up with weird things and closed-minded and narrow-minded to try to slim down what's out there to focus on a few games. But I'm trying to be more open-minded and try different experiences, because I've having a blast trying some of these games that I wouldn't have tried. Like Too Many Bones, for example. Looking at the game, first seeing it at a convention, the art, the box, the chips, the neoprene, all that looked ugly on the table, no offense. But it looked ugly. All of it looked ugly. It didn't look like the normal board game I'd play. The art, all that stuff didn't look great at first. But man, the gameplay hooked me, the feel of the components hooked me, and eventually the art grew on me and became its own special, unique thing. So I've come to love that. Now I think that's a beautiful thing, but I didn't originally think that. So I know my mind can change and I can open my mind to different things. So I'm here to do that today too. So keep that in mind.
Sometimes it's nice to just play a lighter weight game.
Yeah, I
right?
agree.
And spend the day just having fun with a game instead of stressing of how I'm going to win and all the rules and complexities, right?
And that's why I was talking about going through the hobby of progressing, going, we kind of started off with complex games and then kind of went to lighter ones to get new gamers in our game group, but then slowly try to progress them up the ladder of complexity. Mm-hmm. But then it's every now and then I go, wait, I need to go back to some of these games because it's nice to cleanse your palate and just relax and not worry about a 50-something page rule book of rules and stress and stuff. So I got to remember to take it for what it is. That's what I need to start doing. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're here to do today, is just have some fun, beer and pretzel dungeon crawler here, roll some dice, have a good time, kill some mobs and roaming monsters, get tons of loot, get tons of XP, level up, and, have a good time. There you go. Board Game Time says, Zombicide was my gateway to this great hobby, so I'm really excited to see how this one is played. I always have a soft spot for Zombicide.
So do I.
Bingo. That's what I'm saying. I respect what it is. I say it like it's a bad word now. and it's a little cringy, but again, I have to respect what it did for us in the hobby, what it did for our game group and our channel and everything. It was like, it's definitely part of our DNA in board gaming. So, yeah. There you go. And as bad as a game it is, you know, it's not the best game. I like it. Again, a game I have a soft spot for because of the IP and stuff. Is Dark Souls the board game. So if any of you watched me play that, I also got that game back in the day too. And I started playing it. And I automatically thought it was a better version of Zombicide 2. So that was another one. When I started playing that, I just rather would have played that any day of the week than another session of Zombicide.
I do like that game too.
Yeah, but it is similar, right? It's just like dungeon crawling, but it's a little more strategic. But again, you have to house rule that game to get it to be something decent. So FYI, please don't go buy Dark Souls, a board game, going, man, I need something better than Zombicide. Like, I would just say go for Massive Darkness 2 at this point. But yeah. Yeah, Steamforged Games. Anyways, okay. Yeah, there was some stuff I wanted to see in the chat. I saw it while I was talking there, but so I saw Patrick's here. Hey, Patrick. We're finally playing it, okay?
Yeah, Patrick was ready.
We're
for
only
the stream.
playing this game because Patrick wanted us to, so I'm just kidding.
Awesome.
Hey, Patrick. Patrick says, not gonna lie, I held off on watching any other playthroughs of this just so I can see Rob's. That is sweet. I held off on watching any other playthroughs because they're just not as good as mine. Just
Shots
kidding.
fired.
Just pew pew. Shots fired. No, I'm just joking. Just kidding. All right. Oh, Buell's here. Hello, Buell. I haven't seen any other playthroughs because I was catching up on watching Mel paint.
Oh, thank you.
And working a lot. Well, we know
Yeah,
this.
you are a hard worker. We know that.
Yeah.
And thank you for taking time to watch my streams. I appreciate that.
Kevin says, looks like a fun game. I enjoyed the first one, even though it had issues, but haven't got this one to the table yet. I think the Loot Goblin and Rob will have a good time.
Yeah, I think he likes that part.
Spoiler. Yes, I will. And Steph's here. Hi, Looter, Rob, and Mel. Hey.
Hi.
Oh, Yogi's watching from the future. Thanks for welcoming me too. Yeah. Stacey says, red shirt. Wrong, Rob. No, it's a red shirt. I don't know. We're playing a game based in hell. So yeah. I thought the red shirt was...
red shirt might be a bad idea. Like, red shirts are usually the first to go.
Yeah. But I'm a survivor. Oh, Daniel's saying, hello, Rob and Mel. I bought Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle-earth, and it's your fault. Yeah, just send your angry letters to my lawyer.
We are not responsible for clicks of the mouse on your end.
Yeah. I'm tired of getting angry letters and phone calls from loved ones saying like, oh, we're broke. You made my husband and wife or child or whoever buy all these board games. You tricked them into getting into the hobby. It's like, no. I got a whole legal team to protect me from those responsibilities.
Yeah.
We cannot be held responsible. We need like a disclaimer at the beginning of every video. Mm-hmm. That's why I try to go like off sometimes on the history of like, guys, please understand why this is on the channel, because I don't want someone to grab it again just because it's like, oh, I watched Rob play Sword and Sorcery. He loved that.
Love it.
He must love, this game he must love just as much. I need to get this one too. Like, just wait, watch it, see how it's played, hear us talk about it at the end, hear us talk about it in future streams as our journey goes through playing more and more of it, you know?
Yeah, because we do try to say if we do love it. And
I try to be very upfront, full disclosure, we did buy this game from our local retailer and the expansion, fully purchased with our funds. Thank you to those on Patreon and YouTube members for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. So we fully purchased it. Keep that in mind. And the other thing is, what was I going to say? We've only played like twice off camera. So keep that in mind. Like, I try to be, when I'm talking about a game, be very, very upfront. Like, you know, sometimes reviewers will be like, here's my review of a game. And you can tell based on what they're talking about, they've only played like 1 or 2 scenarios, especially in a game that slowly progresses and gets more complex as you go. You can still review a game after a couple plays, it's fine, but you just gotta be upfront and open about that. So any of my thoughts today are based on like a history of playing CMON games and Zombicides and playing this game twice, but no Massive Darkness 1, okay? Keep that in mind. And then as we stream, as we go through the campaign, as we play for the next couple of months, this game on the channel, you'll kind of hear our thoughts as we go. And then at the end of the campaign, we'll kind of give, you know, we'll get Kyle's thoughts, Mel's thoughts, my thoughts on the game and stuff like that. So you'll kind of see as it progresses. So sometimes the issue with board games is you'll have a reviewer kind of just needs to get the video out, play it a couple times, you know, maybe only play it solo and not really know the experience of playing it with the full player count. We can't always play it that way, but at least you know what we've played, and then you can kind of see how it is after a bunch of plays. Because sometimes games are great the first couple plays, and then you're just like,
they become boring.
I'm kind of bored of it. I want to go play something else. And then it's like you paid $120, $200 for a game you played twice. $100 a play, not many board games that are worth that.
No.
But yeah. So sometimes a game needs a few plays to realize to get your value out of it. Or again, if you're painting miniatures, you know, that also is part of the fun and the hobby and the value. But again, that costs money painting and time painting and all that stuff. But sometimes, you know, you can get soured on a game after a few more plays. It doesn't hold up to get to that value point. So hopefully when we play a game like a campaign game, it's you can kind of see how our thoughts are progressing and how it is after we've, you know, spent 30 hours in it, or, you know, got to that value point of maybe 5, 6, 10 playthroughs. And you can kind of see how we've like kind of progressed on our thoughts on it. So it's kind of neat to see that journey. And you don't always get that with channels that just like post reviews, right? And it's like, because, you know, they played it twice and then reviewed it and then moved on. And then, you know, you ask them about it later, a year later, and you don't see it on their top 10 list, but they said it was like the best game they've ever played. And, you know, I find that's like a flaw in that kind of stuff. So keep that in mind. We might have a great time today, but it's based on 2 plays, or we might have a bad time and it's based on 2 plays. And we might have a better time, you know, halfway through the campaign. It might turn into like the best game ever, or we might kind of get bored and it might start to suck. So keep that in mind. Keep that all in mind when you're watching stuff here before purchasing and that kind of thing. So FYI. Especially if you're new here and you don't know how things run. All right. Yes. Please click the like button, everybody. I see we have like 80 viewers, but only 33 likes. We're going to need you guys to click that like button. Yeah. We're going to need like 50 likes probably before we even start playing.
Oh, that's a challenge for you.
Yeah, so I'll wait. I'm going to hold the game hostage. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, please click that like button. It helps other people find it even while it's live. It'll help YouTube promote the game to other people who like watching board game, you know, playthroughs and videos on YouTube. Might get some more people in chat, having a good time. Always fun. Hang out in the chat, talk about Massive Darkness, have a good time. Ask us questions. If we mess up any rules as we're playing live, or if something's not clear, feel free to ask us. The advantage of live streaming, you know, point it out, ask us about it, whatever. We can bring up the rule book. We can look it up. We're always open for doing that stuff. Because it also then kind of has a dual purpose of helping other people like see how the game is played and learn from the rules.
Oh, that was fast.
So that just went to 55 likes.
In like 3 seconds.
Thank you so much.
You should have made it higher.
I didn't know. I didn't know how many.
We didn't know how many hadn't clicked it yet.
Yeah, I didn't know how many it was starting today. Like it probably started at like 10 likes before we even went live. So. But thank you so much. All right, we'll start the damn game. Okay.
Yeah, because I just want to say that Necrocomic-Con has also set their alarm to wake up to watch this. So.
Oh my! Now the pressure's on.
Yeah, we gotta get going.
Do you need to grab a coffee or anything first? Because I can kill a few more minutes if you want. really stress out those people watching later who are like, God damn, it's an hour in, still hasn't started playing.
Oh gosh.
Rage! I hate scrubbing this far on the bar of the YouTube stream, not this far. Tiny says, how about paying hundreds of dollars for a game you haven't played yet? Yeah, Tiny, who's probably has, what did you say? You got through like 50% of your collection so far, something like that. And a collection that's always expanding. So in my head, you probably have, 10 grand plus sitting there unplayed? Oh, no. Like, who knows? I have no idea.
Tiny does play a lot.
I know.
A lot.
It's cool when he's talking about how he decides like what to play and drawing from a hat and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I gotta have a system for that.
I do like in our Discord though, he did post like a whole bunch of games and just gave them an alphabet letter, and then people were voting in the Discord on what Tiny should play.
It's good to see some new faces. We got, thank you for subscribing. Where is it? Zango, thank you so much for subscribing.
Welcome.
Anyone who's new here watching live and you want to join the chat, please do. But just understand I have it on subscriber only chat, because if we don't, we get spammed with a bunch of bots and like porn links and stuff. It's a bad thing on YouTube right now. It's been like that for like a year. So I do have it on subscriber only chat, and anytime I take it off, instantly we start getting spammed with crap in the chat. So just to keep the chat kind of clean and on topic and stuff, we keep it on subscriber only. So you do have to subscribe, and it takes a minute, then you can post in the chat. So that's why I do that. But feel free to join and subscribe, and you can unsubscribe later. It's all in your power. But I'm not mad at you if you do that. But if you want to join the chat, that's what you need to do. So just FYI, that's how we roll here. Hopefully YouTube one day will clean up that and use their power of AI. You know, the same money and benefit Google puts to like making sure they advertise the right video to you and stuff, and the right ads to really get you. Maybe they can do that kind of the same AI and brain power and start using that some like compute power to like clean up the spam comments and the spam chats and stuff that somehow hackers and whatever are doing on YouTube. I don't know, but anyways. Bruno's here, says, I'm Brazilian watching you guys play. I like your channel. I hope one day you'll love our channel, but thank you so much. Just kidding, Bruno. Hello, Bruno.
I guess we should just also say hello to everyone, because a lot of people have come in and said hello, and if we didn't say hello to you specifically,
hello,
individually, hello, saying hello to everyone.
Hello. All right, let's get to it. So for those that don't know, Massive Darkness 2, here's the page on Board Game Geek, just so you know. And it says here, it re-implements Massive Darkness 1. I based on what I've read about Massive Darkness, based on what I've seen people say online who've played both, this is the better version. You do not need to play the first one. You can start with this one. And I'd argue, if you're even thinking about getting a Zombicide in your collection, avoid it. Just get this. That's how I feel.
Okay.
Again, that could change. All right, but this is Massive Darkness 2, but again, the 2 is kind of like this. They should have just burned the other one and stopped printing it. This should be Massive Darkness, Hellscape. Like they should have just started over, you know, fresh start. This is where it is. But again, putting a 2 on it makes you maybe think, oh, I need to have the first one. You do not. You do not have to have the first one.
Are they still printing the first one?
I don't know. Probably not. They don't. They just dump games.
Oh, yeah,
out,
you're right. They don't. Yeah.
Asmodee handles a retail game, so maybe Asmodee is like printing and stocking if there's demand for it. But I highly doubt it.
Okay.
I feel like that game didn't do too great. But it's supposedly best with 3 players going to the community so far, 1 to 6 players. The cool part is versus Zombicide, you play one. If you have 1 human player at the table or 2 human players, whatever, you always are supposed to have 6 characters. There is ways to play with more and less and kind of manipulate things, but you can tell it's designed to have 6 heroes at the table. This game you can play like true solo. Mel and I are only playing 2 characters today, and the rules are just built for that. It's just made that way. Very cool. It's like you're getting with the damn times. This is the way the game should be designed. You know, with the player count in mind. The weight is only a 2.59 out of 5. And supposedly a 60-minute playing time, but we'll stretch that out to like 4 hours. You'll see. That's what we do here. Easily. Because again, we'll be talking about cards, we'll be talking about rules, we'll be looking things up, we'll take breaks, we'll chat with the chat, we'll answer questions. We're just going to hang out and have a good time at Rob's Gaming Table. That's what we're doing here, okay? Keep that in mind. This is not a condensed, trying to be as fast as I can to get the shortest video on YouTube. Don't care. It's not what we're doing. We're trying to add to the array of content on YouTube, not copy the content on YouTube. There you go. All right. Or we're complementing the existing content on YouTube. That's what we do here. All right. Okay. So that's all we need to know there. Anything else? I don't think so. All right. Let's get down to the table. All right. This is Massive Darkness. Okay. The amount of tokens and decks of cards in this game are off the freaking charts. 13 decks you need to shuffle at the beginning of a game. 13, I think, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes,
okay?
I shuffled them all.
I have some roaming monster decks over here that are giant size cards, so they don't fit in my other card holders. So those are off to the side here. And I'm sure there's more with the campaign, because when I unboxed that campaign box, there was other, like, you go up higher level, you have higher level decks of cards and stuff. So I think we even have more decks of like roaming monsters and stuff.
Okay.
So like it's insane. Okay. I thought Sword and Sorcery had like a lot of decks and stuff, but
this is a lot.
I feel like this is going next level. And of course they're not all the same size cards, so that trolls you also, and tokens.
Oh yeah, tokens.
Okay, we got health tokens. We have them in 1s, 5s, 10s, 100s. We have mana tokens in 1s, 5s. We have frost, fire tokens. We have common loot tokens, rare loot tokens, epic loot tokens. If you can grab the tray of tokens over there.
Oh, I sure can.
I just want to show, like, this game is a table hog just because the amount of card decks and token piles you need to have around. Not to mention your player boards and your side game boards. But then there's also these tokens. And this is just the retail base game. None of the campaign stuff's mixed in yet. Retail base game. Those who kickstarted this game and got all the expansions and extra characters and all that stuff, holy crap. Like, this is why I don't back all in or anything for CMON games, because so many times you get the Zombicide, you get the stretch goal box, and you just don't get to it all. It's just too much stuff. Too many minis to paint, too many things stopping you from getting to the table. You have to find organization for it all. And by the time you've done that, you're already bored of the game, you moved on to something else. So for what they give you in the retail game, it's like an insane amount of stuff, like insane. Okay, there's 9 different tiles to play on, and we have tons of tokens already on the board too. But yeah, tons of cards, tons of tokens. There are 6 characters in the box. 6 characters in the box. We have 2 in play right now. We're gonna play with the wizard, Mathrin. Okay, there's classes in this game, so if you had stretch goals or buy expansions, I think you can get more characters to choose from that might be of the same class. So this is the wizard class, which comes with a sideboard minigame. All the characters have their own minigame. Hellfire Sponge, thank you for subscribing.
Awesome name.
So this is the wizard I'm gonna play as today, and the reason why we're playing these 2 today is because they're the only 2 we've not played off camera. So I've never played with the wizard. This is my first time playing with the wizard. Keep that in mind. This is me now being able to try. I've played 3 of the different classes after today. Mel will be played 3 of the other classes after today. It's kind of helping us choose our classes to play during the campaign. That's like my little project right now, is figure out what I'm going to lock myself in for multiple scenarios.
I'm playing as well. I'm playing the Berserker. That's who I'm playing today.
So how it works, each character has a built-in action. So my wizard's action is, you have to spend one of your 3 actions on the turn. I could gain 3 mana. There's 2 resources to keep track of. Mana, I have a max of 6. Health, I have a max of 4, which goes up as you level up. I have a shadow ability, which is basically, if you see this little symbol of the shadow mask or whatever, when you're in darkness, you get to roll an extra purple die. On one side of the die, I think it has a little shadow thing, and you could get that extra ability when you're attacking in the dark, okay? Because massive darkness, there's a whole theme where I think called Lightbringers, and we're specially trained to fight in the dark. So when you fight in the dark, you get this extra die that could give you extra mana, give you extra hits, but could give you this one-time extra ability. So every character has their own little shadow ability, and that's how that fires off. Okay, hopefully you'll see that during the play, but again, it's very situational. So but every character has one. And I think each character, so we only own 1 character of each class because we just have the retail game. But if you own extra stuff or expansions, you might have other classes. You might have characters that are in the same class that have different abilities. So these are just this is the wizard we have. So this is the wizard I'm playing. Okay.
I guess just a note, Tiny does say, I believe that I have almost 40 total heroes with all the components from the Kickstarter and Massive Darkness 1 conversion kit.
Yeah, Tiny.
So 40 heroes. That's insane.
So go into the Reddits or Facebook groups or whatever. I'm sure on BGG too. There are fan-made. They're making these character cards. CMON's good for giving out like these like creation tools, kind of. So in Zombicide, you can make your custom characters. But people are already doing that with all the Zombicide characters, are making custom character cards, and you can print them on Facebook or whatever. Just go find the Massive Darkness fanatic group or whatever. You'll see people in there. So if you own Zombicide like Black Plague, people are making character cards for all of them. So Tiny, you could probably give it a few months. You could probably have like 200 heroes. Not to mention 3D printing miniatures if you want to go that route. I'm sure there's people making their own characters from like movie actors and stuff like that. It gets crazy with the what do you call that? The like homebrew kind of community for these games get crazy.
That's awesome, though. I love that.
Yeah, it's cool. But again, we're just playing retail box, because usually I find with these CMON games, by the time I play the retail stuff and some of the expansion stuff, I'm pretty bored. I don't usually go through all the stretch goal characters. They just kind of sit there and collect dust. So it's kind of like a waste and kind of garbage. But some people literally will buy this game and only play this game for years with their gaming group. So having all those extra characters is cool. But to me, it's just like kind of a waste, because there's just so many other good games you can go play instead once you're done and kind of experienced all this game has to offer. Because it doesn't really give you like more interesting stuff. It's just like more of the same. And usually the stretch goal stuff is not been play tested. It's not balanced, and it kind of ruins the fun of the game, in my opinion.
It can get overwhelming when you need to choose your characters too.
Yeah. Pulling out a bag of miniatures, figuring out which miniature goes with card.
Or just reading through 40 cards of who do I want to play today.
Adds to setup time, which I'd rather not have. So that's what I've learned over the years of, backing and buying, a dozen different CMON games. So that's cool that you have so many, but I don't think that's a good thing. So good for you.
Oh, random setup. You could do that. Yeah, Yogi.
But again, Yogi, searching through a deck of cards and then trying to find the miniatures to match, especially if they're not painted. Good luck.
I already have that when we play Mansions of Madness.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And then sometimes I even have to Google what the mini's supposed to look like.
But those minis suck. Those minis
They do suck.
Those are crappy minis. Board game time with the
Thank
$9.99
you.
super chat. Good luck on this playthrough. Have to finish watching later tonight with some popcorn. Wishing you both some awesome loot.
Oh,
Thank you so much for the support.
Thank you. And Christopher also says, is it too early to start a drinking game based off of loot? Now, I don't know if you're meaning for you guys in the chat or for us.
I would be careful.
Yeah, there's a lot of loot in this game. I don't know what the terms of your drinking game would be.
This is one of those games where, like, I could just sit there in the same hex and just kill mob after mob and let them keep spawning. We don't have to keep going. There's no, like, threat
Yeah, there's
meter.
no, like, time clock.
Yeah.
Well, there kind of is with the darkness.
I
guess it just gets a little bit harder.
Yeah, okay. But again, it still just keeps spawning mobs that you can keep just getting loot from and then trading in and getting more loot. So, like, I could sit here for 7 hours getting loot and probably send a few to the hospital.
Yeah,
so,
we can make it a challenge for you.
Please do not play a drinking game or do so at your own risk, okay?
Yeah.
Again, I have a team of lawyers to back me up on this. I cannot be held responsible for your consumption of alcohol.
I also wasn't sure if Christopher was talking about the chat or us. And for us, not today.
Oh yeah, and every time I mention Zombicide, you'd be already
you'd already be in trouble.
You're dead already.
He's mentioned Zombicide way too many times.
You're already dead. Don't do that. Don't do that. Wyatt, nice one though, but don't do that. So anyways, let's continue playing Massive Zombicide 2. All right. Okay. Right. So Mel shuffled up all the decks.
I did.
What else can we do? So our characters.
The only thing we have not done is spawned our enemies that start on the board, but we can do that when we get there.
I just want to talk more about the game in general, what's going on here, because I feel like there's a lot on the screen, but it's not that bad, but there's just a lot. So let's kind of like those who've never played like a dungeon crawler, maybe those who've never played a Zombicide, this has the similarities of like, the Sword and Sorcery played on the channel stuff where like there's lots of little tokens on the board and they all do different things. Kind of reminds me of that when you're setting it up. Actually, I can kind of bring the setup on screen. I think I can bring the quest on the screen here. Let me see. But what I should talk about first actually is a bit more about our characters. So they give you these cool components, which these weren't in the early Zombicides, but I love them way better for organization.
Same.
It's nice to keep things in their place on video. Makes it kind of easier to follow where things are. So they give you these plastic boards, which you put little pegs in, and this is to track your XP, as indicated by the XP symbol here. So you can track all the way up to like 59 XP, but you're forced to, every round you get to a phase where you spend your XP, and each XP or each level has a different XP cost. So we can get all the way up to like level 5 with the core game, and it costs 18 XP to go from 4 to 5. When you get a level of XP, you add a token to the loot bag, and if you see here, you actually gain some stats. So you could gain some extra max health. You could gain some extra max mana, which you spend on spells and abilities. But you keep adding a new token to the loot bag, and the loot bag progressively gets better, right? It has all the common tokens in it. If you can pass it over. Sorry, I left it
that's okay. That's okay.
Way off there. So this is the loot bag, okay? And in the loot bag, it has all the common loot tokens in the game, which is those two little copper penny symbols, whatever. But you also put in 5 rare treasure tokens. So you have a chance when you're pulling loot for when you're spawning mobs, you put tokens on them. You're going to put some on the board. When you go into a room, you take one of these loot tokens off the board and you replace it with something from the bag. And now you know what loot is in that room when you open the room. You know what loot you're going to get when you defeat a monster or a mob or a minion leader or whatever. Based on what you pull from the bag. So this is how the bag is to start. There's also loot. You'll get different loot cards from the common, rare, or epic based on treasure chests that were put out randomly that you'll flip. And they could give you some rare, some common, maybe epic. I don't know. We haven't played with them all, but there are bigger chests. I assume those are epic chests. We haven't played with the big chests yet.
No, we haven't played. No.
But there are small chests and big chests. And when you flip them, you find out what loot you get. But when you don't know what loot you're getting, you pull it from the bag, and then as you level up, you slowly add more tokens to the bag and make it, better chance of pulling loot. Okay. So already you see like why I'm liking some of the stuff in this game.
And bag was included as noted by Comic-Con, yes.
We did not have to find an opaque container buying the retail edition. It came with a bag, okay?
It is a little bit transparent though. Like
you can't see what's, if you don't look, you're just kind of like doing this, just... like whatever. But yes, you could go, all right, I want to grab that token right there.
If you have eagle eyes, you might be able to.
Where is that rare? Okay. There's that rare. I'm just going to draw from the bag like so.
Oh, look at that.
I pulled a rare, guys. Awesome. I'm assuming the Kickstarter bag was less opaque or whatever. Had a higher opacity or whatever it is. But so yeah, that's the loot bag, okay, which will evolve based on leveling up. That's why we have these little tokens here. As you level up, you kind of add new ones to the bag. On the character boards, it has all the spots, you know, the usual fantasy themed dungeon crawly adventure game tropes where you have 2-hand slots, you have single-handed weapons, 2-handed weapons, you have helmets, body armor, whatever, leg armor, amulets, you know, rings or whatever, another hand slot kind of idea, or arm slot, I don't know whatever you want to call that. So you store all that stuff on here, but you do have like kind of a backpack where you can just put all the extra crap you have, and we do have consumables in the game, which can be just held in your backpack or whatever, and you can use them from your backpack. So if you have a weapon in your backpack, you can spend an action to kind of swap them and equip them, and switch them up. But part of the starting weapons, you always start with, or your starting items, I should say, you can start with a health or mana potion. I picked a health.
I also picked health, yeah.
We all start with this battered leather armor, which lets you roll 1 blue die on defense. Has to go in our like chest or body slot or whatever. And then we all get some kind of starting weapon. There's a whole bunch, like a whole bunch, more than usual they give you in this game versus other Zombicide starter games. Zombicide, all right. So you could start with a dagger. You could start with a magical ocarina.
Oh, I didn't
but see the way they're all just like letting you roll a yellow die, but they have different types of attacks. So there's magic attack, which is a little wand symbol. You can attack in your space or the next space adjacent. This is a 2-handed, obviously. You could attack melee, which is only your space. That's a sword symbol. A yellow die adds to combat. You could attack range, which is not your space, but anything in line of sight, so not blocked by a wall or a closed door. But you could see like infinitely straight until you hit a wall or a closed door. And I believe you can see right through doors and infinitely into rooms and that stuff, because I feel like this game didn't really have any of that line of sight stuff.
Right, it did not, no.
Yeah, they kind of dumbed down the line of sight stuff in this game, which is nice. They're not bad, right? It's less complex, less fiddly.
Yeah, in Zombicide you can only see 1 room in, I think.
Yeah, there's like
so
extra. There's even like less complex line of sight rules than Zombicide, which I like. Yeah, not bad. It's not bad. You know, there's things like this, that have an ability. So when you're attacking, you could spend a mana, or sorry, oh no, you get an extra mana, but it's 2-handed wooden staff. This one on an attack, you get a free reroll of a die, you know, but it's only melee in your space, 1-handed though. And here's the short bow, which I guess you can use to poke someone in the eye up close with a arrow, or you can shoot at range with the arrow. I do like the versatility of some weapons having 2 different attack styles. And then here's the mana potion, so you can pick 1 potion to start. So they give you a bunch of mana potions, a bunch of health potions, and you can just toss them at any time on your turn, I think, and consume them just to get the extra mana or extra health. Yeah, it's not an action. No. Okay, so I just chose the wand because it's magic, but there was something else that was... The shell thing was magic. Ooh, I have some choices, actually. I never really looked at all of them, but yeah, because I haven't played this guy yet, but I do know he has a limit. Whenever he does an attack action on this little sideboard, I have to be using something that's magic to do the spell. So I need to use a magic weapon, I think, to use the most out of my little sideboard asymmetric mini game, variable player power, whatever you want to call it. So the magical ocarina, every time I attack, I get to heal 1. Interesting, but it is 2-handed, so that means I can't find another single-handed weapon and kind of, you know, have 2 magic weapons together, or, you know, whatever. So the wand is what I was going to pick, just because I like the idea of spending a mana to get an extra hit in combat. So just do some more damage, get rid of some more mobs, get some more loot, you know, progress through the scenario. Best defense is good offense. And then there's this one where I could just like get more mana, but it's a 2-handed weapon. So annoying. So I'm just rolling less dice in general because I have a weapon taking up 2 hand slots. But if I can find 2 single-handed magical weapons, then I'm rolling the dice on both of them because you can attack dual wielding as long as they have matching symbols of attack types, right?
Yeah.
So if you had the bow and like a dagger, you could do a melee attack with both the bow and the dagger and get 2 yellow dice in that single attack. But once you attack range, you can't use a melee weapon to add dice to your range attack. It's very straightforward. I think I'll just still choose the wand, but
because it's single-handed.
Yeah, it's single-handed, and I could get an extra damage out of it by spending mana. But I have to spend mana on this stuff too, so I don't know. Generating mana is kind of good too.
I mean, generating mana kind of works with your little system.
I know. So like,
because you always will generate mana after you use it.
Any feedback in the chat? Like when you play with your wizard, like what starting weapon do you pick out of these two? Like, I don't think I would go with this one, but I mean, it's probably not a bad idea. 2 players, like I'm going to be taking hits but it's, I don't know. But I think it's one of these two. Like, I'm in playing with a wizard that has an action to just gain 3 mana. There are yellow dice which can generate mana in combat. So just by fighting, you can just generate mana off dice. Like, so maybe I don't need my weapon to earn me mana. Azeron says wooden staff is very good for the wizard. And Larry says I go with the staff and cast spells for better damage.
Tiny says generate mana would be best.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I will do the wooden staff then. I appreciate your guys' opinions. I'm down.
And Larry does say, Rob, remember your spells are only an attack if it says so. So mana to spells.
Your spells are only an attack if it says so. So mana to spells. Yeah, I do understand that. Yes.
Tiny also says you'll find a better weapon in the next half an hour, so you'll be okay.
I know.
But it might not be magical.
Yeah.
Right?
I need it to be magical to use my amulet's attack bonuses.
Yeah. So he needs to start with a good magical weapon just in case we don't find one right away.
All right, let's do it.
And just because of that, I just want to do this. Just so that they can't say that I stacked any like magical weapons or something.
But we don't do that anyway.
I know, but I just want to make sure that...
I'm sure they would trust that you shuffle it good.
I know. I'm just making sure.
We just figured this out, that I want to replace this more than the other one.
I know.
You didn't switch it.
No, I just wanted to.
So regarding my character, so let's talk about the wizard. So the wizard has this amulet. Okay, this is his unique to the wizard. It's this little component with a little wheel in it. And this wheel, obviously based on the arrows, rotates clockwise only. And there's little abilities here, just like any character, any basic, ability card. I have little card slots here that have abilities on them. So if I'm attacking with a magical attack, I could spend a mana to add an extra hit. If the arrow is pointing there, the arrow's pointing here. During my turn, not spending an action, I could spend 2 mana to heal 3. We never looked up what the limits are on heal.
Well, I think
Can I heal in my space? Can I heal adjacent? Can I heal up to range 7? Like, what does heal 3 mean?
I think it's in your space, and I think that is just based on...
Go to the back. There's like a, not the very back, but there's like a list of abilities.
I know, but there's like a little spot. Yeah, it's just before all the...
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, and it says heal X. The enemy or hero recovers health equal to the indicated value. When triggered by a hero, they may choose to apply the entirety of the effect to another hero in the same zone instead.
Okay, cool.
So I think it's the same zone, yeah.
All right. There was more. I just want to see it. So on the right here, heal X. Okay. Then there's when healing, the hero may choose to remove 1 fire token for each healed point instead of recovering wounds. When triggered by a mob, it cannot bring back killed minions. Okay. Giddy up. All right. I just never used heal anything yet, other than heal off of this. Other than heal off this, but I always healed myself. But I guess you could use this to do the same thing.
Yeah, I guess I never thought of that because I always use it for myself as well.
Okay, we just learned something new. All right, sweet. So I could spend 2 mana as the wizard to heal 3. I could spend 1 during combat, and what combat is different from attack is that combat could mean I'm attacking or I'm the defender. So that covers both cases. If I'm being attacked or I'm the attacker, combat covers both. And then I have on my turn, not costing an action, just 1 mana, I can move 1 space. Not earn a movement point, just move 1. Okay, 2 different things. If you notice here, after I complete a spell, so let's say I'm here and I attack and I spend my mana to get an extra hit. This automatically rotates, okay? The next time I do an attack, I can't use this because the arrow's not pointing at it. But if I do this heal, it'll rotate again, okay? But if you notice, after I do a spell, it rotates, or I could spend 1 mana to rotate it 1 space. So if I want to attack like 3 times in a row and get this ability, I could attack, it'll rotate. I could spend a mana and it goes here. I could spend a mana, it goes here. Spend a mana, it goes here. And then attack again and do this, you know. Very expensive, probably not the most efficient way to play, but that's a possibility. Also, every time you're setting up a character, you get to go through their abilities and pick one. So this game, just like Sword and Sorcery, has these little tiny cards that have leveled abilities. Okay, so this ability, I could take a level 1, goes all the way up to level 5 in the core set. Okay, so I can pick, any class you pick has these ability cards, and you kind of pick from the level 1s. I have 3 level 1s to choose from. The cool part with the wizard is whichever one I pick, I can put on any one of these card slots, and it covers up the ability under it to hopefully give it a different ability, a better ability, I should say. But it could, you know, you could play the wizard different based on what playstyle or what hero you have, or how your party's composed, or what kind of mission you're on. So I could cover up this attack with this one, you know, the Fire Concourse 2, that could put a fire token on an enemy, which gets removed. You roll a yellow die and then get some damage based on the die. I could cover this one. I could cover this one. I could cover this one. So see how you make this little like rondel little game of like this moves around and like kind of how's my turn going and like will I attack twice in a row often? And maybe I don't need to heal as much. Maybe I'm playing with other players that are healing all the time. Maybe I'm playing 2-player and I'm never near the other hero. Maybe we were back to back and I want to heal a lot. Maybe I cover this up with an attack, you know? So there's cool little decisions already of like right when you're setting up your character of which level 1 ability. So I have this choice, level 1, Fire Course 1, attack. On an attack, I can spend 2 mana, get 2 extra hits, and the defender takes a fire. So again, when they start their activation, they remove a fire token 1 at a time, roll a yellow die, and take damage based on how many damage they roll. Okay, that's how fire works in this game. I could take Dark Magic, level 1, spend 1 mana, take 2 wounds. Okay, I'm a wizard with only 4 health, but I always see my health go up as I level up, but still, 2 wounds, maybe a little rough. Maybe I shouldn't cover up my heal if I'm going to take this one. But I could deal 3 wounds to any enemy in the dungeon. OP.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's very good.
If I have a heal going on my little wheel plus doing this, like that's kind of like seems really cool. Really cool little engine to build there. I don't know if it works in theory. Again, I've never played a wizard, but on paper that seems cool. Or I could have frost armor, be very supporty, and just without spending an action, I can spend 1 mana. I place a frost token on the body armor, so on your armor here. I place it on you of any hero in a zone in line of sight. So I assume I can place it on myself because it doesn't say any other hero or you. I could put a frost token, and then when attacked, that hero may discard that token to gain an extra blue die when they're defending, and the attacker gets the frost token. And when a unit has a frost token on them in general, they remove a frost token and lose an action for each frost token they remove at the start of their turn. So it, kind of thematically like freezes the enemy a little bit. Maybe they won't move and attack as much on their next turn. So those are my 3 level 1s. But when you get to level 2, you can start taking like, it's confusing, but this is like level 1 of Time Walk, but you have to be at level 2 to take level 1 Time Walk. But eventually, some of them level up to even higher. So when I get to level 3, I could upgrade Fire Course to level 2 of Fire Course, which just gives it more stats. So as you see here, there are so many cards because a lot of them are just higher level versions of those level 1 and level 2 earlier cards. So every time you play, you can kind of pick a different path to go and build a different wizard to be more supporty, more defensive, more healing, more attacking, a little bit of everything. Very neat what they've done in this game. And I remember even when I looked at this when it was on Kickstarter, watching them explain this in like some video calls, I was like, I like where you're going with this. I think it's really fun what they've done here. So let's find out today, but yeah, neat. So Mel, how does the Berserker work? What's going on over here?
Okay, so let's show this first, and we'll show what my abilities are first. So my passive ability is attack, take 1 wound, deal 1 wound to the defender. And then my shadow ability is gain 3 rage and heal yourself, or heal 3, only yourself.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah.
So let's say the first one, so I can take 1 wound and deal 1 wound to the defender. As I take wounds or am hit, I can put my damage in my little rage counter to a max of 7. I can hold 7 in here. A lot of my abilities take rage. So for example, if I pull this up here, and it even says on it that I can hold a max of 7, whoop, and then I can spend 1 rage to change stance. So at the start of the game, I can select wherever I want to start, either Blood, Rage, Reckless, or Provoke. And then based on where my little token is.
Hold on, are they advertising for other CMON board games on there? Is that an ad? Did they put an ad on there?
Uh-oh. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is
that's okay.
me.
That's okay.
I think we've just been advertised to.
So based on where I put my little token, it's probably actually better. I don't know if it'll fit on there.
Yeah, you could just hand it over
Sorry,
and say, put this on the screen.
So if I'm on the Blood Rage stance, when I attack, I can spend 1 of my rage counters from my little pool at the top there.
So you're spending rage tokens kind of like I spend mana or other characters spend mana.
Exactly.
So,
a lot, almost everything that I've seen, almost all of my abilities use some sort of rage from my little pool. So I can then spend 1 rage to change stance if I want to move it to another one. And then based on where I am, I can then spend 1 rage token if I have one to do whatever the ability is, as well as whatever card is underneath whatever section I've taken. So my starting one is going to be the Blood Rage.
So if you're in Blood Rage stance,
yes, then I
on
can,
an attack, you could spend a rage token to re-roll a die. And heroes are limited to once per instance of something to trigger their ability once. You couldn't spend 6 rage tokens to reroll 6 dice on the same attack. So when you read something like this, enemies can do that. Enemies can go crazy, and if they get enough symbols, they can do the same ability over and over again unless it says it's limited.
Yeah.
But every time Mel does Blood Rage, she could choose to do this. She could choose to do this. She could do both. She could do none.
Yeah. Based on whatever
Based on what
have
she wants to spend.
and what I want to do.
But she can't spend like 4 rage counters to get 4 yellow dice on that attack. You're limited to 3 in the game anyway, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So
if I want to use the card, I would spend 1 rage counter, and then I would get to add 1 yellow die to my attack. So I will be moving this along, this little token along. And at the start of the game, I am starting on... Actually, no, I'm going to start on on Reckless.
You know, we don't attack first round of the game usually,
right.
but...
But I am putting my card under Blood Rage because I want to have a little bit of attack bonuses going on.
And also, I noticed in the rulebook when I was reading about this character, you have other ways of getting rage tokens that not necessarily come from you getting damage. You just take those from the supply, which... I forgot to give you a little token holder of some of these on your side.
That's fine.
Is there not an empty token tray over there? I had one. I thought I brought down to do that.
No, but that's fine. I can just put some on the side.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I left it. I brought one down and put it like right there. Maybe I brought it back upstairs by accident.
No, there's not one. But that's okay. That's
weird. Okay, maybe I did bring
I can get one when I go to the bathroom. And then the weapon that I've chosen to start with for my Berserker is the Crude Axe, which is a 2-handed weapon, but it is a melee weapon, and it rolls 1 orange die. So I put that in my 2-handed slot, and I've taken the leather armor.
So I think I'm going to go with this one for today. And just keep the basic, straightforward. Go with offense. Let's see the fire tokens in play. Just show off some different aspects of the game. But if I play this guy in the campaign, I think I would take this and get this going right away.
Oh, okay.
And the cool part is, every time you level up, you get to pick a new skill card. I could pick both of these. You don't have to pick a level 2 when you're leveling up to level 2. That's just the minimum level you need to be at to take the card. So you literally, the first 3 times you level up, you could take a level 1, another level 1, no problem. Do whatever you want. But these are just the minimum, this is just the minimum level you need to be at to take the skill. But you can't take, if I wasn't clear enough, I couldn't take this, Fire Course 2, without having Fire Course 1, and this one replaces this one. So you can't like level up a skill type until you have the basic level of it, which you don't have to start with right away, which is neat.
Kevin has a question just about mine. Is the Berserker's innate ability forced?
Let's see what it is.
I don't think it's forced. I think I can choose when I want to do it.
Innate ability. No, it says attack right on it. So you can only do it during an attack, and it's the player's choice when to trigger these. The cost of it is taking a wound, not spending a mana, not spending a rage token. It's take a wound.
Yeah, so I can choose when I want to do that to then.
So this is completely optional. It's just the same as my ability, right? Like, I don't always take 3 when doing an action. You can choose to do this as an action. I guess that's not a good example, but
no, yeah, that's
like this one. Like hers is like this. Like I attack on an attack, I can spend 1 mana to do this. So on an attack, she can take a wound as the cost to get the benefit of deal 1 wound to the defender. Otherwise, you would die from attacking, and that wouldn't be good.
Yeah. And now as I'm looking at this also, I do want to attack in the shadow as much as I can so I can roll that shadow die to be able to gain 3 rages for free, which is nice.
Tiny says you must take the wound every time you attack.
I do?
I don't believe that. No, that's wrong. Unless that was in the rules for this guy in the book.
I didn't see that.
I don't know. I
read it
either.
Twice.
Well, I can bring it up on the screen here.
Oh, yeah.
But I never read any abilities that are forced like that. They'll tell you, I think. Unless it's in the FAQ, which I did read like a week ago.
I don't think there's anything even about his starter card.
Berserkers are fighters who use their rage to their advantage, disregarding their own safety. They benefit from being wounded, and the more damage they take, the more powerful they become. The Berserker has 3 different stances that they can switch between in order to gain different benefits. The Blood Rage stance increases attack power. The Reckless stance gives more mobility. The Provoke stance punishes enemies for attacking them. Most of the Berserker's skills improve the benefits they receive from a particular stance. Setup. Place the Berserker dashboard next to their hero dashboard and place the stance token on the stance in which they wish to start. After choosing their level 1 skill, place its card below the corresponding stance. Note, some skills can be placed under any stance. Gameplay. Every time the Berserker takes wounds, they may move any lost health to tokens to the rage pool on the Berserker dashboard. So you don't even have to take...
No, because if I have 7...
Yeah, so you're not even forced to take rage tokens from the damage you take, so that's not forced. Health tokens on the rage pool are rage tokens. The rage pool can hold up to 7 tokens. Any excess is discarded. Some abilities cost rage to be used. To trigger them, the Berserker must pay each cost separately. Okay. Each stance begins with an ability that requires the Berserker to spend 1 rage to trigger. The Berserker may only trigger the abilities and skills under their current stance and can change their stance during their turn by spending 1 rage before and after an action. Note, some game effects allow the Berserker to add tokens to the rage pool without suffering any wounds. In such cases, take the health tokens from the general supply and add them to the rage pool. And then there's just an example here, but I don't.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was. I wouldn't say it was forced because I feel like it would tell me if I had to do it.
So let's check the official FAQ. Maybe there's something in here about being forced. There's the stuff about how many times can I use an ability is limited for heroes, but not. And enemies can trigger things as many times as they want for if they have enough little claw symbols on their dice, which you'll see combat. Well, you'll see combat. We'll explain combat when it starts happening. And, I'm not going to go over the rules of that right now. And you'll see leveling up like it happens often in the game, which is really neat. You'll see how the loot works. We'll go through that through gameplay. Class specific questions. Wizard or Paladin? Oh, can the Wizard rearrange their skills? No. Once you have allocated a skill in the Consecration column or in a quadrant of the spell Amulet, it's locked there. So I can't move mine around. Okay, cool. Shaman, no. Rogue's Poison, no. Heavenfall, no. Okay.
I don't think it's...
Errata? Maybe it's in here? No, that's the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would say it's not forced.
No, it's not forced because it's the same writing as the others. And also, yeah, you're never forced to spend mana to do anything. So why would you be forced to do that?
I know I may want to do that in a lot of cases.
Yeah, maybe.
Right, to build up.
Or not if you're in low health, you don't. Where is it?
Oh, Tiny says your Berserker does allow it to be a choice. My Berserker required it. So maybe with some of them it is required in the Berserkers. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, because if we read about right here, special abilities, yeah, all that means is like you can only trigger it once per combat. I don't think it's ever forced. Yeah, I would say it here. All right. Anyways,
yeah,
okay, cool. We got it.
Thank you.
All right. Good to know. I want to make sure we're doing it correctly. I want to be teaching people properly and not giving incorrect info based on the core set, the retail set, right? So let's keep it to the basics. We're not playing with crazy Kickstarter stretch goal characters that weren't play tested and can be all wonky and stuff. Not everyone uses. So yeah. Retail edition is what we're playing today. Okay. What else do we need to go over? If anyone has any questions, let us know in the chat if you want us to cover anything. But again, we'll go over movement, combat, the turn actions. I could probably show it here is probably the best way to talk about the flow of the game.
Tiny, no, that's good to
know I want to make sure we're doing it right. Tiny, you've played it a ton, and if you know something from like the FAQ or from the designers online, I want to know that. So I want to make sure we're like 100% on it.
Yeah, because I want to make sure I'm playing it correctly.
Yeah. Like that's worth stopping and investigating. No issues. Like I don't know everything about the game, so.
And it might be a question other people have as well, which Kevin brought it up.
All right, so the game round is like this. This is the reference on the back of the rule book. Each hero has 3 actions to spend. You can move. Okay, in this game, you gain what are called movement points. Okay, kind of similar to Star Wars Imperial Assault, how that kind of works. You take a move action, you get a bunch of points, spend them whenever on your turn and how you want. But these have to be spent during that action. There is no, and that's the one flaw of this game I don't like, is I love games where you can, I'm going to gain some movement points. I'm going to spend one of them to move here. Then I'm going to do another action to fight and do this. And then spend my leftover movement for my first action to move over here. And it's very nimble and agile. I love games that are like that. Love it. This game, not like that. Okay, this game is you do a move action, do all your movement points or lose them. But the cool part is the movement points can be used to interact with tokens on the board, like interacting with a chest, a fountain, a door, a loot token. All those use MP or movement points, which is super confusing the way they're using that instead of mana. Like MP in every other game to me in video game is like your magic points or your mana points. But an MP in this is a movement point. Took me a little while to kind of get used to that. But for a move, you can move to an adjacent zone with 1 movement point. You could also open a door, and you have to draw a door card for the first time you open a chamber or a room. Just like Zombicide, you open a room, you have to spawn the room. Interact with 1 object in their current zone. Okay, so movement points are a little more flexible. It's kind of cool. You can, so like in the games I like where you could move, interrupt your move to do other things and keep moving, you can do it in this game. It just doesn't include attacking, which I hate games where it's like you can move, once you're done moving, you lose movement for the rest of the turn, now attack. It's very like dry and boring and cut, you know, very, very cut hard, you know, but this is a little more flexible where you can move, get a chest, keep moving, especially if you have extra movement points beyond the 2, which are ways of getting more movement points by spending mana sometimes. Attacking you can do as an action. Okay, and you can do any of these 3 actions multiple times in any order you want. The players on a turn can decide to activate in any order they want. But you could, again, I went over the attack types. You can trade and equip, which is just activating the zone. Everyone in the zone can start trading and equipping whatever they want. You can recover, which gains up to 2 health and or mana, and a mix of both is fine. Special actions, so anything that has action : just like my wizard's gain 3 mana action, is one of your 3 actions you can spend on a turn. I could literally 3 times on a turn gain 3 mana, so I could gain up to 9 mana if I wanted on a turn and just pass. That's what you could do if I could hold 9 mana. Eventually, maybe I can. Nope, I can hold up to 8 is my max, going up to level 5. But that's what you do on a turn. That's your turn. So again, you get to the heroes' turns. Based on how many heroes you have at the table, you can go in whichever order you want. And once you're done, you flip a little activation token, which you'll see. And then next you move on to the enemy phase once every hero is finished. And in that enemy phase, you can activate enemies in any order you want. There's something called mobs, which you'll see us spawn in a second. They are groups of minions and a leader. And they act as one enemy for targeting and attack and all that stuff. but they're like kind of like the, you know, the base, the runners and the walkers or whatever from Zombicide. That's like the equivalent of that. And I guess kind of like the fatties. Then there's roaming monsters. Those are kind of like your necromancer level of annoyance stuff in Zombicide games. They're bigger monsters, bigger health. They're, you know, have different abilities. They're bigger cards. Remind me kind of sword and sorcery kind of enemy cards a little bit, but very much more simplified. And then there's bosses in the game, which we're not going to see a boss today. Again, you can see Mel painting bosses later this week on stream. But you'll see some bosses, I'm assuming, in our campaign playthrough series that starts tomorrow. But today, no boss. So we're not going to talk about bosses. Don't care about bosses. You can see that in a future playthrough. Then you go to a level up phase. Literally every single round, once you're done with the enemy activations, and you'll see those play out. If you want to see how enemy activation works, we'll get there when we get to that phase. I'm not going to go over all the details right now. But then you can level up. And you're forced to level up. If you have enough XP to spend, you move your little pegs down and you level up. Then we go to a darkness phase, which is like advancing. It's like advancing the game here. It's this little bar right here. We're going to move this token along it, and nothing happens in like the first 2 rounds, but eventually you'll spawn a roaming monster. You'll add some better treasure tokens to the bag. You'll spawn some more mobs on all the little spawn points and kind of keep going. Once you get past 9, you flip it over, and then you just kind of loop on this side. No more adding treasure tokens to the bag. It just keeps spawning mobs and roaming monsters. Mobs and roaming monsters, like over and over again until either we both die or we beat the game. You know, satisfy the quest. And we'll go over the quest rules once we're ready to get going. But that is that, I think. And yeah, we'll go over attack and all that when we get there. Okay. The board. So we have 3 tiles that are placed out. They all have different little rooms and spaces on them. So each tile is made up of 9 spaces. There are light spaces. So the red and the yellow, I believe, are light spaces. Anything that's like dark blue is the darkness. So we get that bonus die if we're in the darkness. Sometimes we have effects that only work when you're in shadow. You need to be in one of these dark spaces. The rooms have like little black walls surrounding them. So this is a room or a chamber. Okay. We have door tokens. These aren't from the retail set. These are old leftover from when we backed like Zombicide, Green Horde, or Black Plague or something like that. We got these like 3D doors because we found they were better for video and streaming to see when the door was opened or flipped or whatever, because the tokens in this game are like atrocious for even playing at the table at a glance to see whether a door is open or closed. So there's a closed door. Okay. There's an open door. So zoomed in, it looks kind of fine, but when it's a tiny little token on the board, trying at a glance, see if this door is open or closed. And when there's miniatures everywhere and tokens everywhere, this is garbage. This is garbage right here. Okay, garbage. So I had to go dig out the old Zombicide box and pull out the good old fantasy door tokens to help us see open and closed doors. At a nice glance from all the players around the table, can see quickly what doors are open, where they are, and they don't get lost in the clutter of the minis and the tokens on the board. So yeah, that's the only thing I think we've really upgraded and changed. Yeah. But I use these doors. We use these doors in other fantasy games when we're not playing on stream and stuff. I always like pull them out, but yeah. All right, but very useful. Definitely not just fluff. These feel like they're like actual for streaming and gameplay, like actually help with the game and keep it flowing faster, in my opinion. Okay. What else we need to know? Our starting spot is here. Let's go over the scenario. Yeah. Okay. Let me just find it. So annoying, the scenarios are in the same book as the rules, which is annoying when you keep having to flip to look up a rule and then go back to the quest, but saves cost, I guess. So today's scenario is Highway to Hellscape. I don't care about the story, all 2 sentences of it, but quest objectives. So it tells you the tiles you need here. The quest objectives, we need to complete them in order. Objective 1, open the gate, which we'll read about. It says press both switches. And then enter hell is objective 2, escape through the altar. So the special rule is the gate. What is the gate? The gate is the door with the white outline. As you see here on this setup, it's this one down here. And on the board, I've put a white base on this one. So at least stuck with the color standard. So you can switch the bases on these and also help you see the colors of doors. So that's our white door. And then they give you kind of all the tokens you need down here to set up also while I'm down here and show you the spawn points. So if I was playing with 5+ players, I'd have another little spawn point here to spawn mobs at. But by default, you always have a purple spawn where you're spawning mobs at when they spawn and you're spawning the roaming monster there. But if we were playing like 3+ heroes, we'd also have a spawn point in our starting position.
Oh, wow.
Which would spawn mobs every time the mobs need to spawn on that darkness track. Okay, so the door with the white outline allows creatures from the darkness to pass. Enemies can freely move through this door. Unfortunately for the Lightbringers, it can't be opened by conventional means. In order to open the gate, heroes must activate both switches. The gate blocks line of sight. Okay, opening the gate, the switches are represented by the color side up objective tokens. Any hero standing in a zone with one of these objective tokens may spend 1 movement point to interact with the objective token and remove it from the dungeon. And we got to try to remember this. Please remind us, because we forgot this when we were playing before. But the hero who removes one of these switches, or to open the gate, every time you do one, you get 3 XP. Okay, they're both on the board here. One is this face-up token right here, and then this room has one right here, and that will open this door here. Okay. And then Infernal reveals, as soon as both color side-up objective tokens are removed, the gate opens. Flip the door token to indicate, or in our case, open the door, physically open the door. And that will reveal that chamber as usual. So this white door gets opened, will then spawn a mob here for this token. Okay, there is a mob that starts at the beginning of the game, which is these white symbols, but that mob will be able to move through the door and come after us throughout the game as we're working our way down the hall. And then enter Hell. Any hero on the altar zone marked by the gray objective token may spend 1 MP to exit the dungeon. Once all heroes have exited, the quest ends in victory. So if you've ever played a Zombicide, all this stuff is the same stuff you've done 100 times, just with more tokens on the board, I guess. So it feels very, this is a Zombicide scenario, 100%. I'm sure it took him a long time to design this one.
Even laid out the same.
I know. It's like, how many times we played the first scenario of Zombicide and you're like, oh, this again?
Yeah.
We're doing the same thing. So, But again, the looting and the combat's a little different and all that kind of stuff. So, just the quests are like, oh my God. I see they haven't changed things much. All right. So again, we have it rotated this way. So the altar is here, this token right here. So we have the altar here. These little tokens are, when to spawn a mob when you open the door to that chamber. Okay. In here we have like loot tokens that will be spawned once we open either door to this room. This treasure can be interacted with. A mob will be spawned here, but this is one of the switches. This is the other switch right here. Okay. Mm-hmm. This anvil is a cool thing in the game. One of my favorites. So this anvil symbol is like the blacksmith. You can go trade in sets of 3 cards of treasure, okay? And again, it could be like looted treasure, but you trade in sets to get a step up. So if I trade in 3 common treasure, I can get a rare. If I trade in 3 rare, I can get an epic. But I could trade in a mix of, I could trade in 2 common and a rare, but I would only get a rare because you only get 1 level up from the lowest value of card in that set. So if I traded in 2 rare and an epic, or 1 rare and 2 epic, I would just get an epic because the lowest is a rare and you get 1 level up, right? So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, that's what that little anvil is. Then there is also spike traps, which that's a random token, and you flip it over and on the other side, I think it can be blank. I think there's different varying levels of wounds. I've seen 1 and 2 wounds, I think. I don't know if there's more, but these spike traps, when a hero enters a space, you flip it, you find out how much wounds you get. When enemy goes through, they just wander right through. Okay, we have this little room up here with a treasure that could spawn. That's all that's going on up here. This little room, we spawn a mob here, and this one has a treasure and a loot, and we got little doors to that. So we have like a straight path from where we start, going up this hallway, around here, down this hall, and into this door, and out the altar. Okay, but again, we have to open these 2 switches to get this door even open so we can get to the altar. But we can ignore these rooms, we can go through these rooms, we can do whatever we want.
We can also go through this area to avoid this trap if we want to.
The other token that's on the board is this is a pillar. So all this does, it doesn't block line of sight, it just kind of like hinders line of sight. So if you're attacking into a space with a pillar or through a space with a pillar, you remove 1 yellow die from your combat. So if you're not rolling yellow dice, it doesn't do anything to you, but it will remove 1 yellow die. So if you're doing a range attack through here, hitting a mob over here, you will lose a yellow die on that. So that's what that is for. Over here we have bridges. These are little bridge tiles that get added on to scenarios. They are considered in dark, but they're just another like space on the board. So that's where our little portal is. So this is where our mobs will spawn from. Every time we hit the mob spots or the roaming monsters, since we're playing only 2 heroes, this is the only monster spawn point on the board. Okay, but to start, we need to spawn some monsters. So let's spawn our first mobs. We need one up here. What do we get? We got the undead. So this tells me right here, I need to pull a treasure token from the bag and put it on this monster. So you could prioritize the monsters you're trying to kill based on who has the better treasure tokens on them. So I'm gonna pull a random token out of the bag. So this guy, and when you kill the last unit in this mob, you will get a common treasure. It has each unit in this mob, so every minion and the leader all have 4 health. You work your way through the minions before you get to damage the leader, but damage over spills onto the next miniature in order. When they're attacking, for every claw they roll, they will add a yellow to the roll, a yellow die, and this mob will also like hurt itself and take 2 wounds. And they do not roll any defense dice because there's no defensive symbols there. So that's a mob card. Another cool thing is this is where the loot goblin in me is like, yes. You already thought drawing tokens from the loot bag was cool and leveling up your loot at the blacksmith. Well, every mob, what are they attacking with? They have no weapon. Well, every mob spawns with a weapon that is of the level of the dungeon, and the level of the dungeon is equal to the highest level of the heroes in the game. So just like the levels in a Zombicide, as it gets up to like level yellow, red, whatever, you're spawning more bad things. You're picking the yellow or red or orange, whatever on the card. This does the same kind of thing. So we will draw from the yellow, orange, or red deck based on the highest level hero in the game. So if one hero is leveled up to 5, everyone's at level 1, that's bad. Yeah. So you kind of want to level up people on the same kind of, as part of the gaming of Zombicide is make sure everyone's kind of leveling up together, or else you have a hero that's like very weak in the party, and then you're spawning more stuff that they can't handle. But this guy will actually get this weapon. So now we know, based on drawing this card, they could melee attack for a yellow or range attack for a yellow. But the cool part is once we wipe this group of miniatures off the board, they drop the weapon and you get it. Yeah, they don't really drop it, but you just
get it.
You get it to your inventory, even if you're like 100 miles away, you still get it. But then you could, boom, you get a crossbow. So not only do you find loot in chests, tokens lying on the ground, I don't know, maybe from objectives and trading in other loot cards, you also get them by killing minions who drop loot.
Not a bad thing. Not
a bad thing at all. Plus this loot. You get loot off killing them here too. So you get this loot plus this loot. It's like so much loot. It's loot, 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 loot. Is everyone drinking when I say loot? Oh yeah, I didn't even think, where are we putting all these cards?
Oh yeah, I don't know. That's our leader.
Just move this crappy thing out of the way and I'll put them up here.
And then these are our minions for this set. So we have 1 leader and 2 minions because there's 2 players.
Okay, and they're going up here.
All right, now I'll pass that to you and I will get...
Or maybe I throw this up here. And I bring this down here. Sure.
We got 1 more enemy that's coming out.
Oh no, it's the gargoyles. So they're gonna get a loot token spawned on them. Oh, they're walking around with a rare
they have
treasure.
Juicy treasure.
Let's get them. Okay, and they're gonna be attacking just melee.
Okay.
Yellow die, they have 2 health each. They roll a defense die. And on defense, for every claw they get, they block an extra hit. Okay, that's what's happening there.
Okay. And then that's our leader. And we have, again, 2 minions. And I think they go somewhere center. Right here?
Right there, yeah.
Okay.
And that's our starting setup. Okay, an hour and a half in, we're set up. I think we're ready to play. Awesome. All right. Sacabra's here, says, hey Rob, can you turn down the darkness a bit? It is too massive for me. Oh, well played.
Hello, Sacabra.
Stevens here says, I've jumped in to see how you guys were doing. Looking forward to the campaign, guys. I've got a name for the news team, but I've got to get ready for my role play.
Oh, enjoy that. Thank you, Steven.
No worries. Join tomorrow, and we'll...
we're looking forward to...
We'll have a good time with
the
that.
news network you've chosen.
Buell says, I'm seeing a lot of differences from MD1. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I hear that often. Like, this is the better one, I think. But again, I've not played the first one, so that's great to hear.
Stacey, thank you. And again, I think
excuse me.
Both of these minis were painted on stream, or both of these sets are painted on stream. So
all right. Again, if you're looking for Mel's painting streams where you can get close-ups of all these minis and how she painted them, links are in the video description to the playlist of those streams. More to come. All right. Oh, yeah, this is our activation token, so when we're done going, I just forgot to point that out when we're on the screen. This is a Lightbringer token.
Can I run and get that thing, the container, and run to wash them while you explain that? Or do you have to go as well?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll just mute you. Okay, go ahead. So this is the Lightbringer token. You can change the difficulty by taking less of these, but this is basically a bring a player back to life when they die. If you run out of these, you lose the game. But if you bring back a player, you also get a reroll a die in combat. Or is that reroll a black die? I think it's reroll a black die. I've never seen this yet, but this is supposedly how it works. But this is like kind of a one bring back the life token at 2 players. That's how many we get. So if one of us does die, we could, at the start of the next round, bring them back to life with that token. And then we flip it over and get this ongoing ability in combat. And it brings them back to life, I think, at 3 health. And then they keep their mana and stuff, but they lose any conditions they had when they die. But then if someone dies again and we don't have enough of these left to bring anyone back, then we lose. I think is how that works. Michael, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Tiny says it's a reroll a black for all heroes. Thank you so much. I wasn't sure yet. We haven't played with it yet, so I just remember reading about it in the rules. All right, what else we need to do? Oh yeah, choosing my starting abilities. I said I was gonna choose this one, I think. And I'm also gonna start myself pointing at the move one, but I think... Do I just put this here? Do I just replace my attack? So I could replace my attack with this one. I could replace my heal. I can replace this combat re-rolling thing. I don't know where. I think I should just do it on the attack though. But again, I've not played yet to see, but that's what I'll learn today, I guess. I think I'll just upgrade the attack so that I still have a heal available. Yeah. I don't know. Okay.
Can you pass me just a couple of the singles?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I just want to...
Yeah.
Thanks. That's good. Thank you. Okay.
Michael says, love to see you guys playing this game. I'm working on the campaign currently. We'll start our campaign tomorrow. We're starting our campaign live tomorrow. Can't wait. I can't wait to play the campaign in this. I've never played one in a Zombicide before or anything.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, hopefully it's good.
Like something I always thought was missing from Zombicide.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm excited to see what they've done.
Yeah. Okay. So we're starting over here. We can choose one of us to go first. I don't know who. I can spend a mana at the start to get a free move. And then I could move here, take a move action to then open the door and get in. But then I only have 1 action left and we have a mob spawning here. So I would get to attack them at least.
Yeah, and then if you do that, I can then get in there to attack once, and then I don't mind getting hit a little bit to get some of my rage up.
Or there's this, just go in here and play it safe, and someone goes in and grabs just a loot, but I like this one better.
I like that play, yeah. And then we'll have more enemies, more loot from enemies.
Okay. So I'll go first. I will spend a mana to just move 1 using this ability. That will rotate here because I'm using the spell. I'll move my little wizard.
Okay, we didn't show ours.
I'll move him over here, my Mathrin. Okay, then for my first action, I will do a move action, which will gain me 2 movement points. For the first one, I will just open a door. And let me tell you how much I love that we can just open doors with the movement instead of trying to attack doors and make
rolling
noise
a 4
and miss doors, and 3 people go before you and none of them can open the door because they have crappy weapons, and you finally get to go and you have to waste your turn trying to open a door. Man, I'm so glad that they don't have the same door mechanics from Zombicide games. But yeah, I'll just spend a movement point to open the door, another movement point to move in. We'll then spawn this. I guess we spawn the chamber before I move in, right?
Yep, I think so. Oh
yeah, door card. What do we get for a door card? These are fun. Whetstone Room. The active hero may keep this card until the end of the quest and discard it when attacking to gain attack +1 orange die.
That's so good.
I didn't know there was good ones in here.
I knew there was ones that didn't hurt you that bad.
Okay, well, I'll keep that.
That's very good. Okay.
Yeah, there's ones that I've seen that like add an extra mob to the minion, or the minion to the mob and stuff like that, make it worse. Okay, and then our mob will spawn here.
We'll spawn our mob. We're getting some skeletons with, there's their weapon.
Okay, and I'll get them their loot. So they have 2 health each, 1 blue die for defense. On defense, for every 2 claws they get, they add a skeleton minion to this mob if possible, unless the attacking hero discards a mana. So basically, spend a mana to kill a mob minion. They'll get a common treasure, and they're going to be holding a weapon that'll let them attack at melee, yellow die.
Okay, so they're going here. I will remove this token. Okay, and then do you want to... We don't pull that out yet, sorry.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yeah,
Yep,
thank you, I was forgetting.
Yep. Those get replaced. Seems weird. I kind of wish they just like put those on the board. It seems like kind of like an extra step. Like, but it's kind of fun. It makes you want to go explore the room to see.
Yeah, because you're like, I want that one. That's a good one.
But if I had that there already, I'd be like, yeah, we're going in this room for sure. But maybe I wouldn't if I didn't know, right?
That's true.
Okay. And then I'll use that movement point to move in. And that's my last action. I'm going to attack, and I can attack in my space or an adjacent one because I have a magic weapon. And here's what you do on a combat. I am choosing my target. I'm choosing my attack type. Done. I then build a dice pool, and we're going to have the enemies are going to have some dice in there defensively and some dice that will damage you, but also your attack dice. So I get a yellow die for my wand. I could add this orange die in, but I think I saved that for like...
Oh yeah, you've only took 1 action so far.
Oh, that's right.
Because the movement point's 3. Thank you,
yes. Sorry, I have 2 actions. I mean, I could pick up a treasure first, which might give me a better weapon or something to fight with, but I think I'll just do 2 attacks and worry about collecting loot after the room's a little clear. But I mean, you could go both ways, and maybe that's smart to do. I don't know, but all right. So sorry. Second action. Thank you. I will take a yellow for this. I will give them. I'm attacking skeletons, so they get a blue die. You also give them each a black die based on how many minions are in the mob. Not the leader, just the minions. We're playing a 2-hero game, so we spawn as many minions in the mob as heroes. Okay? So when we're playing tomorrow 3-player with Kyle, we'll be spawning 3 minions in every mob plus a leader. And they would be rolling at the start 3 black dice, but we're just adding 2. So as you clear out minions from the mob that die first, you'll start reducing the amount of offense they're doing back to you on your attacks or their attacks. Okay, I am not in darkness, so I do not get to add the purple die. I don't have any other dice. Oh, this one, I guess I can spend this after. So what you do, you build your pool, then we roll our dice. I don't think I'm missing any dice. It feels weird because I was playing the rogue yesterday and I had way more dice really fast. But
still early.
Okay, so what you can do here is after you see your results, you don't have to resolve them right away. You now can do abilities. So if I have attack abilities, now is when I spend them. I could add extra dice to the pool, roll them now. I could do rerolls if I had abilities to. I could spend mana to do things. So I think I should probably do this one. I could spend 2 mana, which I'll do. Okay, I go down to 3 left. I'm adding +2 hits to the results, and the defender takes a fire token. Okay,
I'm fire. Yep, that's me.
So give me this fire token. I'll just put it on the card right over here. So when they activate, we'll resolve that. So now I have the results of a mana I'll gain. I don't think I have rerolls. Oh, I gain an extra mana from my wooden staff. So I'll take that right now. I get a mana from this die here. This claw like we said, on their card here is every two, nope. You can't really see it, but every 2 claws, they're going to do adding a skeleton. They only got 1 claw, so nothing is going to happen there. So that's a blank, basically. This is a blank. Okay. They will block 1 hit for every shield they get. So they block that 1. But I am adding 2 more hits here. So I still damage them for 2, which takes out 1 unit because they're only 2 health each. When I take out a unit, right away... Yeah, it's all about XP also. I get 1 XP for each figure you remove. Okay. And we'll deal with the rest of the XP when that happens. I also need to rotate this little wheel after I use this spell. Okay. Anything else I'm forgetting? I don't think so.
Nope.
All right. With my other action, I don't know if I'll attack again.
You can pick up the loot if you want, because I'm going to go in there and have 1 attack at least.
Because my attack kind of sucks. I don't have this anymore. I don't want to add the orange dye to it yet. So what I think I'm going to do is, yes, I will just pick up this rare treasure. Okay, so this, when you pick this up, the cool part is it now goes back into the bag. So next time we need to pull one, hopefully we'll get that quicker. And I'll draw our first rare treasure of the stream. I found some demonic gauntlets, which go in my amulet slot or whatever, my ring slot. A ring slot, I guess it would be. Attack. I could add a fire to the defender at no cost. Hello. So I am now a pyromancer wizard, which is awesome. So I'll put that in that little slot there. Why not? So yeah, I should have done that first, because then that would have made my attack more powerful looking back. So that whole discussion of should I pick something up first before attacking? Yes, that would have worked out better. But that's fine. All right. Then I think I'm done. There we go. Boom. I flipped my token.
You can pick up the other one.
Oh, yes, because I have 2 movement points, right? Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
Again, I would have known, but I'll be honest. I'm a little nervous on stream trying to explain a game we've only played twice.
That's okay.
Even though it's not that complex. But again, Zombicide has skewed my understanding of this game. So trying to forget what I've played in other dungeon crawlers and Zombicide and stuff in the past, this game works differently, and it's trying to keep it all straight and not make mistakes. So this one, I get 2 common, and that's gone. So this goes to here. Yes, I keep forgetting. It's
that's
like
okay.
I'm doing it. It's so weird, but I'm doing a move action to stay still and interact with things in my space.
Like logically, it doesn't seem.
I don't know how the designer thought of that and how everyone was okay with that, and it sounded cool and it worked, but it just does. But it is hard for me to get around the point that I'm doing a move action and not moving. Super weird. So yes, anyways, I'll get used to it though. Monk's robe. Okay. I believe this is better than my default armor, which I should probably replace right away.
This is good just for you to also just
I know, this is kind of
collectively
perfect.
Or like get more mana.
Yeah, because my other one just rolls a blue die on defense, does nothing else. This rolls a blue die on defense, but also will just earn me mana on defense.
Yeah, you
How lucky is
you are
that?
getting all the things you need.
Does my helmet make mana too?
No, but that blocks your defense or gives you more defense.
Oh, well,
so,
I can just run in the fight now and just fight everybody. It's all good.
That's good.
I'm loaded up here. So every time you gain something new, you can re-equip.
Oh, Layla does say you need to bend over to pick up the loot. So technically you're moving. You're just not moving your feet. Unless you're using magical powers.
Yeah, I'm just like using the force to pick stuff up. Okay, so this starting item will just go in my backpack. And starting items count as common. So when I can trade in sets at our little anvil here, I could trade in starting equipment, which is cool. All right, so I'll just throw that there. All right,
good.
Now I'm done. Flip my token, go ahead.
Okay, it's me.
Woo!
I am going to use my first action to move, and I'm just going to, I don't have any rage, so I can't get extra movement points right now. So I'm going to move 1, 2, oops, sorry.
That's action 1.
That's action 1. Action 2, I'm going to move in. I only have melee weapon, and I want to attack in the shadow to try to build some rage if I can. So...
Yeah, so you kind of want to get hit anyway, so if you don't wipe these guys out right now, that's kind of good.
That's exactly what that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, so good thing I didn't attack more, because it could have weakened them enough so that you
I could also do this, take a wound to deal a damage.
I probably would, yeah.
Just to also get something going up
here. You do that
here.
after you see results on the dice, though. Maybe you don't want to.
Yeah. So that's action 2. Done. I'm losing my remaining movement point. That's fine. And then action 3, I'm going to attack. I will trigger this ability here, which says take a wound. When I take a wound, it goes into my rage pool. Deal 1 wound to the defender. I believe that would happen right away before I even roll anything. So
what, sorry?
I'm doing my ability, which is attack.
No, you do that in that window of when you do all your attack abilities.
Okay, so I won't do it yet.
Yep.
So I'll collect my dice, which I roll 1 orange die. I don't have any rage. I'm not on rage stance. I think that's all I'm rolling for myself. I'm in the shadow, so I will add the purple. There is 1 skeleton, so I will add the black die.
1 minion.
1 minion. And they roll 1 defense?
Yes.
1 defense.
1 defense.
Okay, so this is my dice pool.
So now you have like 0 chance of getting 2 claws from to spawn an extra skeleton.
Exactly.
Which is awesome. Another thing I want to point out, Necrocomicon in the chat saying he stole all the loot, go the other way, Mel, and leave him with the mobs.
No, it's co-op.
I did not take all the loot in this room. Necrocomicon, you're not paying attention. There is loot on the skeletons, and they're carrying a weapon that is loot. So literally, Mel can get, like, I've only taken half the loot in the room. I think you're missing what I was saying. There's an abundance of loot in this game. It is impossible for one character to get it all. It's just everyone's just gonna get a loot all over the place.
Yeah, loot is everywhere.
There is no shortage of loot.
Yeah.
Nice try,
and then we can
though.
also trade if we're together. So, okay, these results are actually not too bad for me. So I don't have any way to
Oh no!
Nope,
you're gonna get wounded.
I know,
Mel.
that's what I was gonna say.
Oh no! That means you're gonna get rage tokens.
That's perfect. So this is actually a good result-ish. I'm not really going to take anything out, but let's start with, I have no reroll. So let's start with this one. Oh, actually, let's do my ability first. So I will take a wound, which will add 1 wound to my rage pool, and then I'll deal damage. I don't know if they can block this because it's deal 1 wound.
No.
So that just goes straight through.
Goes right through.
Okay, then I will take a wound. So I will...
Yeah, because like dealing a wound, you understand, is this die.
Yeah, it's like
this symbol, which is unpreventable. It's different from a hit that can get blocked.
Okay.
So just understand when you're dealing a wound, you're dealing this symbol to them. Just think of it that way.
Okay. And then I will... Do I have any way to spend mana? Because I'm going to get 2 mana. I don't have...
Yeah, you need to find some weapons or something that
don't have any way to spend the mana, so that's fine. So the mana is just going to be lost. And then I have 1 sword, which is just blocked. So that is fine. Now, I can, once per turn, change my stance.
So I have a question. Are you allowed to anytime on your turn, or is it only before or after an action probably?
No, it says anytime on my turn.
So you could, in the middle of this, switch to this one and then start doing this?
I don't think I can once the action is started.
That's why I said before or after an action, or anytime on your turn.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry. I can change their stance during their turn by spending. So during their turn.
So that maybe sounds like you can. I just know most actions it says, but it tells you unless it says otherwise. It's usually before or after an action. The Berserker may only trigger abilities and skills under their current stance and can change their stance during their turn by spending 1 rage. Oh, you didn't finish reading. Unless the book says different.
Oh no, I didn't finish reading. Sorry.
You did what I do. You finish reading the sentence and just read the part you want to read. So it says right here, before or after an action. There's your answer. All right, we got it.
But not during.
So no, you cannot do what I just asked.
Okay, but I can do it now.
Yep.
I could?
So it's technically not any time.
Yeah.
Before or after an action.
So what I could do now is I could spend 1 of my rage tokens. I could go into defensive stance. When they hit me, it will deal 1 wound to the attacker, which would kill the other minion because he already has 1 damage. But yeah,
you didn't get any damage through other than that?
No.
Oh.
Because I only rolled 1 and they had 2 defense. Okay. I got to build up a little bit more before I can get.
Sure.
Yeah, I knew this one was going to be the best.
Or you just had to be on this before you attacked. But now you'll hopefully get annoying.
Yeah, but I didn't. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even need this one. Yeah, so I guess I'm just going to spend 1 rage. I'm going to go to...
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, if you go to this one, you're spending 1 to go there. Then you're going to spend 1 to go back. Then you're going to be at blank again.
Yeah,
possibly,
unless they hit. Yeah, I'm going to do that because I think the fire is going to take out, fingers crossed, will take out the 1.
Yeah.
And then the other one doesn't usually hit too hard if it's only by himself. Okay. That is my 3 actions.
Okay, on to the mobs. We can resolve them any order we want, but let's just do the ones in the space here. Mobs get 2 actions on their turns. So what they'll do is try to fight if something is within range, and then try to fight again. But if they can't fight, they will move. In this case, the skeletons are in the same space as Mel's character, Greta. Is it Greta? Or Gaheta? Gaheta. So they're going to attack. They only have 1 minion in the mob, so that's 1 black die. They don't get a benefit from darkness, so no purple die. What do you roll for defense?
I roll 1 blue.
1 blue. Okay, and for attack, they're holding a weapon that's melee and rolls a yellow.
But we have to activate the fire.
Oh,
just because that might change.
Yes, remove the fire token. Sorry, yes.
That's okay.
Remove the fire token, forgot about that. They take 2 wounds.
2, yes, so that will.
1 will spill over.
That will kill 1.
So the fire was from me, so I get an XP. Okay. And now they don't roll back.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So here you go. You can do the honor.
I block it. So he hits me for 1, I block 2. Kind of wanted to get 1 hit, but
Yeah,
that's okay. But then he's going to do it again.
Oh, yeah. So
that was attack 1. Okay, so he hits for 1, I block for 1, and he doesn't get mana. So.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that was the 2 activations here. Let's do this mob. They're just going to try to move towards the closest. They'll just go 1, 2. Okay. And same with these guys over here. 1, 2. They don't move diagonal, only orthogonal. Okay, in this game. Right. Level up phase. I'm only at 2 XP.
I'm at 0.
So we're not leveling up. You need at least 5 to get to level 2. And then we'll go to the darkness, which we move this 1. And it doesn't fire off anything yet. And then we flip our tokens to active. Back to the hero phase. And now we can decide who wants to go first based on what's going on here.
I mean, that skeleton's only 1 away.
And it is kind of blocking the direction we want to go. So, like, I mean, I could go first to just shoot at some 1 health it has.
Yeah, I could then go through the door.
I could try to finish it off, and then I could even try to open the door and fire at those guys. Then you have the full turn of moving in and fighting more things.
Yep.
And being in the front line again.
Yep, we can do that.
I don't know.
Okay, that works.
But, yeah, okay. But then again, I need you to get loot. So if you go first, you can get the loot from this mob.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay. I'll go first then. And I don't even think I need to use any of my rage because he only needs 1 hit. He's rolling 1 defense die.
But then on the next enemies, you do not rage. Oh, yeah, you do have 1 rage token.
Yeah, and I can take 1 wound here, which would just kill him. So I can kill him for sure. Okay, I roll 1 orange die.
Yep.
He rolls 1 blue defense die. We'll see if I would need to. Oh, I hit for 3. He blocks 1. So he's definitely dead.
Dan says, so isn't the white portal door passable for enemies? Yes.
Yes. They will move through.
Correct. It is passable. All right.
So I do take him out. I hit for 3. I didn't even need to use that, which is fine, I guess. Oh, I'll take him. Sorry.
So now she killed the final 1. So here's what happens with XP. Mel removed a figure from the board. She takes 1 XP for every figure she removes. But because there's the leader and the last one in the mob, each player at the table, including her, gets 2 more XP. So I will get 2 going up to 4.
I'm at 3 now.
Yeah. So if you have like 1 player at the table who's like doing the final blow on enemies and mobs and stuff, everyone gets some XP for that. But obviously, if you're removing miniatures, you get trickle.
So XP. Sorry, I didn't roll the purple. I just want to do that just in case I get. I didn't. Okay. Right. Just in case I got that symbol I needed.
Wow,
I know.
6 damage.
I wish I rolled that last time.
All right. But then also what will happen, we'll remove that health. You are going to get a common treasure. This will go back in the bag. What'd you get? Bone Knuckles.
Attack. I can spend a mana to ignore 1 defense.
1 blue die.
Or 1 blue die, sorry.
Like the whole die. So if
die.
they roll like two block, you could ignore this result or this result. You just ignore the whole blue die.
Problem is I have a 2-handed weapon right now.
That's what I was complaining about, taking a 2-handed weapon at the start. It sucks when you start finding awesome 1-handed stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to keep that though on the side, and maybe I'll do some reorganization depending on what I get. Also,
another cool aspect of this game is if we're in the same space, so obviously this works better if you're playing more players or more heroes at the table. If anytime you get loot, you pick up a chest, interact with the loot token on the board, or gain items, if you don't want to take it and equip it or hold it in your backpack, you can give it to anyone else in your space. I love that.
I love that, yeah.
I love that. It's just a better flow of the game, right?
Yep.
So obviously we're in a different space. I'm more of a ranged character. She's more of a melee. So being in the same space is not going to happen a lot. But it would be cool if Mel picked that up and she could be like, you know, I don't want this. Do you want it? And that's what we were doing when we were playing the other games. Based on the characters we had too, it might happen more often. If you have 2 melee characters and stuff, you could be just like getting tons of loot and like passing it to each other. It's fun.
Yeah, which is awesome.
This is the weapon though, and it could help you change the decision you just made. This is what they just dropped.
Okay.
So this was the weapon they were attacking with, was a skeleton blade on the skeletons. What are the odds of that? As a randomly drawn, that's cool.
So attack, 1 mana, heal 1.
That's amazing
actually works for
you.
me. Because I have no way to spend the mana.
And you damage yourself, so this is a way to heal yourself.
Okay, I'm gonna switch. Yeah, okay, so this is like, perfect.
Yeah, this is not how it usually works in this game. You draw a bunch of crap you don't need.
So when I get that, I can reorganize. So I'm gonna take both of these weapons, so I can roll 2 yellow dice. I'll take out the 1 orange, which is fine, and then that way I have some ways to spend my mana because...
So this is, you can just throw this in the discard pile like off screen or whatever, but... And if we need more space to put enemies, you can just slide this card tray out of the way, and then we'll just put stuff up here if we get our, you know... Start running out of room. Okay.
That's all that was there. That was action 1. Action 2, I'm going to spend movement points. MP. I'm going to open the door. Okay.
So open the door to the hallway. So, and through the door, you see some gargoyles.
Yep. So I'm going to come in here as my second movement point. And now my action 3 is I'm going to attack. They are 2 health.
2 health each, roll 1 blue die, and then every claw they get an extra block. So these guys are like obviously having stone skin.
Yeah.
And they attack with 1 yellow back. And when they fully die, they'll drop a rare treasure.
Yeah, juicy. Okay. I am going to attack them. So now my dice pool would be 2.
No door card. No.
No, sorry, we opened the door on this one. So.
Door card is only when you open a chamber for the first time. So like in Zombicide, when you spawn a room for the first time, you draw the zombie card and all that stuff. It's only when you're opening chambers or closed rooms for the first time and spawning the room. You don't open it for hallways. Like we're leaving the room. So no door card, no door card.
Okay. So my 2 dice will be 2 yellow dice. They get 2 black dice and they get 1 defense die. I will spend...
Which they should be called chamber cards, not door cards, right? Unless I got that wrong.
Yeah, no door.
No door card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be called chamber cards. Not door cards.
Yeah, it is kind of confusing.
Yeah, that's a, you know, maybe a translation problem or something. I don't think these designers are English. So maybe someone just thought, you know, like, let's call them door cards because they happen when you open a door, but it's not every door, which is weird. So, yeah, it's when you open a chamber. So hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, I'm also going to spend 1 of my rage counters to add 1 yellow die to this attack. And then I don't need to necessarily spend the mana yet. I can see what I get on that blue die before I decide if I want to ignore it or not. Because if it's blank... All right, so this is my dice pool. We're not in darkness, so no purple die. Holy mana, Batman. Okay, so I have no ways to reroll, so I am going to spend mana. So I'll spend mana to ignore the blue die. So this is now gone. I'll spend mana to heal 1. I will... Their claw does...
1 extra block.
Okay, so they still have 1 block. That's fine. I will take a wound to deal a wound to the defender. Oh, I can reroll, but I've already taken the... Oh, no, I haven't. I can reroll this one.
Yeah, you can do it at any point in this window of spending abilities.
Yeah. Or do I want... No, yeah, I will. So this die is blank, so we'll take that out.
If you don't want mana, maybe get more hits and like roll out of these, because the yellow die could get you 2 hits, but it also could just do a single hit without mana or a blank. So
right now this is killing the 2 minions.
So yeah.
So it's not bad. But if I get rid of this... right now it's not actually based on... They're going to have a defense.
Yeah, so right now you're only killing 1 minion, but if you get rid of the block or add an extra sword, but again, it's more chance I think you'll get
more chance of getting rid of the block. So I will spend 1 to reroll, and I'm going to reroll this one. Okay, that's better.
Yeah, now you take a wound.
That's better. Now
nice.
I take a wound. Going to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 1 goes here. Okay, and then I gain 2 mana as my max.
So
and I deal 3 hits.
3 hits. They've already been wounded once, so that's a total of 4 damage. You'll take off your 2 minions. You'll get 1 XP for each figure you just removed.
Okay. 1, 2. I'm now at that 5, magical 5.
So now it's just the leader left by himself.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no! Where'd my buddies go?
Which is fine. I have no more actions. I am
my
done.
turn.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I will just.
You can take him out if you
How
want.
much health? You can hold 7?
I can hold 7. Yeah, I do have a heal 3, which I could use, but there's nothing
gotcha.
else.
I'm like locked on the heal spell right now. Might as well. All right. So what I'm going to do is do a move action. Movement point 1. Movement point 2 to go into the space. So we're all together, having a good time. Then, that's action 1. I will just do this little spell here of spend 2 mana to heal you for 3.
Nice.
That will rotate my amulet dial over here.
Back to full.
For my second action, I think I will do a fight. Combat. So I'm in the light, no purple die. I roll a yellow for my staff. He doesn't roll any black dice because it's just a leader. They do roll 1 defense though. And I think that's all I'm going to do for that. Okay. So I rolled a block and no hits. Well, that's awesome. But I'm pointing here on this ability. I will spend 1 mana in combat to reroll a die, which will rotate my amulet because I just did a spell. There's a hit, but it's still blocked. Oh no, but I'm going to attack, add a fire to the defender with my demonic gauntlets. And, any other tricks? Any other tricks?
I think you get to gain a mana, right?
Oh yeah, gain a mana. I knew there's more stuff. I'm like just looking over everything here. Defense, that's not right now. Attack, anything here? Nope. All right. And then, so I did move. I did heal. I did attack. I have 1 more action, I believe.
I mean, you could attack him again if you want, because any items we can kind of move between us if they're better for someone versus the other, because we're together.
True. Yeah, I'll attack him again,
Yeah.
whatever.
And I'll still get some XP.
That's why I want to be in the space with you so I could give away stuff.
Yeah, because I'm leveling up for sure, so if you can get some XP from him, we'll both level up this turn.
So, yeah, I'll just attack again. But he could die on his turn from fire damage too.
Good, yeah.
Double block on 1 sword.
Wow.
Oh no.
Can you fire again?
What can
Because I think it's for each fire, right?
Yeah, I'm adding another fire. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Just in case the first one
And I will gain a mana. And I think that's that. Maybe I'll do a move, but then I would take 1 wound for moving. So I don't really need to move. So I'll just leave that there. Okay, I'm done. Okay, mobs. Let's just do these guys first. They'll go 1, 2. Okay, right through the white door. This one wants to attack. We can choose who he attacks, right?
Well, I think we'll do the fire first just in case he's dead.
Oh yeah, fire.
He might die from the fire.
I keep forgetting it's over here. 2 yellow tokens equal to, or 2 fire tokens equal 2 yellow dice. And he'll
he's
take 2
dead.
damage.
That's
Boom.
enough.
Dead. So I draw a rare treasure and put this back in the bag. Okay. So this is the rare treasure I just found, the javelin. Ooh, I like the starting one that does this too. It has a range and a melee on the same card. That's like my favorite in games.
Oh, yeah.
To be flexible. And they drop some stone knuckles. What is the chances that the gargoyles drop stone knuckles and
crazy.
the skeleton dropped a skeleton sword?
That's crazy.
This is weird. Okay.
Those knuckles
nice
are-
shuffles.
Those knuckles are good. Just to be able to ignore the claw or the scratch.
Yeah, but not for you.
Not for me.
You want to be wounded.
For you.
The other one, action. Perform 2 attacks once per round. You may target different enemies. Interesting. That makes me want to put, like, if I use this one, that makes me want to, like, put it 2 attacks. The only problem is these aren't magic, so they wouldn't be able to work with my attack abilities.
That's true.
So what I think here...
Now,
maybe this one works good for you as your...
if I can get surrounded, yeah, maybe instead of the heal.
But I don't know.
But then I'm more offense, which is fine.
But it says you may target different enemies. You can target the same enemy.
Oh, I could. So it's like
you just get
two
like
attacks,
for
one action. I mean, that's huge. I think I like that better than the heal. Especially if you have some heal kicking around every couple rounds.
But I'm gonna be with you.
Yeah. But I just have to be one away from you.
It's up to you. You want this?
Yeah.
You take it.
And then I can equip it right now. You're still rocking one-handed, right? Because I do have these.
Two-handed.
Two-handed? Oh yeah, you're looking for magic.
But I don't think we can trade right now. I can just give you stuff that I find.
And I can equip
We'd have to do a trade action.
Okay.
But yeah, anytime you get something, you then can do a re-equip, I think. I think that's how it works. Okay.
I guess just to keep in mind that I have some stuff if you need.
So they're gone. I get 3 XP for that.
Mm-hmm.
Up to 7.
And then we'll get 2, also up to 7.
And then they're discarded. Leveling up. I have to level up. I'm at 7. So I will spend that, go down to 2. I have to spend 5.
Same.
To go to level 2. That will put this rare treasure token in the bag. Also, Mel adds a rare treasure token to the bag.
With your fingers.
Okay, shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. All right, I get my max HP goes up by 1, so you get that difference right away.
This is mine.
So I have a max of 5 HP now.
And my max is 8.
And you get to pick a new skill.
Oh, yeah.
So let me see what we get. So here's what we're looking at. I could take a level 1 because I'm at level 2, so I'm at least a level 1. I could take this one, take 2 wounds, deal 3 wounds to any enemy in the dungeon. Seems really cool. Especially if I keep my heal ability up. Again, the frost armor stuff. But now I can take these level 2 ones, like Time Walk, level 1, which is 3 mana. Choose any hero to immediately perform a free action. Interesting. Or this one. I would probably take this one if I was playing with more heroes at the table. Like this is like a campaign. If we're playing 3 players, I would do that. This one is interesting. See, this would change what we just did about giving who takes what weapons.
Oh, yes.
As long as this skill is on the spell amulet, you may use melee weapons as magical weapons, but only at range 0, but get a +1 yellow.
That's good.
Do I become a battle wizard? That sounds awesome. And that's my choices. I feel like I want to become a battle wizard. Because then I can... Oh, but then... Yeah. I just roll more dice. But then it's only at range 0. I like being at range 1. No, maybe I don't take that.
Daniel is asking, is the plastic board of your characters part of the base box?
Yeah, we are playing just a retail game today. The only thing we're using is from an old Zombicide pledge add-on or whatever from an old Kickstarter. We're using these plastic doors that do not come in the retail box. Everything on the table you see is in the retail box, but also, sorry, except for all the paint that is on the miniatures. That does not. That came from Army Painter, speed paints and war paints.
Yes.
That did not come included in the box. Okay, there's no paints included in the box, or paint brushes, or a painter to paint them for you. That was all.
That's all extra.
That was all extra. Oh, and also all the card trays linked in the description. They're from eRaptor, the ones we use in every stream. And these are game trays that don't come with the game, but the bag comes with the game. Everything else you see. But yes, these are included. Yeah, they started adding these trays in like Zombicides like a few years ago, and I love them. They're great.
Yeah, I like the player boards too.
Yeah, they're awesome. Anybody talking about Blood Mage time? Dark Magic 1? Yeah? Azeron? Okay. I'll do it. I was thinking that one. Yeah, let's do this one. Now, I'm thinking of putting it to cover up this one.
That was a Dark Magic 2.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's okay. That's okay.
I just said Dark Magic.
Nope, that's okay. I just wanted to before you.
Yeah, I was playing with the cards.
Continue.
Dark Magic 1. I think I keep my heal if I'm going to do this. And then maybe I just put this on the combat and I lose rerolls.
Oh, yeah, because then you still have the heals to bring you back.
Mm-hmm. But looking back, I wish this was here. So I take the wounds, then I heal.
Then you attack.
Then I attack.
Oh.
Then I move. Then I take
the things we know for next time.
Again, this is my first time playing the wizard ever, so I'm learning. But yeah, interesting. But I like the free move, or the move for a mana. I like the heal if I'm going to take this one. So I'll just put it on the combat. I could cover up this one, though.
Good.
I could just stop doing that. But now I can't level up to fire level 2. So it kind of was like a waste. So I don't think that's the most efficient way to do it. But I think I'll just do it here. I don't know. Okay.
Okay, and I am going to take Enraged Fighter 1. Any stance, you may change to this stance for free. So I'm going to put this under move, so I can always, if I need movement points, I can always change to it for free. I can get an extra movement point and then potentially use some rage to change back to where I need to be.
Yes, also the dice tray is not included. This is from Chip Theory Games. Dice tray, sorry. Yeah, the dice tray is also not included. But again, I always forget about these because we use these on all the streams.
Oh, yeah.
I use these card trays on all the streams and these token holders on all the streams. I just forget to mention that they're not part of the game, but...
Oh, Tiny says you can swap them between quests during the campaign mode. Mel can't change hers, unfortunately. So once I place mine, I can't, but you can.
I haven't read the campaign rules yet. I was going to do that tomorrow before our stream to figure that out. But yeah, I don't even remember. I started reading campaign mode like a week or two ago, but then I stopped because I didn't want to confuse myself with what's in the base game. So
yeah, I haven't read it yet. Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll probably tonight or tomorrow start reading through the campaign stuff. I started punching it out and getting it all sorted, but I haven't looked through it yet. But again, if you were curious about how the campaign mode works for this game, we're streaming it tomorrow. It's in the playlist, link in the video description. You can set a reminder for it. But we'll be able to talk about the differences as we play through the campaign and see how it differs from the base game we're playing today, which will be cool.
Okay, I think we're on to darkness.
Darkness. All right, we need to spawn a roaming monster. Our roaming monster we got is the ghoul. So, just like a regular enemy, you will give it some loot tokens. It has a built-in loot token that will not go back to the bag, obviously. You don't put that on here. It's just like permanently printed. It gets 5 health per hero. On defense, rolls 2 blue dice and a black. And it doesn't need a weapon card because it has its own like weapon built in. It'll roll an orange and a black. And when it activates, instead of just doing 2 actions like a mob, it will actually check, just like Sword and Sorcery kind of style. You kind of scroll down the card and see what happens first. So they'll try to activate this first line. If that can't happen, they'll try to activate this line. If that can't happen, then they'll just do the 2 actions like a mob. Okay? If there's a minion in the ghoul zone, kill 1 minion in that zone, players choose, and the ghoul heals 5 HP.
Whoa.
So it like eats its own buddies.
Wow.
Okay? We've never played with this guy yet. I've not seen this guy. This is cool. Otherwise, the ghoul moves 3 zones towards the closest hero and attacks him if possible.
Okay.
And then if for some reason it can't do either of those things, it will just get 2 actions. But I think this one kind of always will do the second one if it can't do the first. So it's like a bad example of what I just explained.
So it's just quick.
And then in combat, it can, for every 1 claw it rolls, it can move to the closest mob, 1 zone. Sorry, it moves the closest mob 1 zone towards the ghoul.
Oh, so it's like pulling them to then eat them to then heal.
Feed.
Holy.
So what we can do, I'll just put this guy here, I guess. There's our ghoul.
He's going to spawn here, sorry.
So he spawns at a little purple spawn point there. And then we'll flip our tokens. All right, hero phase again.
Who is going... Did we move these guys? Was that long ago?
Yeah, because if we've only done 1, 2 rounds, then they've moved 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 1, 2.
So we'll split up in here maybe and try to get each up, or we can do 1 at a time.
Yeah.
But I like the split up idea.
I like the split up.
But then again, this is only in this room, so. But there's a play where like you could wrap around and come back, and we go trade in there after we both do this room together. Yeah,
I could go into this room. I'd prefer to fight in the darkness if you're okay with that.
I think we both prefer to fight in the darkness, but yeah, okay.
I know.
Because that's mechanic of the game.
I know.
Helps every hero out, but sure, yeah, I know you prefer it.
But if you don't, so I could go first. I can see what it is.
1 room at a time. It's fine.
So I'm going to go first.
We can do a play where we go like this way, come through this way, fight stuff here, open the door this way, fight this mob, do the objective, and then do this if we want to.
Yeah, based on what we have.
And then we kind of just leave from there.
1, 2, 3.
We'll just see how it goes, though. We don't know what's going to spawn, what's going to happen, but we know I'm going to be damaging wounds I'll start like eliminating guys on the board before they're even near us.
Yeah.
So I'll weaken these guys, and I can fight them in the hallway if you're already in the room fighting.
Okay. I don't think I need the extra movement at this moment, so let's just move.
Twilight Princess, yes.
2,
that is where this guy looks
2.
like he's from, yes. With the stone kind of stuff on him. Yeah.
Okay. Movement first is action 1. 1 and 2, I'm going to open this door.
All right, so we'll get a treasure. 1 treasure, which will be a common. I'll swap it with the treasure token on the board.
I'll give you this, and then we'll pull a monster.
Dork. Oh yeah, let's do this first. Dark Forest Room. If there is any roaming monster in the dungeon, choose 1 and replace its card from 1 tier higher if possible.
Oh, I wish there was like door cancellations.
So what I'm gonna do. Okay, you discard that. So now I go look in the next level up. So the roaming monster 3 and 4 level cards. I'm going to find that guy. And we're going to replace his card with the next level up, which rolls more defense. Has better loot, but has higher health. Because before it was only 5 per hero. Now it's 8 per hero. Rolls 3 blue and 1 black instead of 2 blue and 1 black.
Wow.
If there's a minion in the ghoul zone, kill 1 minion. Then it heals 8.
Oh, no.
Otherwise, it moves 3 towards close hero and attacks him if possible. And for every 1 claw, it will move to the closest mob, 1 towards the ghoul. Oh, and on attack rolls 2 orange and 2 black versus 1 orange and 1 black.
Oh, he is tough.
What just happened?
I think we need to use... Yeah, that door is a bad idea.
What just
I think
happened?
we need to use anything that lets us wound things just to get damage on them.
Hello, Greg.
Hello. Shomar, hello, how you doing?
Here. Hey, Show and Tech. Yes, the art is awesome in this game, I think.
Yeah.
It's like the standard, like same artist, like the Zombicide games too, I think. But it is cool. Like I like the character, character art and stuff. It's like comic booky, but still cool. I like it. Yeah, just like the art.
Okay, and then we'll spawn a monster in this room. We're on level 2. Oh, I didn't move my token. Sorry, my thing. When I moved to level 2. So we are going to spawn.
And you can do it on your side. So
move
the card tray out of the way and move it up or something.
Okay, I need 1 token. They have 3 health. Gotta find them.
You get a rare.
Okay. They're going in here. And then I'm just gonna draw a weapon. They are rolling 1 yellow die. Melee. Okay, so then I had 1 more movement. They're 3 health. I think that's fine. Okay, so that's my first action. Oh, wait. Sorry, no, it wasn't. I'm cheating. 1, 2. And then my second action is 1, 2.
Okay. So now engaged.
Now I'm going to attack. They roll 1 defense die. Okay. So I roll 2 yellows. I'm attacking in darkness. They roll 1 black for each minion.
Oh, do this action.
Oh, yes, I forgot. I just changed that out.
Perform 2 attacks.
Yeah, I'm going to do this. So perform 2 attacks once per round. You may target different enemies, but I'll attack the same ones. And then they roll defense. So this is my first attack. Okay. And I can ignore the blue die if I need to. Do I want to do this? Yes, I want to
you do that after.
Okay.
Remember, there's like, build your dice pool, roll them. Then you have a window where you can spend attack actions. And if you want to add a yellow at that point, you then just roll it.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it before because maybe you don't need it in the results, right?
Okay, so the blue die I don't need to ignore. That's fine. So that's good.
Well, you got your shadow symbol.
I got the shadow symbol.
You can gain 3 rage tokens and heal 3.
So I want to do that. So first I want to do this first so that I can... so I'm dealing myself 1 damage to deal the defenders 1 damage. Oh, they're on my side. Oh, I didn't take enough ones. Sorry. Okay. So they took a damage. Then, there's nothing else that can hurt myself. No. I will then spend 1. Their claw doesn't do anything. It's attack plus 1 damage on their side. I'll use 1 to add a yellow die in here. Okay. So this, then I will spend this, or trigger this die. So I will gain 3 rage. 1, 2, 3. And then I will heal myself 3, but I can only heal 1.
Still good?
Still good. Oh, no. Sorry. I take this wound first. then I would be able to heal another one.
Yeah. So there's an order to resolving things on dice is like important. Usually.
So I've spent these 2. This one is blank. This doesn't do anything. I can't gain the mana, but anyways, 1, 2, 3, 4. I needed 2 more to kill 1. And then I have 2 more damage, so 1 is 1 shy.
And get that XP from taking a minion off the board.
I get the XP for 1, and I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. Okay, so that is my first action. Second attack, 2. Now we only have 1 black die, still in purple, 1 defense. Okay. Alrighty. So I will add a yellow.
And re-roll your purple, maybe?
Okay, I will re-roll my purple.
I was like, you don't need mana. I mean, you can use it to ignore blue dice.
Okay, because I'm getting a mana from here anyways. Yeah. I don't need to ignore. Yeah, I can't ignore the blue. There's nothing on it. This doesn't do anything because it's only on their attack. And then I can't take the mana, but I have for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I needed 1 to kill this little guy.
And 5 left is more than enough to kill the last one.
So I take 1 and 2 from 1 of each, and then 2 more for the main guy.
And I take 2 because you took the last one.
Oh, and I took them off in the wrong order. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Just continue on.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
So then...
Just cosmetics.
Our weapon that we got... Maybe I don't know if I take this instead.
Primeval Club, one-handed weapon attack. On attack, you can, as an ability, if you took at least 1 wound in this attack, deal 1 wound to the defender. That seems like right up your alley.
Yeah, that works
taking wounds and all that stuff.
All right, I am going to take that for now.
What? You replace the one that gives you 2 attacks on the same action?
I guess I do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then
they drop what?
They're dropping. I don't know yet.
What is this? Which one? Rare?
Rare.
Okay. Put back in the bag. And it's poisoned arrows, which is on a ranged attack, but you don't really do ranged attacks, but you still can equip it. And
I do have an ability with
You can do range
attacks.
Which would do an auto 1 wound to the defender if you want.
Okay, we'll just put that in there for now. And then they are dead. Did you got your 2 XP from?
I did.
Okay.
I'm up to 4.
And then I think that was my last action. I could change to move for free. I don't think I need to. Nope, I am done.
Because right now
they're going to go 1, 2.
Yep, and this other guy will just go 1, 2 unless this door gets open.
Actually, maybe I will. I will change to move for free because then maybe I can get in there by spending 1.
Or you just pick up more stuff.
Or I pick up more stuff. Yeah.
Move and pick up more stuff.
And I have to trigger that token as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay, my turn is done.
All right. On my turn. I
want to know what the blood rage.
All right, I'm gonna spend 1 mana, and I'll do this little move on here and rotate this. I'll move here. Okay. Then I will do a move action. Yep. Move action 1, 2. So that's only my first action. Then I'm going to do a magic attack against these guys. Okay. And that will get me a yellow die. I'm in dark, so I get a purple. They have 2 minions, 2 black, and they don't roll defense for these fatties right here. I mean, these are basically like fatties from Zombicide, right?
They are almost the same, like looking.
They remind me so much of like the toxic fatties or whatever from one of those Zombicide games. But they don't roll defense, and their ability only works when they're attacking, so I'm not worried about that. All right, so let's hit these fools. Okay, they got claws, which again does nothing on their turn. Okay, I got my little shadow ability. Use any attack spell on the amulet for free. Do not rotate the marker. Only have 1 attack here, so I could just do it. Oh, this is actually pretty cool. So yeah, I will do that. So it adds 2 more hits. So they'll take 3 hits, right? Right. And they take a 2 fire because I have a fire ability here, and this adds a fire. Okay.
Nice.
That's done. Okay, I'll attack again, right? Yeah, because I did a free move here, kind of free move, not an action. Here, now I have 1 action left, yes. So let's just attack again. So Shadow, no defense. I didn't kill anybody, so there's still roll 2 black. And I get a yellow die. Get him. All right, so I'm taking a wound, which I can't avoid, okay? The claw does nothing on their defense. I get this shadow thing again.
Again, nice.
Wow.
That's awesome.
So I'll get 2 hits here plus the 1 hit here. Oh, I get a mana. Forgot. Did I forget to take a mana on the last one?
You did not take a mana on the last one.
I
If you had
probably
that same
forgot.
symbol.
Oh, plus I take mana from this.
So yeah, so you should.
Yeah. Let's go up to our max mana either way. And then they'll get 2 more fire tokens. Yeah. So the damage I'm doing is 1, 2, 3. So that's a total of 6. So I'll remove 1 here. So it gets rid of 1 off there. I get an XP going up to 5. And so there's 2 left on the next one, and they have 4 fire tokens. Okay, finished. And I don't rotate this because of that shadow ability.
That's so good.
Which is crazy that I didn't like rotate. I was thinking I was gonna hit and then, you know, swing around and then take damage to deal damage, but I didn't need to do that.
I don't think he needs to rotate because he got the face twice.
No,
on both attacks that said he can.
Yeah, so I did rotate from the move because I did that ability, so that rotated from moving 1. But then this spell, I didn't have to rotate because I only used it based off this. So use any attack spell on the amulet for free. Do not rotate the marker. So because I rolled the shadow thing on both attacks, I didn't need to rotate the marker, but I still used this attack spell. Now, you don't have to use the attack spell. Let's say I haven't done this yet, but let's say I just attack them and I did enough damage on my dice and stuff, and I don't want to add fire tokens or extra hits. If I don't use this spell and spend mana, this stays here. Just because you're doing an attack doesn't automatically use this and rotate it.
Oh, Necrocomic-Con has a good question and says, can't you still use the ability pay and add 2?
No, because like we explained at the beginning, each attack ability for the heroes can only be triggered once per attack or action or timing of that window. So if you had a combat ability to reroll dice or add a frost token or whatever, it's only once per combat for the heroes. Same with attack abilities and that kind of stuff. The enemies, though, can do their abilities multiple times as long as they have enough claws or whatever to do those abilities. Okay.
Okay.
So that's
even though it's free, it's still.
This comes into play if I took that extra. If I took another skill. If I took another skill that had an attack, I don't know if there are any. Probably not. Oh, if I did this. If I had this situation. If I had this situation where I had an attack here and an attack ability here, I could have used that shadow to like, attack with this one normally by spending a mana, which would have rotated, and then I could use the shadow resolve that die to get this one for free and stay on it. So that way I would have gotten 2 attack abilities, but they're 2 different instances. So you can do as many attack abilities per each attack, but they have to be different abilities, but you can't trigger the same one multiple times. So that's why I couldn't do it twice. And this I could not use. I couldn't use this one because it's not an attack ability. Again, it's very specific, right? Use any attack spell. This one does not have the word attack, so no, you can't use this one either. Okay, so hopefully that clears up things, Clace, and makes it clearer for you. But yeah, attack spells specifically have to say the word attack to be used during an attack, okay? This one doesn't even take an action. I just have to take the 2 wounds and spend a mana during my turn before or after an action. Okay? This is all explained. The rulebook is very clear about this on page... you can find the PDF online on Cool Mini or Not's page for the game, but there's like a summary page that talks about actions, and it'll all make sense on page... what page? 28. 28 covers all of this pretty much straightforward. And also throughout the rulebook, it mentions this stuff about the actions. But, yeah.
And just to answer Necrocomicon's question, he triggered him on 2 separate attacks.
Yes.
Like 2 separate actions, so that's okay.
Yep. Bingo. All right.
I think everyone's good now.
Oh, Larry says it's an additional free attack. No. Yeah. Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. You don't spend the 2 mana. My bad. Yeah, I didn't spend the mana.
Yeah, so he just saves the mana, but still gets to do the ability, and then doesn't have to rotate it.
This guy's just making it confusing because of this thing. It's going against everything I've explained so far. But, yeah. Hopefully that's clear. Okay.
That was your 3 actions?
Yes.
All right,
Flip
and
my
I've
token. You're done.
Enemy?
Enemies. So this guy we know will just what's he say? Actually, let's do these guys first. So we can do either or. But these guys will activate. Well, they have 4 fire tokens.
Oh, let's see.
So let's remove 1 fire token. That's cocked eye. That's a cocked eye. Let's re-roll that one. Oh, 2 damage. So that 2 damage will kill one of them.
All right.
I will gain an XP.
Come on.
Let's remove another fire token. I love fire in this game. When it's on the enemies.
1.
1 damage.
Okay. 3 away.
Next fire token. 1 damage.
Come on, because the copper's hoping for a 2.
We need a 2. We need a 2. Come on, 2 swords. Let's go. Nope. In the tray. 1. He's 1 away from dying. So
that's okay.
He's now going to finish his activation. So this is just the leader by himself. He will try to attack. No one's in his space. Oh, wait. They are actually holding a ranged weapon.
Oh, he's going to attack.
So he can actually
there.
attack me from range. But do pillars affect bad guys?
I want to say yes, because...
That's a question I have. Let's find out. I have it right here. A pillar. Pillars do not block line of sight, but hinder range and magic attacks. When attacking through or into a zone containing a pillar token from another zone, the attacker rolls 1 less yellow. If the attacker has no yellow dice, nothing happens. So because it says attacker, that can apply to both the bad guys or us, you know? So, yeah. So because this guy is attacking ranged into a space with a pillar, he's losing 1 of his yellow dice, which is all he's attacking with. But he also doesn't get any black dice because there's no minions left in the mob. And I roll a blue on defense. So here we go.
Mm-hmm. You're hiding behind the pillar. He can't see you.
So I rolled a block. They rolled no dice. So defense.
No dice.
And on my defense abilities, I have a way to get an extra block and a way to gain a mana. But I'm already at my max mana. So there you go. Hopefully that all made sense. And then he will do it again because he has a second action. It's blank. Again, I can't gain mana. I get an extra block. Nothing else on defense. But you still might want to do that if I had other defense abilities that could like fire off. You still can do them all and everything. All right. Now this guy, he says, if there's a minion in the ghoul zone, there's not. So otherwise, he moves 3 zones toward the closest hero and attacks them if possible. This door is not open. They don't open doors. 1, 2. Oh.
I think it's minion, not leader, right? I don't think he kills leaders.
Moves towards the closest hero and attacks them if possible.
Oh.
But I don't think it's possible. So I don't know if he actually does this one, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying, because he can't actually get to somebody.
Yeah, so I think he just does the 2 actions, right? Just like the other roaming monsters do. So 1, 2. He just moves like that, I think. Yeah. Because it's not possible. Yeah, this is not possible. So yeah, we'll just go to the normal default of a roaming monster. I misunderstood that, I think. All right, done. Level up. I'm only at 6. I need 10 to go to level 3.
7 I'm at, so I'm not leveling up either. Nope.
Darkness. I move this over here. We put a rare treasure token into the bag. So the loot bag just got better.
No, rare, you said, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like if you put that epic in, but...
Rare.
Yeah.
In the bag. Okay. Tokens.
Clay says, move 1, then he can jump and attack. Clayus, are you sure you read the rules for this game? You're kind of missing a lot of things here. So how the roaming monsters work, like I explained earlier, maybe you weren't here. First, they check the first line. Can they do it? If not, they'll do the second line. If they can't do that, they'll just act like a regular mob on the board and just have 2 actions. They will try to attack if something is within range. This guy's melee. So if he's in this space, there is nothing to attack. So then he will move. Second action, he will check. Is there something to attack? No. Then he will move. There is no going back to these lines and reevaluating them after each action. Does not work that way. Okay. It is simple, a straight line flowchart. Can you do option 1? No. Do option 2? No. Act like a mob. That's it. That's all there is to it. There's not looping back after every action or anything like that. It's pretty straightforward. Again, roaming monsters, pretty clear, pretty clear. Clayas, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude, but from learning many, many games and trying to learn them for stream and stuff, and like trying to understand them so I can teach them to other players, even off stream too. Huge thing in games, and I found it changed my understanding of board gaming and being able to play the game more correctly with less stumbling. I'm still new to this game, but in general, I recommend in a game that's like, a 2.5 plus complexity, read the rules once. It will not sink in. You will
some of it will.
Yeah, some of it will make it in, some of it won't. Try to play close to when you're about to play. Then play the game. Play solo by yourself, play two-handed, whatever. Play the game once. Then you see some cards, you see some actions, you see the flow of the game, play with the reference, play with the rulebook, keep looking things up. But after you've played 1 time or 2 times, full of mistakes, step away from the game, take a nap, sleep at night, come back the next day, and reread the rules fully through. And things are going to pop out. And what I use sometimes in more complex games is those little post-it sticky arrow things, if you've seen on some of our streams. I'll put them in the rule books or learn to play guides or reference books for the games, pointing at rules that we missed or did wrong or stick out. But when you read through the rule book a second time after seeing it on the table and actually touching and feeling it, this is for a lot of different learning styles, whether you're an audio, visual, or physical learner, like you have to do it. The second read of the rule book, things will just start like absorbing and things will pop off the page and they'll make more sense. And as you read through sections, it'll start to make more sense also. I find with rule books, even though they show you the components in the first few pages and then go through setup and the rules, it's like all that doesn't come together till you actually have the components on the board and play through a few turns or a couple games.
Yeah.
So Clayus, I recommend to fully understand the game now that you've got a game under your belt. It totally changed the way I learn. But again, I'm like a half visual, half audio learner. I don't need to do something to learn it, but I found it still helped me to visualize the game on the board. So then when I'm reading the text later, and sometimes I read out loud to help me learn as an audio learner, it just helps things sink in. Or I'll watch someone else play through it on YouTube to hear them explain it too in a different word, kind of like how through university and college, like hearing the professor explain things, but then I read them and I try to understand them. Sometimes I watch a YouTube video of another professor explaining it just to hear like different ways of how rules are explained or theories or whatever. And it helped it sink in for me, but that's how I learn. So pro tip, go back through the rule book after playing and try to do it very near when you just played. Because like Mel, I showed her to do that.
Yeah, we always do that.
And yeah, things will just pop out and we'll be sitting there and I'll be like, Mel, our first playthrough, we did this wrong. Oh, by the way, this could have happened. Oh, by the way, we never had this happen, but this I didn't realize could happen because I didn't catch it on the first read of the rule book. So pro tip, like keep asking, but I think Clays, you're just kind of stating things as fact, but you have them incorrect. But feel free to ask questions if you're not sure and we can get to the bottom of it for sure. But I just get this vibe that like you need another cruise through the rule book, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but just helpful. Like hopefully that helps somebody out. Like anyone who's like learning these type of games or more complex games, read the rule book once. Do not expect to absorb everything. Play it once, full of rules issues. Look up rules. Play it even without looking up rules. Just play through it all messy. Who cares? And then go back and reread the rule book. Your second playthrough after that will be like you'll be like 99% have the rules correct. It works well that way. At least that's what I find. But yeah, pro tip. Yeah. Hopefully that helps you. But that's why I say the same thing to players in person too. Like when they're kind of saying those kind of things, like this is how it works. But I'm like, I think you need to go back and read one more time. But I do that too sometimes. I think I understand it, but I don't. All right. Wouldn't the skeleton move into melee since its range attack dice was negated?
I think they mean the undead this guy.
Yeah, no. I don't think so. Because it didn't say about pillars, right?
Yeah, it doesn't say.
No, I don't think it works like that in this game. Like, I don't think it's smart enough to go, oh, there's a pillar there, I reduce all my dice. Because remember, if he had minions in his group still, he would still be rolling black dice, which could do abilities and hurt me and all this stuff. So I don't think that's the case. I think we just got a good situation here. But again, if you're watching this later, anyone knows there's like a errata on that, or that's not how it works, or you know a page number that explains why that guy would move in. But I don't remember reading any rules in the FAQ or the rule book about if they're not rolling any orange, yellow dice, they'll move in. I don't think there was any rules based on that.
I didn't see anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they're that smart in this game. These guys are really dumb. These monsters. Come on, look at this guy. You think this guy's smart enough to figure that out? Where is he? Does this guy look smart enough? Mm-hmm. Look like he's wearing a cage on his head. He doesn't know what's going on. His guts are like falling out the front here. I don't know what's happening. This guy's a mess. He doesn't know what's going on. All right. I don't know where we were. Darkness. We just did the darkness.
We just did the darkness. Flip our token. I just want to say thank you for subscribing, Bart, as well.
Oh, Bart, thank you so much. Sorry, I was ranting, rambling there. And
that's okay.
Not ranting, but giving some pro tips, I think.
Yeah, it definitely helps. That's the way I target even smaller games now.
I know that'll help some people out for sure, because I remember there was a point, and I think it was like one game that really worked for me was when I first was learning Sword and Sorcery of Mortal Souls. And I read that rule book back to front and front to back and middle to back and middle to front, like, because the way that rule book works, there's like 3 sections and they say you can read them like in any order and all this. So I did that, and I still 60-70% maybe the rules sunk in. But it wasn't until we actually played through a scenario once or twice, then I went back to the rule book, then it started making sense. And I was like, oh my God, this game isn't that bad anymore. So that's the game that like really made the light bulb go off to learn games that way. Not every game is like that, but like as you get in the medium to heavyweight games, it's like that is a really helpful way to do it. Like spend the time playing a game horribly full of mistakes. Just don't do it on YouTube. And some content creators do that by accident. But I try not to do that too much.
Oh, there's page 23 says leader gets 1 black die if they lose their loot item somehow. But isn't that only if they literally lose their loot item?
Yes, that's correct. And he still has it.
Yeah, I think we're good still.
Yeah, so that would happen, but this is not that situation, right? He still has that loot item.
He still has the item, but he just lost his dice.
Yeah. He just hit the pillar. So what is happening, I think, is he's shooting an arrow off his yellow dice. And it hits the pillar and just kind of falls on the floor, right?
Yeah, because he's hiding behind it.
Yeah, he still wants to attack. Yeah.
Oh, correct. You're saying. Okay, yeah. Yes.
Perfect. No, I appreciate it, Rodden. 100%. That is a rule I will forget because I've never seen that happen yet. So I'm assuming some point in the campaign we'll have an item that like removes their loot card from them or something. I don't know how that happens.
I don't know how that would happen. Maybe even some, I don't know.
But Rodden, I will forget that when we get to that point. I will 100% forget that rule.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it up, though.
I'm glad you're on it, so you'll remind us when we get there.
Yeah. Good point, though. That's an easily forgotten rule, I would assume. Okay,
I think it's back to our turn.
What do we want to do?
I can just... I can just do stuff in the room I'm in, unless you want to take care of some...
Yeah, get your 3 XP from flipping the switch.
Yeah, get some items.
Loot. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go first. That's fine?
Yep.
So I'm going to start... First action is move, and I will trigger the switch.
So you're going to lift that objective token off the board.
Take that off the board.
You're going to take 3 XP.
1, 2, 3.
Was there anything else that happened?
I'm now at 10 XP. I don't think so. Not until both.
Yeah, okay. We don't like spawn a monster, make monsters move or anything? No. Okay.
So I'm at 10 XP, so I will be leveling up next turn. Yeah. And then I'm going to use my second movement point to pick up this common item.
Put it back in the bag. And you get, what do you win today? A big freaking greatsword.
Oh.
2-handed. You get to roll a yellow and an orange.
Man, oh man.
But I think you have a better combo.
I do have a better combo, but that's good.
Orange dice is great, but I think with your like dual attacks, this is kind of like, this says you're basically rolling like 4 yellow dice for 1 action. That is like rolling 1 yellow and 1 orange. I think 4 yellows is better, but who knows? Okay, that's fine. But it's still loot you could trade in. All right. I'm going to then, while I'm on movement, I'm going to spend 1 rage just for a movement point. I think I'm counting it out here. You can go back 1, this way too. 2. Well, 1 and 3, then pick up the chest. Yeah. 1. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do that. So I've moved with my Reckless movement.
Reckless movement. Okay, then I'm going to action 2, first movement point.
No, you have to take a move action to be able to do a move ability.
I did.
And you only went one space?
I picked up items.
Oh, you did this as part of your first one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
gotcha. I thought you were starting a new action.
No, that was all part of the first one. I just didn't know if I wanted.
Your first one too.
No, I did. Now, action 2, I'm going to do a move again. First movement point is pick up this chest.
What'd you get?
Oh, I got 2 rares.
Oh, sick. Show the camera the bottom of that chest.
Oh, yeah.
Goodies. Like the sword and sorcery ones, right? Where you flip them over and you find what goodies you get. So the rare treasures you get first. Oh,
I have no leg items.
Here's another cool thing. This reminds me of from Role Player, trying to build sets of armor and stuff. In this game, you can build sets. In the core retail game, it comes with one set, the Shadowbane set. And if you're holding at least 2 of this armor, you then grab your Shadowbane card for your class. So in Mel's case, if she were to grab another one of these, she would get Shadowbane Berserker card. And on this card, it tells you get the Shadowbane minor power if you have at least 2 things from that set equipped. You can equip 1 melee 2-handed weapon as a single-handed weapon. If you somehow find 4 at least of the Shadowbane sets and you have them all equipped, instead the Berserker may equip 2 melee 2-handed weapons as single-handed weapons. In addition, whenever they kill a leader or roaming monster, you gain 2 rage.
So good. That's so good.
This aspect that ties in with the loot, giving you extra abilities that ties in with the asymmetric classes, is amazing. I love this kind of combo-y set collection stuff. It's good. This is good stuff.
I'm excited. Okay.
But as you buy expansions, I think the campaign expansion adds another set that we can play with starting tomorrow. But in the Kickstarter, they probably had other ones in the stretch goals and stuff. I don't know, but at least the default game comes with a set to try to build them up. And your second rare treasure is I would have freaked out if you got another. 3
blue dice. Wow. This is so good.
And look at this one. When you're in light and you're defending, you ignore one die. You just pick. You're like, I don't want that die to affect me.
Wow. And 3 blue die. This is okay.
You see the excitement here from loot cards?
Wow.
And if I didn't show it and wasn't clear enough, this is just the retail game. Bought at retail. But look how much loot there is of each set. Tons. And look how much loot that the monsters can grab. So this is all loot. So this is why Tiny recommended this game to me. And I'm sure Tiny's decks from all the Kickstarter all-in pledge is probably like, I need a different card tray holder. But they probably go like this high. I know we're going to add more loot and stuff from the campaign expansion, I think. But yeah, it's neat. Definitely neat. It's like, I'm a loot goblin in games. I love the discovery aspect as you play in this game of the leveling up often. And the tons of loot and skills is like constant, ever-changing, evolving game. And I find with Sword and Sorcery, it's a little slower with that.
Oh, it is, yeah.
It's like you play for hours and like finally you find an item that we can equip, or you get a skill every few sessions. This game, on the other hand, is just like kind of throwing it at you like in excess, which is cool. I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
All right.
Loot is life. Yes,
yeah.
Layla. Yes.
Okay, so that was only 1 movement point. I can move again for movement 2. And then do I want to use Reckless? Would get me to here. Then I can move again 1, open the door.
You can get to this guy and trade. You have a pile of stuff.
I don't think I can trade. Maybe I can trade this turn, one, and then one next turn. And then 1, 2, 3 would get me in.
1, 2, 3. Yeah,
but then I could defend. But then I defend in light.
And you also want to get wounded.
And I want to get wounded. Okay, so we're going to do that. So I'm going to spend 1 to move me 1 more. Now action 3, I'm going to move again 1. I will open the door for movement 2.
Okay.
Door card.
And if you want to grab the treasure for the room and the mob.
Yeah.
Invigorating Wind. The active hero gains 1 action this turn.
Oh,
look at this.
Look at that.
You can probably get in there and attack these guys.
I don't know if I can. I don't think I have enough.
I hope this is how it goes during the whole campaign when we're playing, where we just keep drawing door cards that just do awesome stuff for us.
Okay.
Other than this guy that happened.
Let's see what mob we're going to fight.
Infernal Imps. 3 health each, 1 blue die. They get a treasure. Oh, no. Are we drawing from a different deck? Are we at 3 yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I thought we leveled up.
Next turn.
Next round. Okay. On defense, for every claw, they kill 1 imp. Then deal 1 wound to each hero in the attacker's zone.
Oh, that's good for me.
That's kind of neat.
Okay.
So here you go.
So we got these guys are going in here. Okay, and then I'm going to draw a loot for their card. Oh, we got another rare. And then they are going to be holding a... Oh, do you want to look at it?
No, yeah.
No, I don't look at it before.
Yeah.
1 yellow die, melee. Melee. Okay. And then I'm going to get an extra action, but before I do that, I'm still going to... 1, 2, and I have to spend one more of these to move in here.
Yep.
So now I have a whole action, which I think
You could.
I want to trigger this, I feel.
I know. You have the option now. There's no enemies in your space.
You could trigger it.
You
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Craft or whatever it's called. Where at the blacksmith, you can use 1 movement point to trade in 3 things, and you can use the 2nd movement point to trade in 3 more things.
Yeah.
But you might not have that many things.
Well, maybe based on what I get. I might change something out.
Yeah.
So let's do these first.
I'm
gonna do a movement.
1 movement point interacting with the blacksmith or whatever.
Yep. I'm gonna trade out
so
these
just put those
3.
in a discard pile somewhere. So those are all common.
And starting, yeah.
So that's common.
Yeah.
Starting is common.
Yeah.
So then you get a rare.
I got a duplicate. Okay.
Cuirass.
Unless you might want it?
Not in your space. You can't.
But I could keep it for you, or I just trade all 3 away. All right. I'll do 2nd movement point is to do it again.
Okay.
And I get
now there is a play, so you just quickly got rid of all that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a play where you take that rare, you take this rare, and you take like one of these 2 rares, and you trade it for an epic.
No, I don't want to do that yet.
But I just want to show you, because I do crazy stuff like that, gambling on the deck. But this is the kind of fun of this game, is you could have just keep the common and start trading up to get higher, but even trading away stuff you have equipped. But then it's risky that you don't find what you need to kind of fill in those gaps. But
no, I'm too scared. I'm just gonna go for a rare.
I'm too scared.
Oh.
So you got a Seer of the Future, which is a one-handed magic. On a magic attack, you reroll all defense dice that weren't blank.
I'm giving this to you.
But you get 2 yellows
whenever I can, just because it's a magic. In magic, you'll get to roll more dice, right?
On a magic attack, reroll all defense dice that weren't blank.
Hold on.
I know,
why would you not want... Is that just the downside of being able to roll 2 dice?
But I don't have to trigger this. I can only trigger this on magic attacks.
We roll all defense die that weren't blank. Oh, maybe that's when they're attacking you even, magic.
But no, I can only trigger attack stuff when I'm the attacker.
I don't know why I don't want to do that.
I don't know.
That weren't blank. So any defense die.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
yeah.
I wasn't understanding the weren't.
Misread.
Sorry.
I probably said it wrong.
No. I think I was thinking the same thing you were. I'm like, why would I? Okay, but I'm going to hold this because I think I want to give that to you
I'll take that.
Once we can meet up somewhere in this area.
All right,
and
so
then I'm done. Yeah, that was a fun turn. Yeah, sorry, we were just not reading that correctly.
Loot Devil and Rob is strong today. Yes, Yogi. I do crazy stuff. Like when we're playing off camera, I was like, man, I'm holding rares. I'm going to just start unequipping stuff just to try to get epic.
Which I would be...
It was fun, though. Like, I was getting crazy stuff, but some stuff you're like, oh, that doesn't really work for me. But it's fun. It's definitely fun. It's like, it's definitely risky.
Okay. It was reading just like we were. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that. I was re-rolling blank dice in my head for a minute.
It's not like it's a forced ability. So
yeah, I'm like, why would we want to do that?
Well, Tiny says Forge works differently in campaign mode. You interact with the Forge and take a mob item from the pool.
Oh, I'm excited to read that and see how that works. Because you're leveling up differently in that.
Interesting. Not sure if I like that. Yeah, that's bad for Mel, re-rolling, right? Necrocomic says, why would you want to re-roll all their defense and wounds?
I don't want to, but I want to give that to Rob. So one, he can roll 2 yellow dice, and then he can re-roll if he needs to.
And I can attach another one-handed weapon, maybe. Okay. My turn?
Yep.
Think I just got to finish this guy off in front of me and then run like a chicken into your room.
Yeah, because I can take
Or I just leave this guy and I just go 1, 2, Then I have to spend a whole other action to get in an attack, which is only one attack on those guys. I think you're okay at defending.
And
you have 100 defense and all this.
They attack themselves and wound themselves and stuff.
Yeah. So I will just attack this guy here. So I have 1 yellow. They have no... I get a purple, and they get nothing else. Because he doesn't defend with a blue. There's no minions to add black dice.
Oh, his yellow is not there. Oh, sorry, this is you. So sorry.
I'm attacking.
So sorry.
Why does Rob always take my jokes seriously? Because I don't understand.
We're reading text.
We're reading text.
There's no inflections.
I know you have the emoji after with the thinky, but that you could be seriously thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a serious question.
You need to put the winky face smirking emoji. Come on,
or brackets JK.
Yeah, or /S for sarcastic or whatever, you know? Come on. That's why that's why I take your stuff serious. And now you're upset about this truly because you put double crying emojis, so you might not be joking. No, he might be joking, or maybe he's super upset.
Yeah.
And we need to console him. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyways. Oh, yeah, put the clown. Yes,
yeah, Edgar. Yeah, that's
true. Put the clown
Edgar.
at the end. Reading is hard. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it is hard.
All right. Okay. So I'm gonna spend a mana to fire off this ability. And add 2 hits, and this guy takes a fire, but that 2 hits is enough to kill. And I get a mana back from this purple die. And yeah. And I get this one. And this will go back to the bag, and I get a common. So crossbow, and I found a double axe. Yeah.
Oh,
on attack, I get a free reroll. I don't want to give up all the magic I'm doing, but I'll just take that, put it in my pile of loot. Okay, then this guy is gone. I get 3 XP, you get 2 XP. So I go to 9.
I'm at 12. Oh, we need you one more.
And I need 1 more XP.
What am I doing with this right here?
All right. Then my second action will just be move 1, 2. And third action will be move and interact with the forge or blacksmith or whatever. And I will trade. I mean, if you ever get that set going, that'd be crazy. I'll just trade in these 3 starting common items, whatever, for a rare. And I found the Seer's Amulet. Anytime, look at the top of any roaming monster deck once per round. You may place the card at the bottom of the deck.
That's cool.
I don't know them all.
But I don't know them well enough, yeah.
I think we might have seen all 3. No, we've seen 3 out of the 4 now, I think.
Yeah, now we have.
I don't know the 4th one, what it does, but I can see as you play more, this becomes really powerful. But I think I'll keep my Fire Demonic Gauntlets equipped. All right, and I'm finished.
Okay.
Enemies. This guy we know is just going to go 1, 2 because we know he can't go 1, 2, 3 and attack anybody.
Okay.
These guys in here.
They are melee.
Okay, so they first action, they want to move. So they'll move to the closest. Now they can attack.
Okay, so they'll attack and we can say it's me.
Yeah.
So they roll 1 yellow, 2 black, and I roll 3 blue. And I'm in the light.
So Necrocomic-Con says, I'm over 50. I have no ideas how emojis work.
Oh.
And
oh no.
Yogi says, work? Question mark with a clown after it? Are you joking? HG is here saying, HG Bone Doc saying, Rob, are you liking this more than Zombicide? LOL, you seem to be enjoying yourself. I've talked a bit about it at the beginning. I'll save it till we're done playing to kind of give all my thoughts on it. I've been kind of trickling them in as we play. But again, this is only our 3rd time playing this game. 2nd time playing this scenario. We played only 1 other scenario. But this is my 3rd different class I played. Meltzer, different class I played. But we'll talk more about it at the end once we get through it. But yes, I am enjoying myself more than when I more recently played a Zombicide, which was, I think, Invader a couple years ago. But yes. Yes. All right, let's continue.
Okay, so I think this is a die pool. They get 1 yellow. There's 2 minions, so 2 black dice. I roll 3 defense dice.
And before you do that, I also want to say, again, apples and oranges. Zombicide played easily over 100 hours, probably a couple hundred hours of Zombicides.
Easily, yeah.
Got bored out of my mind. This, again, I'm only 3 sessions in, so I'm still early with the game. So if I played 200 hours of this, I probably wouldn't even make it to 200, but we'll see. But yes, for now, I'm enjoying myself. But yes, so if you compare them both, I could see myself getting bored of this game over time pretty quickly, but maybe not. Maybe it's like perfect. I don't know, but we'll see. All right.
So this die here says kill 1 imp. So kill 1 imp. Oh, they're all tangled together. Then...
So when they kill themselves, you get an XP?
Yeah, because I think... I think
yeah.
there's something about we can choose who gets it, but I think I'm going to give it to you because you need one. You need one more to level up, right?
Let's do that.
So it says kill 1 imp, then deal 1 wound to each hero in the attacker's zone, once per roll. Sorry, I forgot this hits you too.
What am I getting?
1 wound.
Oh no!
Deal 1 wound to each hero in the attacker's zone.
Oh no!
So my 1 wound goes to here. This guy's dead. Okay, and that's them. They only get 1 attack.
Okay, level up. I'm at 10.
I'm at 12. So I will lose 10.
So I go back to 0. Can you put this in the bag for me?
I can, and oops, and I'll put mine in the bag as well.
So we're putting epic treasure tokens in the bag.
We are also on level 3, so we're gonna now start mobs level 3.
And I get an extra mana to my max, which I'll take a mana
as
right
do
now.
I.
So now I can hold up to 7 mana and
hold up to 3.
5 health.
And then I get another card. I think I want to do...
So I saw this mentioned in the FAQ. I'll address it here because I assume somebody watching this now or in the future will have been doing this wrong. I can see how it can be confusing. If you notice on the level card, at level 1, you only worry about your max mana and HP on your card. But as you level up, you start getting extra. But how this game works, this is kind of confusing how they did this, but it makes sense once you read the FAQ. When I go to level 2, I get 1 max HP. Okay, it makes sense, it's easy. And if you're getting something new, you take the difference. So I take 1 extra health token when I level up. When I go to level 3, now I completely ignore this line. So I'm just getting +1, which I already had. So I don't get a new health point. I don't get a new max HP. This is just the same one in the line before it. But now new to my base stats, I get +1 mana. And we add this token to the bag. So when I move to level 4, I ignore these 2, and it's like I'm getting +2 to my base and +1 to my base. But because I was already at +1 health to my base, I only get 1 health difference. So I get 1 health token, and I go up to +2 to my base stats. But I don't get any new mana on level 4 going from level 3, so I don't get any new mana tokens. Hopefully that makes sense. But it is confusing. I saw some people explaining, I think in a video I was watching or online I was reading, but they were thinking that you get +1 health here. And then when you go to this one, you get an extra health on top of that.
That's what I thought initially.
Yeah, this isn't cumulative. When you go to a new level, forget the previous level, okay? Except for when you're trying to figure out the difference in what you've gained, then take those tokens of the difference, okay? Hopefully that makes sense. But it's clearly worded in the FAQ if you look that up. I should probably link the FAQ in the video description. I can do that while you're taking your turn.
Okay, and the card that did you already choose your card? I'm taking charge 1, which is a reckless. It's going to go under my reckless, which is my movement. I can spend 1 rage to charge. Spend an attack action with your hero. Move 1 or 2 zones to a zone containing at least 1 enemy, then perform a free melee attack. Kind of like the one I had in the charge ability that I had in Imperial Assault.
Oh, nice. I'm just going to keep it simple. I'll just upgrade Fire Course from level 1 to 2. And because I'm upgrading one, I have to put it in the same slot on the amulet, and it replaces the previous one. I can't put it in a separate slot. So that's that.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, so now I also, I can spend 2 mana, same cost, but now I can get 2 hits, and the defender takes 2 fire.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah, I figured with this guy on the board,
I know.
I probably want to start getting more offensive. Try to take him out faster, because I think we'll both need to do that. Or we can just run from this guy. Like, there's a play once you open this door, if we've got these guys dead and can get away, because he is now at the spot where he can go 1, 2, 3 and attack.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as we get out of the space, but the problem is, I don't think we'll have enough to open the door. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I might be able to if I take some wounds. These guys are 3. Yeah. I might be able to.
We might be able to run away from him and then try to escape, but we'll see. I want to try to take him down, but I don't know. He's like higher level than well, now he's like equal level to us now, but
yeah, it's easier to take him out actually if there's no minions on the board.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, because then he can't eat them.
Yeah, but they keep spawning. We'll spawn a minion in the darkness
which is
phase.
right now. Actually, sorry, I'm done leveling up. Are you?
Okay. Yeah, I took a skill. I got my extra mana. My max has changed. I put a token in the bag. That's all I do, right?
Yep.
Everything good there?
Yep.
Okay. Darkness. Okay, we'll spawn a mob, and the mob will spawn here.
We're spawning at level 3 now. So we are spawning. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, this is bad.
So tell us what happens, Mel, when you draw a mob that's already on the board.
So these guys are already in play. So what we need to do is we need to now take their higher or this level card, actually. We take this level card where we're going to replace the card that's on the board with all the tokens and everything stays the same. They're then going to get an additional action.
Which they'll do right now.
Which they'll do right now. This is going to get discarded.
So resolve
So let's see. I think it's this. If it's me.
You're still taking
again.
the hit.
Yeah, I'm still taking the hit. So it's still the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not the one. I'm like, no. You take the hits. I'm at 3 health out of 5.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So what do they do
okay,
with their
so they're 2 claws. So they have defense 1. So they can do it twice, but they only have 1 imp to kill. Kill 1 imp. So it's this. Oh, I see. Kill 1 imp. Then deal 2 wounds to each. Oh, it's 2 now. Is this going to kill you?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Do I have something?
No, you can't interrupt this. I don't think. Unless you can...
Ignore... I can ignore 1 die.
Yeah, so we can, one of those.
So I was just making sure. So I'll do the first one.
You're going to let me die?
No, I wasn't. That's what I was looking. But first one, I'll take 2 damage, or 2 wounds, which I'll throw them here. You'll take 2 wounds as well.
Item on level up? What's that mean?
You did get an item, did you not?
Item on level up?
Like you mean a skill? Is that what you mean?
I don't think you get a new item. Oh, you didn't draw... Oh, no, never mind. Oh, it doesn't replace their item. I don't think so.
No, I think everything stays the same. Their tokens, their item, all of...
Yeah, I think it just switches their base card.
It goes in the loot bag, the token.
Okay. All right. The token.
I think it specifically says all tokens stay the same. They just get an additional action.
Token on your level up.
We did that already.
Yeah, we did that for sure.
Yeah, tokens. We got our mana. We got our skill cards.
I think we're good.
Just
keep rolling.
Okay, so this one, kill 1 imp, which I've done. So take 2 damage.
Oh, no.
Then deal 2 wounds to each hero in the attacker zone. It says once per roll. So I think you can only do it once anyways.
Oh,
so then maybe I...
Ignore a different die?
No. That's fine.
Well, ignore this defense and hit him more.
No, that's them hitting me.
Oh, never mind.
So I think everything else, that's good.
But then ignore this die, so you're not getting hit.
I'm not getting hit anyways because I have defense. Okay, so...
Then ignore this blue die that's playing.
Okay, sure.
Ignore something.
Okay, so someone gets you can get the XP from this guy dying.
So Alex says plus max XP, plus X mana, and plus item. Oh, no, you're misunderstanding. So on this...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so this is not you gaining this. This is you adding a token to the bag, right? So that's why on setup, they tell the player to take 3 epic tokens and 1 rare treasure token and put them beside your board as part of setup. Because every time you level up, you're adding a new one of these tokens to the bag. So you take one from beside your board and you put it in the loot bag. Which Mel has off screen.
Which is, just right here, sorry.
So you take the token and you put it in this bag.
Making the bag better as you go.
You do not draw an item card. This does not mean you draw an item card. Unless I'm misunderstanding. But that's how I understand how it works.
Oh, Necrocomic-Con, you're right. I'm so sorry. It does say defense. So this is an attack. So this doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah, they don't trigger that.
I apologize. So take 2 back.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
You're right. This is an attack. That didn't happen.
Okay, cool. We got it.
So these are ignored, and I block the hit. All good. So that guy is still there.
Great.
Okay, sorry about that. You're right. It is defense.
Hello, Sajat.
Thank you. Okay.
Got him.
I think we're good now. We can flip these.
Trumpet says, add to bag. You are correct. Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Just add to loot bag. Okay, and we did that already.
Okay.
You're right. It also should have only been one black die. I just took the same die that were in there. I apologize. I made a mistake of that one, but it doesn't matter because the black die were both the same.
All right.
Okay.
So let's continue.
Back to us.
So that was just from them spawning in darkness, right? So in darkness phase we flip our token.
Yeah, that was our
Now it's our turn.
Now it's our turn.
What do you want to do here?
If I attack, I could just attack them. It's up to you. They're 4 health now.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to just fight them if you can. But can you do
I can change to rage, to blood rage.
Then you have no.
Then I can take a damage to then be able to roll. Okay, so I'm gonna once on my turn, I'm going to change to blood rage. Okay, then I get 2 yellow. I don't get purple. 1. They roll 1 defense. And that is all. And we're in the light.
Michael uses 3D printed dungeon walls for this game. Makes the tiles really pop and come alive.
Oh, awesome.
I always want to invest in those. When I go to Gen Con or Origins or whatever convention, even small ones, and I see people playing or I see companies that make that kind of stuff, and they have like these most elaborate setups with like dry ice fog and glowing lights underneath, and they show all the walls and the cool flame and lava and all this. I'm like, oh my God, I want to buy all of it.
I know.
And then Mel has to drag me away from the booth before I'm like throwing my credit card at them and stuff. But I do wish I owned a lot of that 3D stuff to like use with any dungeon crawler game. One of these years I will invest and just buy a kind of generic set from a company. I know there's ones you can buy that are like, cheaper made paper stuff. I know you can make that stuff yourself with craft items and things, but that is something I wish I had. The only problem with that stuff, and what I notice and I hear from other people, is sometimes if it's too tall, and depending on your table and where you're sitting and how tall your gamers are, it's hard to see over them and see what tokens are on the board or where the minis are and that kind of stuff sometimes. But there is different like lower stuff that just looks nice. I like, but yeah, it all looks awesome.
Because even the bushes that we have for the Zombicide, right? Sometimes it was hard to see over. Those are annoying a little bit. Stupid. Yeah. So Larry says, and Larry, you can also says, may I suggest that Rob go first? Heal, then darkness spell to kill the mob, in 3 on roaming monster. Oh, third action, I guess, would be on roaming monster. I can then get to the roaming monster if I didn't spend, if we rewind, I can then go 1, 2, 3 and get in there. We can kind of.
So here's the problem with that, though, that I'm worried about. So I'm at 3 health. I heal, I can go up to my max of 5. Okay? Then I take 2 wounds, which drop me down to 3 remaining. And if any of us start attacking these guys and they get claws, I start getting hit for more wounds and I'm in a scary situation.
Yeah.
So
whereas if I go first and kill these guys,
I still could get hit for 2.
No, I can ignore the die. That'll do that.
But you can't. Oh, it's just one.
It's only one. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I can ignore it. So I think it's fine for this one.
What I was thinking is if Mel can clear them and we look at how my health is, I might be able to heal and actually take more health. So just because these guys are in our space that can damage me also, I feel like Mel should go first.
Yeah, and because I can block it.
And then that's what I'm thinking. But you just could be right. It all depends on like dice rolls and stuff. But
so I'm on blood rage.
I know I have a heal potion too, but like,
so do I.
I feel like I'm going to need it when this guy gets to us and starts smashing us to bits.
Yeah. Your max is what now? Sorry, your max is 5?
Rob has a default action to recover.
That one? But you got to spend mana to do that, I guess.
Yeah, I have this one to gain mana, but it costs me a whole action.
Yeah, but your heal that you're pointed on right now is heal 2, right?
Yeah, but it still costs 2 mana to heal, but I'm only healing for 2 points when if you go and I get hit for more, I can heal for the full 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just do what we're doing.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to
ignore this one?
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that die.
Oh, no, but you're attacking, right? That's on defense.
Oh, that's on defense.
Yeah, you can't ignore it.
Okay, I can reroll.
So they're going to do what
I can reroll. Let's first take 1 wound and deal 1 damage to the defender. Okay.
But you might be okay letting them do that.
I'm okay, but it's you that I'm worried about. Because I'll just heal on my turn with this.
I think I can do that. Can I not do this off turn? And
yeah.
Go ahead, do whatever you're doing.
So then
I can take the 2 right now.
They're blocking 2 right now.
But again, you resolve
Kill
it.
one.
You resolve things however you want, I think, right?
Kill 1 imp. Deal 2 wounds. I can then roll and re-roll the defense. Okay, if you're okay to take this, I'll do this.
Sure, I don't know. It depends what happens in the next attack.
2 wounds.
Maybe you can kill them both here.
I think so, because then this would kill this one.
Yep.
We take our 2 wounds.
Who's taking the XP?
You.
Okay, I'm at 1.
Okay.
11 more to go.
And then I will now spend 1 rage to re-roll this one. That's better. And then I'll spend 1 rage to add a yellow die. Okay, that's good, but I don't have anything to spend my mana on. Okay, that's fine. And then I do 3 damage, which is enough to kill this guy.
Yay!
Got 1.
So he leaves the board. You get 3 XP. I get 2 XP.
3, going to 5.
And now collect your goodies.
Collect my goodies. Token is going to go back in the bag.
Which you're... Oh, look at this dragon sword. On attack, you can spend 1 mana to add a fire to the defender. It rolls an orange die.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Because
And what's underneath him?
What's underneath him? That is... Oh, the bone.
Oh, the common item.
Bone knuckles, ignore. Okay, I don't need
whatever.
that, but if you want it. Okay, and then these guys are gone. That token went back in the bag. XP is gathered. Okay, that was... I move 2. That was action 1.
Mm-hmm.
I could do a charge on him, actually. For free I'm going to heal. So I'm going to spend that to heal 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm thinking about visiting this forge I need to trade with you.
That's a whole action. What do you want to trade with me for?
To give you that magic one. So you're rolling 2 die?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that would be nice.
Yeah.
I can give you this to trade into the forge.
Okay. Do you want any of these? Can you?
No, they don't matter unless they have magic attacks on them.
Yeah, but you can ignore. Like, that one still works.
I don't do melee attacks, Mel. I need to do magic so I can do this stuff.
But that's not that. That's just on attack, you're ignoring the claw.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just the ability on that?
If you want, just to save some damage.
Yeah, I don't know. Here. So you still have 3 things to trade.
Yeah. Okay. And then that was action 2. Oh, I'm not on that one anyways. All right, in action 3, I just go 1 movement, I go to the forge, and I'm trading in all common.
To get a rare.
Get a rare.
And rare is...
Oh,
we got the
yes.
Divine Gauntlets, part of the Shadowbane set. Gives
Yes.
you automatic on attack and extra yellow die.
That's
you can
good.
only roll up to 3 yellow dice max, but...
So I'm getting rid of my poisoned arrows. I don't shoot range anyways. Now I get 2, so I get that card,
Damn.
right? I get my card because I have 2 of the same set.
How did you get that? You did that effect. You should have traded after, but okay.
Why should I trade it after? In case
Because then you
want?
would have, based on what you traded for, you could have.
Oh, I could have given
done
you.
all switcheroos.
Oh, I could have said I did that. Sorry, and then you just take that. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes. You're looking for the Berserker.
Yes, please.
So again, you may equip. Yeah, because see, now we can trade. Oh, I did give you something. Oh, but you
I
traded
traded
away.
it in. Yeah.
You could have had that 2-handed double axe. Okay. All right.
Okay. So I may equip 1 melee 2-handed weapon. Okay. And I have 1 movement point.
I say you move here, just be safe, because right now he goes
I can
1,
do-
2, 3 in attacks.
I can trigger that as well, actually, if we want. Because I can move to this stance for free, and then I can spend this last one to do a movement point, which would trigger. Like if I move here,
It's up to you if you want to.
I can move to this
I'm
stance
fine
for
with that.
free, and then I can spend 1 rage to trigger that. Unless you want to trigger it
Nope,
for the
it's
XP.
fine. Nope, take your 3 XP. This white door is officially
1, 2,
open.
3. Did we get? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Okay, put that away.
Okay, and then my turn is done.
Okay. Well, here's where we get crazy. Now, I think I want to do a move action to trade, and I can trade 3 rare, but then I'm getting rid of my cool add 1 fire to the defender every time I attack, which will be very powerful against this big guy. But you guys know me. I want to.
Oh, you want epic?
I want epic treasure.
Yeah, because now I'm gonna see what that epic would have been had I done what he said earlier.
So I'll spend my first movement point. I'll get rid of these 3 rares to draw. Is it our first epic?
Yeah.
First epic of the day. It better be epic, and I can equip it. Because we're not in the same space. I can't just give it to you, so I have to waste an action to trade. But what'd I get? A blade shield. I've only seen like 4 cards from this whole deck, I feel. So it's like, again, we have like 30 something cards to look through in there, but blade shield, one-handed, on defense, 2 wounds to the attacker automatically. And it gives me an extra blue die on defense.
Better than your knuckles?
Yoink. Knuckles are gone. That is sick. Because this, I can't get extra dice on attack, so it's not a magic weapon, but this will at least help me more on defense.
We have to remember that because that's up higher, so.
Oh, look, that's fine. All right. Sweet deal. All right. Then I'll use my other movement point just to move here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Should we spawn that monster?
Oh, yes.
Yes, let's do that. Sorry.
Yeah, when we open the door, yes.
Yep, sorry.
So this is gone. We're on level 3, so
Yeah, we're
we
spawning
get
some.
skeletons. We're going to get a loot token on them. 3 health, 2 blue defense dice. And on defense, for every 2 claws, we'll add a skeleton minion to this mob if possible, unless the attacking hero discards or spends mana.
I throw those to you.
Okay. Okay, we got our skellies.
Here's their token. Oh, juicy.
They're walking around with a rare treasure.
Here's their weapon.
And their weapon is going to give them,
Oh.
They're actually attacking for 2 yellow magic.
Okay.
Attack. All right. And that's all that we'd spawn in that room. There's no treasure tokens or anything. It's not a great room, but it has our exit point, which we need to spend a movement point to get out of here on. All right. So for my second action, I'm going to spend, no, it's not an action, sorry. I'm going to spend 2 mana to heal 3. Okay, that will transfer this to here.
I don't know if that creates a door card, does it?
I don't know. Yeah, probably because it's a chamber, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll do it. I'm just not sure if it does, but blood ritual room. Discard all. Oh.
Oh, whoops.
Oh.
That would change. Okay.
Undo everything we just did. Woo.
Sorry.
So shuffle these both back into their decks if you can in a second
sure
when you use
can.
those. So let's spawn. It says spawn a roaming monster in the furthest zone of this chamber. So we'll just do it in the same zone. All zones in this chamber with a treasure receive 1 additional treasure token. Well, unfortunately, there's no treasure.
Oh, doors unlocked, not open? I don't remember how the wording of it was on the quest.
Oh, is that what it is? I think it does say spawn. No, I'll bring it up.
Okay. Yeah, because I can't remember.
Yeah, let's just look at the rules so we're good. Or the scenario rules. Okay, it says if Inferno reveals, as soon as both color side up objective tokens are removed, the gate opens. Flip the door token indicated with a white outline to the open side and reveal the chamber as usual.
Okay, so
which to me, we would draw a door token, we spawn our treasures, we get our mobs. All that would happen. We just jumped the gun, we skipped the door card. So we're rewinding, drawing a door card. That's how I would follow it based on this wording here on the right side there.
Okay, so this
goes back in the bag.
That goes back in the bag.
So we're gonna spawn a roaming monster of level 3.
Please don't be that guy. Oh, okay.
It's Andra, who's gonna get 2 loot tokens pulled out of the bag, which you probably could have just kept that one you pulled. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
And how he works, he rolls 3 blue and a black on defense. He can attack melee with all those dice or range with all those dice.
Oh.
If it's in the dungeon, it attacks the hero with the lowest health in line of sight if possible, then remove from the dungeon. If it's not in the dungeon, place it on the zone adjacent to the hero with the lowest health, then it attacks that hero. And then on combat, So on attack or defense, for every claw it rolls, deal 2 wounds to another hero with the lowest health in line of sight.
Oh my god.
This guy's awesome. I love this mini. This one's cool.
Thank you.
This silly looking bird thing. Just, it's got his tongue hanging out and everything. Okay.
So he goes in the farthest room.
Yeah, we'll just put him in the same
chamber.
spot. It's as far, it's either here or here, but
Those
whatever.
are the tokens that are going on his card.
Discard
That's
this.
gone.
So when you kill him, you get an epic treasure, a common treasure, and an epic treasure. Amazing.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's missing tokens. Did we not?
Oh, we may not have. Sorry.
Oh,
It's
you know
just one?
why? When I switched him, maybe I didn't put tokens on him, or I forgot to ask you for tokens. Let's just get 2 tokens on this guy.
2 tokens? No problem.
Yeah. 2 common, okay. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. What happened there? I don't know.
We don't gain XP from opening, but I did gain 3 XP from
No.
the token
You
that I
only get
revealed.
XP in this game from objectives when it tells you usually, or when you take figures off the board.
Yeah.
And
Which I did get 3 from the objective.
yeah. You took 3?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 8 now.
Perfect.
I need to get to 12 to level up to level 4 because I think we need to be higher level if we're going to kill that bird.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. So that was.
So
I think you have
did
only
this and
healed
I
or
moved.
something.
Now I healed. So I have 2 actions left. I can lose a mana to take 2 wounds, deal 3 wounds to any enemy in the dungeon. I don't know if we can handle, this guy is 8 per hero, so 16 health. This one is 14 health.
I think we can outrun this one. We may need help with that one.
But again, if this guy moves 3 to the closest hero and attacks, 1, 2, 3 can't get to you. 1, 2, 3 can't get to you. And if I'm over here, 1, 2, 3, he can get to me here. So I literally need to be on this space or gone. And then this guy, we know he's attacking from there, which is scary. So I'm worried about taking wounds right now and then being in a position to be attacked. Unless I spend a whole bunch of mana to get around to healing again.
But
I do have my heal potion.
a heal potion.
I might
Can
as
you
well
get
just
out?
That's what I'm going to think about here.
Okay.
So I have to spend a movement point to open the door. And then move in the hallway. Okay, I'm in a bad position. I can do this spell, which will rotate me to my free 1 movement point, but I have to spend another mana to do that. So that would only get me to here. And I'd be down to 3 mana. And then I can do 1 final move to go 1, 2, and I'm not out. But then I'm sitting here, and this dummy's going to attack me, and then he will leave the dungeon, which is not the worst thing.
As long as you're not going to be dead.
I just don't want to be in this space, so I'm attacked by this guy and this guy. I think I'm okay, though. I'm going to boot it. I do have extra defensive options now. I have a free block. I roll 2 blue dice. I deal wounds back to the attacker. I gain mana on defense. So, like, I'm okay taking hits. So let me just think here. I healed, so I'm on this one. I just need to think through my mana. So I'll do this. I'll spend 1 mana, take 2 wounds. That'll give me rage. Oh, no, wait, not me. Never mind. Then I will deal 3 wounds to an enemy in the dungeon. I feel like it's going to be this guy. So I'll deal him 3 wounds. Okay. I spin this. Then I'll spend... I'll do my second action to do 2 movement points. 1 will open this door. 1 will move me here. Then I'll spend a mana to do this move spell and rotate my wheel. That'll move me here. I think it's a 1 action, right? So then I do movement point, and I'll chug my heal potion. And that heals me 3 more. If you can just put that in your discard piles over there somewhere. Okay. Right. And now I'm lined up for a juicy attack. If I want.
We don't need to draw a door card on this one because we already revealed and did the room on this door opening.
Darius, you're not the first person to misunderstand that.
It's very confusing.
But if you played Zombicide before, it only happens when you open the chamber for the first time and you're spawning the chamber. It's not every time you open a door. Those should be called chamber cards, not door cards. That's super confusing. I think that's a missed opportunity. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, but everyone seemed to agree in the chat earlier.
No, it does specifically say the first time.
Yeah, I think we looked it up too, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. See, a lot like I joke about this game being baby's first dungeon crawler. Like it's not really Zombicide's baby's first dungeon crawler. This is toddler's first dungeon crawler. But because of like the rules, like I feel like they don't really learn every time they make a new rule book for these Zombicide clone games. They just kind of just spit out the same rule book over and over again, literally with the same lack of examples, the same bad wording. They need to make an FAQ right away because they've like not clarified things properly. Like it's not the most complex game, but they still somehow seem to mess it up, even though this is like the 17th Zombicide game they've made, and they still can't like lock down the rules and the format of the rule book and the examples and the wording. They always mess stuff up. It just happens, right? Because they're just trying to move on to the next Kickstarter, right? Keep it pumping out. But it just shows you like there's multiple people playing it wrong today in the chat. And I joke about this game being so simple and boring. Not this one in general, but Zombicide games in general. But man, people still, and I still mess up rules in all of them. And generally people do misunderstand them. So I don't know if that's a like...
It's an area for improvement for sure.
Yeah, I think it's an area of improvement. Like, again, read the FAQ. It's on their website. I need to put it in the video description. I'm going to do that right now because I don't want to forget. But on... Let me put the FAQ... I don't know if I can. I'll just put here. I'm gonna add to the description a link. One sec. Okay.
Oh, Yogi says, I think it's probably because they do weird tabletop simulator play testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I know the designers of this game, I think are Brazilian. I think.
Oh, so maybe some translation
I know
issues?
English is not their first language. And it's not like anything wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But obviously there's translators involved and stuff like that. And sometimes things get lost in translation when you're working with like playtesters and proofreaders and different publishers who are producing your game in different languages and stuff. Things can kind of fall through the cracks and kind of not be worded the best for like the audience, you know?
Yeah.
If I'm explaining that correctly. Okay, one sec.
No problem. Yogi says, next Kickstarter, where do I go all in? You can just get it at retail.
Yeah, we're playing the retail.
Yeah, we bought it at retail. You don't need to get on a Kickstarter.
Yeah, there's expansions. Yogi, there's like 100 expansions at retail. You can buy all the extra minis and classes and enemy packs and all this stuff. You can get a whole collection of crap for this game at retail. You know, you're missing some stuff from the Kickstarter, but like, who cares? You'll be bored of the game by the time you even use all that stuff or even care about that stuff.
I know you were joking.
No, I can't tell.
No.
Well, no, see, you did the clown face too late, Yogi.
Yeah.
I thought you were super serious.
You did just a shocked face.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, so this webpage is on CMON's webpage. I've put it in the video description. I just saved it, so refresh the page. If you want to bring up the rules PDF as you're watching, I should have did this at the beginning. And if you're looking for the FAQ. So what you need to do, it's hidden. So when you go to CMON's webpage, link down below, I have it actually linked to the Massive Darkness 2 page. You scroll down through all their advertising marketing stuff, okay, and their videos. And down here you have free quests. You can play these web quests and bonus content. But right here, the most important thing is rulebooks and FAQ. Their FAQ 1.0 is here. Rulebooks are here, and all that stuff. And if you're looking for the campaign rules, they're under a different section. But from here, you can get there pretty easy. Just click on Massive Darkness here to go back up one page. And then scroll, here's all the different Massive Darkness products. Click on Heavenfall, for example. And then if you scroll down through the campaign marketing material, you'll eventually get to bonus quests with campaign stuff and rule books here in English and French for the campaign. Okay, so if you're looking for the FAQ, you're looking for the rule books, I've linked it down in the video description to the Massive Darkness 2 page. You'll find it all there. Okay. Should have did that at the beginning. My bad. I'll go over that tomorrow at the beginning of the campaign playthrough too. If I can remember. Okay. Now what?
I think your turn was done, right? Yeah, okay.
Gone.
Just want to make sure. Okay, enemies.
So this guy, like we said, he can't move 3 spaces and attack somebody.
No.
There's no minion for him to gobble up. So he's just going to do move 2 to the closest hero. We can choose him to move this way.
Yeah, if we want.
Because that is, or, hold on, he was here. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Because there's 3 tied positions, as the players, we can choose. And I will definitely choose this guy to move this way.
Yeah, if I'm just going to run,
Fight me on that. I'm not letting you override me on that one.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, because we want to go this way. Leave them behind in the dust. You're allowed to do that. That's part of the fun of this game is manipulating
because our goal is just to get out at that space on the end there where Rob is standing. So
yeah, and now this guy, Mr. Birdman, wants to, if he's in the dungeon, he attacks the hero with the lowest health in line of sight. I'm the only enemy, or the only hero in line of sight. And then remove him from the dungeon. So he is attacking at range of a yellow, an orange, and a black. On defense, I roll 2 blue. And darkness doesn't matter on defense, right? Only when you're attacking?
Right.
And I think that's all there. Okay. All right, he rolled 1 claw. And that will deal 2 wounds to another hero with the lowest health in line of sight. There is no other hero, so this claw does nothing. I rolled only 1 block, but I have another built-in block on my steel helm. So I block 2 of these 3 hits. So 1 hit gets through, but also on defense, I will trigger deal 2 wounds to the attacker. So let's clear these 3, and we'll use a 5 token. Okay, so boom, he's at 5 damage out of 14. And now he removes himself from the board.
Man, I want to kill him.
He's gone. Where'd he go? So we'll just set him up over here.
Okay.
Okay. And
level up?
Level up. I only have 3.
I only have 8, so no level up for us.
Okay, darkness. We put an epic treasure token in the loot bag.
Epic.
Best part of the game.
All right. Do you want to go first and just jump out the dungeon? Or you want to wait and see if I...
Are you sure you don't need me here just in case things go crazy?
1, 2. No, I can get out too.
I'll go first. Oh, sorry. Flip our token in darkness. Yeah. I'll do a movement action. First movement point, I'll just leave the dungeon.
All right. Action 1.
And I'm done my turn.
2. Action 2. 1, 2. Action 3. I will leave.
Okay. So we could have stayed in the dungeon. We could have fought the roaming monsters. I could have used my whetstone.
Oh yeah, I never used it.
We could chase this guy down. We could fight, get more loot. The darkness phase would keep going, spawning more mobs. You can get in like an endless loot cycle of killing guys, getting loot, all that stuff. But I think you guys get the point of the game. And if you're watching this, you now understand how the game works. You've seen almost everything except for bosses and the other 4 classes that come in the base set. But you'll see... I think in the campaign, we'll probably play with 2 or 3 brand new classes that we've not seen in this playthrough. I might still play this guy, I'm not sure.
You like that one?
I do like him. This was going to be the guy I was going to play in the campaign, and I wasn't going to play him today, because we could show 5 different heroes in the first 2 gameplay streams. But I like what he's doing. The only problem is, knowing the one Kyle picked, knowing what you want to play, at least maybe you've changed that, I think you 2 will be less upfront fighty characters, so I might just have to default. What I do, I let all the other players who join me at a game, they all get to pick their characters first, 99% of the time. And then I pick what's left over. So we'll see what they pick, but we'll get to see some of those classes tomorrow. Hopefully 3 new ones, but it might only be 2 new ones. But I let Kyle pick his first, so we'll see. But let's give our thoughts on the game. I guess let's talk about this game a little bit before we get out of here. All right. And there's no pre or no post scenario. This is kind of the same problem with Zombicide. As soon as you get that final objective and it's done,
it just like...
It's cleanup time. It
just ends.
It's kind of blah. There's no... This is why I always said Zombicides need a campaign mode, so that when you actually win, maybe there's some story to read.
Maybe you get something.
You get something you can play with in the future, like Lord of the Rings LCG that does that now, where you like can get little guys to help you in future campaigns and stuff. I like that kind of stuff, where like a campaign gives you something, or it carries on even, or even just a single scenario, you know, levels you up, gives you a cool item or something. But these are just one-shot missions. That's how you usually play a default CMON Zombicide clone kind of game. They're just one-shot missions. they're done. A good night of gaming, beer and pretzels, dice chucking, destroying, seeing cool minis on the board, destroying them. In this game, lots of loot churn, leveling up, skills to choose from, but nothing too brain burny.
No.
But it's just fun. It's like medium weight, like low to medium weight board game dungeon crawling fun. But yeah. What I will say, for those that just need to get out of here, straightforward. So far, 3 playthroughs in, playing like hundreds of hours of Zombicides over the years, all different versions. Not all of them. I do not never want to play all of them. And never playing Massive Darkness 1. I would never, ever, 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 unless you really love the zombie theme, never buy a Zombicide again. Never play Zombicide. Never buy a Zombicide. Sell your Zombicides. Throw them in the garbage. Get rid of them. Don't recommend them to new players. Never. Massive Darkness 2 is where it's at. Okay? This is replaced Zombicides for me. From what people have told me, this replaces Massive Darkness 1. Don't ever go looking for it. Don't buy it off the secondhand market. Don't buy it from a dusty corner in your game, in your local game store. Just skip Massive Darkness 1. Don't touch it. Don't touch any Zombicides. Don't touch the Zombicides, the 16 of them that are waiting to be delivered that they've kickstarted in the last 4 months. Stop buying Zombicide. This is Zombicide 1.5, and it's just a better Zombicide, personally, for me. Okay, this again, you guys know I love gather and loot. I love discovering game. If I'm going to play a game that is kind of simple and boring, again to me, because like after you play like Gloomhaven and stuff like that, sometimes I need a little bit more brain burniness and more decision points in the game to keep me engaged. But man, the trade-off of dumbing the game down a little bit to have everyone at the table having fun, but then also giving me tons of cards to churn through and different classes to play and level up decisions and different minis coming out. So Zombicide has the boring. I know I didn't give a quick little sentence there. I should have, but I think I did. It was just, don't buy Zombicide, get this, okay? If you want a game like Zombicide, don't buy Zombicide, don't buy Cthulhu Death May Die, buy Massive Darkness 2. I like Cthulhu Death May Die better. That was my original one where I say don't buy the other ones.
It's harder.
But yeah, that theme might not be for everybody.
It's more challenging for sure, so some people may not like that.
Yeah. I mean, this could get more challenging.
This could. You
could take away the Lightbringer tokens and make this more difficult. But definitely, I think this is a better, more fun game. Because, like, in Zombicide, okay, searching in Zombicide is trash.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate it in Dark Souls, the board game. A giant deck like this, a huge deck of items, and you're spending actions, and it's boring to sit in a room digging. And you're pulling up cards that are junk. And oh, I spawned a zombie, junk. Oh, I found a bottle, but I don't have the gas or Molotov thing to light it or whatever. So you're just searching, Oh, I got one weapon that I can dual wield, but I can't find the other one because the deck is giant. And especially if you have all the expansions and the Kickstarter FOMO crap, it just gets stupid. And searching in that game is so boring. And if you find the right weapons in the first few searches, the game is easy. If you don't find them, the game is hard. Stupid. This game solves that because you're getting items, even if you pull some junk items, and you can't trade with the people because you're not near them. You get items for killing monsters. You get items from treasure tokens. You get items from loot tokens. I don't know if some of the scenarios give you items for like unlocking things. I don't know, but you just start getting the churn of discovery. And watching players for hundreds of hours, non-gamers, light gamers, pro gamers, whatever, all playing Zombicide, how little discovery there is during a play session is boring. How you only search at the beginning of the scenario and then you just kind of play with what you got.
Yeah, because it's harder to search in those games.
So the first hour of playing a Zombicide, some searching, it's a little boring. You're searching, trying to get stuff.
You're trying to build yourself up.
If you find the right items, it then is a fun dice chucker for the rest of the game, but then you're not really searching often, right? You're not getting discovery and new things. It's just the constant rolling dice and moving, right? In this game, the constant flow of the whole game of the discovery of pulling new stuff from the deck, right? You're pulling common treasures. You're trying to pair up sets. You're trying to trade things. You're then eventually trading in for rare treasures and epic treasures. The bag is evolving. As you're moving through the dungeon, you're finding new chests, new minions, new whatever. And the discovery of the enemies. So in Zombicide, you flip a card and if you're in a higher level, oh, we get some runners this time. Oh, we get some more walkers. Oh, we get some more fatties. Once you play a couple times, it's a snooze fest. In this one, though, yes, you only have like 6 or 7 different type of mobs, but each mob is different and plays different, has different defense, different abilities. They get different weapons. So even if you get the same mob at the start of every game, they might have a different weapon where they do magic attack or range attack or melee attack. Just the discovery, the variability as you play through is like light years ahead of the snooze fest that is a Zombicide design. Like, just the little tweaks they've done to this game keeps it from the first turn to the last turn is a constant, ooh, what enemy do we draw? Ooh, what item did they get? Ooh, what item did they drop? Ooh, what treasure did I get? Ooh, what's under the chest token? Ooh, what's under the spike trap? Oh, I got wounded. Oh, what's under the bear trap? It's constant discovery as you move through the dungeon. Sword and Sorcery has that. It's a little slower.
Yeah.
But this, man, at a more streamlined, lower level of a game, it's just, and like in the roaming monster decks, like I'm not even showing them on camera, but like just the different roaming monsters that show up in your playthroughs at different points during the playthrough changes it up also. Even the same scenario again. And that's different from Zombicide, where even when they added in the Necromancers, it's still just the same Necromancer. I'm talking retail to retail. We did have stretch goal stuff. Obviously, stretch goal stuff and expansion stuff at retail can add more classes, add more minions, add more items, I'm sure, to make it even more craziness of discovery. But even I can see playing this, a handful of times, I'm still going to see epic treasures I've never seen. I'm still going to have combos of items. I'm still going to be playing a different class. I'm going to see different roaming monsters come out. I'm going to see different minions come out in different orders at different levels with different items. Mm-hmm. Again, I've only now played 3 sessions of this. So my excitement, is maybe like still kind of like, ooh, honeymoon phase. But, maybe after I play it like 10 times, I'm like, oh, this item again. Oh, this is boring. Oh, these enemies. Yeah, they're boring, But it's definitely not as boring as the walkers, constantly spawning walkers. Oh, there's a couple runners. Oh, here's the fatty. It's just going over and over again until the Abomination showed up. Abomination, snooze fest, right? Compared to these roaming monsters are way better Abominations. And I know some Zombicides later kind of spiced it up and with some expansion stuff and whatever, but just base game of this to like base game of Zombicide Invader or Zombicide Black Plague or Zombicide, first edition or whatever. Yeah, I would never ever recommend any of those games to anybody. I would say go get Massive Darkness 2. It's just, even for, people who are looking for a zombie themed game, I'd argue like, man, zombies are boring. Play against these cool mobs and minions and they all have different abilities and act different ways and stuff. They're kind of dumb. They're still dumb like the zombies. They're not too smart.
It's just easier, right? If they make them dumb, then it's easier for people to play.
I know. It's
right, because they do
they're
this.
Dumb they don't seem smart. Like, yeah, it is easier.
It is easier, right? Right. Instead of having like the Sword and Sorcery big card where it's like this line, is this
or
does this,
Madara.
does this do this, or Madara, yeah, exactly.
Where it's like based on the guys this far away, or this is happening, or it's 2:00 in the afternoon and they do this, and then if the wind is going at 2 kilometers or plus, they move this way, and yeah. But I like it. I definitely like this. I think it's cool for what it is. Again, I've my expectations are lower. I still would rather play Sword and Sorcery Immortal Souls or Sword and Sorcery Ancient Chronicles over this any day, because I love the Book of Secrets. I love the campaign in that, but I haven't played the campaign for this.
Yeah, that may change things once we start that.
And again, Sword and Sorcery, I don't play standalone scenarios in that, but I know you can. But I'm comparing all that I've played from Sword and Sorcery have all been campaign play. So automatically I work that in my mind of leveling up my hero over a campaign, and the story and the branching paths and the surprises and the maps, the shadow tokens that flip. This has like some of that. You can tell. I guarantee these guys have played Sword and Sorcery and went, how do we incorporate some of that cool stuff into a Zombicide game? And that's what you have here, I think. Now I want to try the campaign. Maybe the campaign sucks, but as long as it connects them and has a story and like makes us level up, a little slower over time. And I know it adds level like 5 to 10 in it. So obviously we'll level up even more powerful.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it gives some new cards to characters and skills that you can go up higher levels and stuff. But this is just, more accessible.
Yeah.
This is more accessible.
Well, that's how they can keep the complexity low, I think, as well.
Yeah. So again, Sword and Sorcery, I would personally play myself. But don't get me wrong, that will take you longer to learn, harder to master. The rules are fiddly. There is downsides to learning that. Sword and Sorcery is not for everyone. So please don't compare those two when you're shopping and be like, whoa, which one should I buy? It's like, you got to research both and decide what level of a game your game group will play. You know, don't buy that and try to teach that as a first dungeon crawler. Sword and sorcery is what you're putting in front of a group for the first time to play their first board game dungeon crawler ever. You get this first, and you see if they like it. And after a while, if they start getting kind of bored of it, I would recommend, like, Sword and Sorcery seems to be like the next step up from this kind of game, where it's similar. You're traveling through a dungeon, but that has more line of sight, you know, shenanigans to it.
More fiddly rules.
Smarter enemies. The enemies are smarter in that. Smarter bosses, you know, better story, all that kind of secret stuff. But again, I am comparing Sword and Sorcery base box to this base retail box. I played both retail base boxes, and it was, you know, for half the price, is roughly, you can get a Sword and Sorcery base box that has about the same amount of scenarios, but it has a whole story connecting it and a book of secrets, and, you know, has a lot of minis in that too, but they're very comparable. But Sword and Sorcery is cheaper, but it's more complex. And I prefer that more complex style of game. But man, when I'm just looking to play this with gamers that are just like, don't want to burn their brains, and I want to teach them a game faster and start playing faster and get a dungeon crawler to the table, this fits a place in my collection. This fits a need in my game group. And I'm getting rid of all of the Zombicides we own. We don't need them anymore. There's no point. I will never play them again. 100%. Never, ever again. This gives me the good things about Zombicide I remember and gets rid of almost all the bad things I remember.
Yeah.
Like, the enemies got boring. Searching sucked in Zombicide. The only thing this carries forward, though, I feel, but again, I've only read the first 3 missions, is the missions kind of are boring. They're kind
the
of
objectives are very,
they're very basic and repetitive and boring. But again, we'll see after we play through a campaign.
Yeah, maybe the campaign is a little bit different.
They could have improved on their mission design as we go forward. I don't know. But so what I'm going to say is I like this so far for what it's trying to do. It's right up my alley. Tiny, you were 100% correct when you're like the looting and the leveling up. I love that in games. And this just goes like comically excessive with it. Where it's like, oh yeah, we're just going to throw loot at you so much. Like, every 10 minutes of game time you're playing, you have another decision to make. Do I equip this? Or do I trade it? Or do I throw it away? Like, you're just constantly, loot's just like overwhelming you. It's great. But yeah, the mechanics are cool. They're definitely better than Zombicide. Zombicide was like move and attack, and maybe sometimes move and search. It was not very much decision space. It's very basic and it gets boring. But this, I like what they've done here. A lot of abilities to trigger during attacks and combats and defense. And yeah, I like these little mini games with the heroes so far. I played the wizard, I played the rogue, and I played the paladin myself. I've seen now Mel play the berserker. I've seen Mel play
the ranger, and the shaman. All of them, like I said when I saw this game on Kickstarter, that all were cool. All cool ideas. I don't have any of the extra expansion ones. I don't know if I'll ever buy them. I'm trying not to. But I know there's like necromancers and stuff that look kind of cool. But so far what I played, what they put in the base set, it's neat. It's definitely cool. Like, it was cool to message Kyle and say, Kyle, read all these different classes and pick one. They all work different. Not like in Zombicide where it's like, here, pick it based on the mini and the, like, you know, 1 or 2 abilities that you're going to get early in the game, right? Or your orange ability that you're going to get when you level up. Like, because I think all the blue ones are the same, but yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, your first couple abilities you like get in the game you unlock or whatever. Yeah. So Mel, what are your thoughts on this? Spill it. Go. I'll try to be quiet.
I think you said a lot of the things I was thinking, and I was hoping that you weren't going to hit on the little mini game things, because that was going to be one of the things I was going to say. But
talk more about it.
But one of the things that I really, really like about this game over Zombicide is, and you kind of mentioned, is the leveling up. But I like that you kind of all still level up, even if you're not the one that's killing enemies. Because sometimes if people are more of a healer class or something like that, they may not be up front, and that upfront character is going to maybe deal all the damage. But those back characters are still going to get some experience as they play and are doing their job.
That's smart.
Right? And I like that idea, so that it's not like, oh, we need to leave this one enemy, or you need to go get the objective because you need the 3 XP. I also like how we can, sometimes we can give items to other people. So if we gain an item and you're in the same area as someone, you can give it to someone else without having to use that trade action. So that kind of maybe in the beginning you want to stick together and kind of build out your items as you kind of trade them to people. I really enjoyed this game a lot. I know you said you would never play Zombicide. I still would, because I have this like nostalgic feel to it, but if we get rid of it, we get rid of it. It's fine. I'm excited, very, very excited to see how the campaign goes. And like you said, I'm really hoping that they do kind of vary the objective, so it's not always like go here, do this, and this is.
Well,
and
I know we played the second scenario. It was an escort mission.
Yeah, which I don't love, but.
And I forget the third mission when I was setting up and reading about it.
I didn't read the third one, but
it was a little samey, but there was some different cool twists to it.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know how boss fight works. Other than I know you kind of, when you enter a boss chamber, you clear the rest of the board, like Dark Souls, a board game, and you're stuck on that tile, like fighting the boss, and then the boss activates after each hero's turn. And the boss has their own, the boss has their own card that they have like all these rules on, and then you get rid of the darkness track when you're in a boss fight, and the boss has their own darkness meter that slowly unlocks different abilities for them and stuff. But this is a boss in the game, 15 health per hero. And this is another boss in the game. So the bosses have their own flavor, and it just like busts off into their own fight on a single tile, and they activate more often.
But because they activate after every single person's turn.
But I can't comment on it. Mel can't comment on it. We've not played them yet. So you guys are probably going to see our first boss fight like live during the campaign.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to be confused about like what happens and stuff, but we'll try to figure it out. Maybe we'll play one off stream to kind of practice and make sure we understand how they work fully.
That makes sense.
But yeah, that's a neat aspect that we have not experienced. So keep that in mind. Maybe the boss fights suck. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet. But I am excited to play some more of this game and see where it goes.
Yeah.
I also do, just to comment a little bit on the minis, I did like the minis in this game and the different sculpts, and that I enjoyed painting them. So that was a plus.
Again, if you're looking for Mel's streams of painting these minis and discussing that stuff and her techniques and that, the links are in the video description under the playlist section. There's a whole playlist of her painting streams, more to come. And then all the playthrough streams will be in another link that's in the video description. So if you're looking for tomorrow's stream, the start of the campaign mode, you can set a reminder already and join us for that, where we'll talk all about what's different in the campaign and start that off too. And you'll see some different heroes, and we're going to try it 3-player. So that should be interesting.
Yeah. I do like last thing is I do like how it scales. You don't have to play with all of the 6 characters in the box, unlike Zombicide. I enjoy that. Because I like to just build up and have one character that I'm controlling.
That was one thing I ranted about, I know. When every time we got a new Zombicide box, like Black Plague, and then Green Horde, and then like Invader and stuff, every time I remember complaining, like, they kept the same things carrying forward. Like, where's the campaign mode? Why haven't they fixed the deck of items? Like, why are these aspects of the game just bad? Like the dice mitigation and stuff like that. And why do we have to play with 6 heroes? All these things that were like archaic, that they were trying to play it safe because they thought we made millions of dollars in our first Zombicide campaigns on Kickstarter. That's how our whole company even became successful. So let's not break it, let's not mess with the formula. But then as the game industry is advancing and as better designs are happening and people are learning from what works, they weren't keeping up.
No.
And they were just keep pumping out the same cookie cutter game over and over again. But this game feels like they've actually paid attention and they listened to what people complained about in Massive Darkness 1 and in earlier Zombicides. And you can tell they've maybe played Sword and Sorcery. They maybe played Gloomhaven. They played some of these games and were like, what can we do in this like kind of fun, goofy game to like make it interesting and like correct some things to make it more fun and break away from the Zombicide formula, but still keep what is good, Mm-hmm. And I like that's what they felt they did here, right?
Yep.
Like keeping these plastic boards from Zombicide, great
Love
idea.
them.
Great idea,
Yep.
Keeping the game pretty simple, good idea. But making it more fun and more discovery, great idea. Like, the door thing, small stuff, right? The door mechanics of not having to break through a door and noise and all that stuff. Yeah, and the noise is like thematic to zombies and stuff, makes sense. But having to sit there smashing a door with a weapon over and over again, or have a player at the table who doesn't have a weapon to open a door, that's just not fun.
No.
But it makes sense for the theme, though. It makes sense you're like panicking and like, oh my God, the zombies are coming,
Yeah, it is a little bit more survival, right? And just kind of making it work with what you find, which I guess is thematic, but I enjoy the decks in this game better.
But fun is fun, and like this is just fun. Like it's just, I don't know. And I saw like, who said it? Somebody, I think it was Mike, right? Did Mike say that you were thinking of Zombicide Black Plague?
Oh, Matthew said.
Matthew said that?
Yeah.
Matthew said it, sorry. Matthew said, I was going to buy Black Plague, but I guess not anymore. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
This is your fantasy-themed Zombicide type game. Don't buy Black Plague. Don't buy Black Plague. You get this. This is better. I can strongly say that. Again, you might personally disagree based on maybe you like the zombie theme and stuff, But mixing fantasy with zombies already weirded some people out, and I know they don't like that. But this is just straight fantasy. Like straight sword slashing, spell slinging craziness. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Anyone who's played this game, feel free to throw in the chat your stuff. If you're watching this later and want some reactions from people in the chat who maybe have different perspectives or have played this more or own different games. You know, it's always good to get as much information when you're trying to make a decision on a game. But turn on the chat archive if you're watching this later. There's some good points in the chat. But let's see. Velko says, glad you liked it. We'll watch some more playthroughs to see if I will add it to my collection. I can't wait to try the campaign mode.
Same.
That will probably make or break it for me for this game. Like, I will still pull this out to play like casually one-off. But if that campaign mode is like at least acceptable, I will like it. It's better than nothing, I hope.
And I think in my head, I'll give it to at least episode 3 or 4 of a campaign or like scenario. Like I won't judge it by number 1 because that'll probably be kind of intro-y.
Yeah. Well, you also need to see what carries over and how sitting down for session 2 and 3 work.
Yeah. So I'd have to make my decision after like 3 or 4 plays.
But yeah, I can't wait. Patrick says, I like how the mobs use the loot that you can get. Never seen that before. I know that's super cool.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right?
Very clever. I like that a lot, actually.
They use it against you, then you can use it against them after you get it.
Sador says, I just wonder if the Massive Darkness 2 loot is varied enough. There may be only a few items with just more dice as a uniqueness. Let's find out.
That's true. A lot of them just seem to have like one die or one yellow die.
But the abilities are what make them different.
Yeah.
So this is the common loot deck that we haven't seen. I don't think you put any more on top, right?
No.
So let's just go through a few common loot cards and see what's different. Okay, Explosive Flash. We never saw any consumables drawn yet in this playthrough, so there's consumables in there that can spice things up. This one, if you're in a shadow, you get an extra hit on your attack for a helmet. Okay, it's not defensive, which is neat, it's offensive. So that's kind of different. Doesn't change your dice at all. There's another consumable. On an attack, you can spend this, discard it to get 2 orange dice. We have a Scythe, which is published by Stonemaier Games. Attack, gain 1 mana and heal 1 for each minion killed by this attack. 2-handed, get an orange die. This is just common loot. The epic loot gets kind of crazy. I'm not going to spoil any of that for you guys, but I saw some cool epic loot so far. Almost every single epic loot came off the deck. We've seen like 4 or 5. All been amazing. Like, I love it. So this is just variability in the common deck. I'm not talking rare and epic, which is like I'm saying, and then what the mobs have too, right? Morningstar. Okay, this is kind of boring. Just
one-handed orange die, though.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Action, gain 3 mana. Okay, so anyone can have the same ability as my wizard. Okay, cool. Plate armor, just it gets a free block, but then you also roll a blue die. Sprint potion, immediately move up to 2 zones. We haven't seen like any of these. No. I feel like I'm looking at 90% new cards.
I think I saw a heal 5 one time.
Yeah, we've played this our 3rd game, and like I'm looking at tons of new stuff I've never seen.
Oh, look at this.
So like, I don't know how much loot you normally draw on. Obviously, you play with higher player counts, you'll see more loot at the table. But because we've only played 2-player, like, I bet we've seen like a 1/3 of the common deck. Like,
that one's good. It just as an action, you can heal 3 every time.
Yeah, just showing some of it. I don't want to go over each one, but here's the variety in the common deck. I've seen no repeats yet. Short sword, I don't think we've seen that yet. Oh, hold on, Monk's Robe. Yeah, there's a duplicate. Okay, I already have a Monk's Robe, so there are duplicates. Endurance Potion, some extra defense. Throwing Knives. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the loot does get boring, but I'm seeing lots of different variety in just the retail game. This is a retail game, and a lot... Oh, there's a duplicate. Okay. It just keeps going. Wooden Shield. Loot. Oh, it's a magic item. That's cool.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Greater Health Potion. Okay. Focus Potion on combat. So on attack or defense, 2 rerolls. Oh, there's another Greater Health Potion. So another duplicate. Greater Mana Potion. Gotta have that. Your Leather Sandals. Okay, so I still have 20 more cards to go through, but I'm not going to go through them. Okay, that's just to show you. That's just the common. That's not the mob deck of items. That's not this mob deck items, the level 5. We got rare, epic. I'm assuming these are kind of mimicking some of those same level of scale.
I would assume so.
But yeah, lots of unique loot. I don't know, maybe it gets boring over time, but there's lots of unique stuff. So.
But the other thing, even if it gets boring over time, at least everyone can pretty much use almost everything.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah.
Not like where you pull something, you're like, oh, I can't use this. So it might not be as good as what you have.
Yes, I do love loot.
Yeah, you do.
Sador says, Master Darkness 1 loot I don't think was as varied. Huge player count, you would see a lot more loot for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, we'll play it 3-player through the campaign, we'll see. I know Yogi was asking, what about this versus Tiny Epic Dungeons? I don't know if I would compare those two. I've not played Tiny Epic Dungeons. I was going to buy it to try it because some of you were asking for us to play it. But again, I don't have child-sized hands, so I'm not a fan of the Tiny Epic games. I've played only, I think, Tiny Epic Quests, and that completely turned me off of all Tiny Epic games because of the components, how they store them in the box, how many components is trying to be a big game in a small package. Not a fan of that. I like big components. I like big table flashy games. But if you're looking for a more travel size game and you have a smaller play space at home, yeah, maybe the Tiny Epic Dungeon might be a better buy than this. But I can't compare it other than that's all I know about it. But also the price. Those are like apples and oranges. I can get Tiny Epic Dungeons for like 22 or 24 Canadian dollars or something. It's like nothing. And this game is like 100 and I don't even know what it was.
I think it was like 120 bucks.
120 plus tax or something. So I don't know. Like I couldn't compare those because you probably could just buy both of them. If you're willing to spend 120 something and you're comparing those two, I probably would say just compare something else. Like those are two different price categories. But again, if you have a super small table, I would pick the other one maybe. But again, I don't even know if that other one's any good. I have no idea. So I'm just giving my 2 cents, even though I probably shouldn't even at all. But maybe somebody else in the chat can compare the two. But I might still play Tiny Epic Dungeons on the channel just to try it. But again, I'm not a fan of those games. They're just like gimmicky in my opinion. And they're not the best design and their rules are like atrocious. Atrocious. I think they try to save on paper in the rule books. So they like really skim out on examples and clarification. And you kind of have to look up everything in those games. Because they're not like, even though they're small games, they're not simple games. They're just trying to make a big epic game in a small box. Yeah. And it's just like very fiddly and I don't know. But again, some of them are good, supposedly. But I don't know. Just not a fan of those games. Tiny hands, yeah. Larry says there is a rule that if you pull a class-specific card that is not in the game, you redraw. I thought that was for the sets, but like the sets of items. But that makes sense. I don't know. I didn't really see any of those, but yeah. But yeah, I saw that it just keeps you just redraw if it doesn't work with you. No, Sador, like I said earlier in the stream, I gave up on Zombicide games after Invader. Once they started the Zombicide 2nd edition, I was thinking of getting it at retail. But then when they did the Zombicide Western and the Zombicide Night of the Living Dead and now Marvel Zombies, they just keep reskinning the zombie games over and over again. I don't want to support that. I don't want to play it. I don't want Zombicide 2nd edition. I don't want the Zombicide campaign. I don't want to buy any more Zombicides, even though I'm sitting here with a Zombicide on the table. And we bought Cthulhu Death May Die, which is basically another Zombicide.
But both of these I would...
But I like the twist on both of them. I still enjoy. Yeah, they're both better games.
Yeah.
But I don't like this reskinning Zombicide and just re-releasing the same game over and over again and trying to make people pay that kind of money for the same boring game over and over again. So no, because of that, I decided to say I'm not supporting it. Yes, Zombicide 2.0 might be good. And yes, the campaign in that game might be good, but I will like strongly like never play it. Like
yeah.
I'm like super opposed to it. Like you would have to force me to do it.
I was tempted though when they did the Washington one and they were saying it was going to have a campaign. I think I was saying to him like I kind of want to really try, but then we kind of just talked about it.
I read it. I read the rules. I watched videos, and I was like, it's still just boring old Zombicide. Yeah. So like, why do I want to play a whole campaign of a boring game? And no, thank you. Oh, Velko says Zombicide's 2nd edition was heavily criticized by people as being almost unable to lose regardless of how reckless you play. Sakabra says we got 2.0, but it's also our only Zombicide.
Which is fair.
Which
I know
is fine.
sometimes people jumped in at specific points and they grabbed.
And that's why I clarified that I already was burnt out on Zombicides. That's why I refuse to keep buying them. I just can't. I can't. Like I said, we've played our first Zombicide in like 2012 or 2013 or something like that.
Yeah.
So like, man, once you played like 6 of them, like they kept re-releasing like standalone game after standalone game, it just got boring, like boring. Matthew says, $5 super chat. Props to Mel's awesome painting.
Thank you so much, Matthew.
Yes,
thank you,
I
thank
agree.
you.
Props to Mel's awesome painting.
You guys are all so sweet. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
agree. Sakabra, for anyone who's interested in timing epic games, Sakabra says Galaxies, Dinos, and Pirates are the good ones in my opinion.
Nice.
Did you play Defenders, Sakabra? Or, not Defenders, sorry. Not Defenders. The dungeon one we were just talking about.
I think
Tiny Epic Dungeons.
Sakabra says we have all. Oh, maybe just mean all 3 of those.
He does say can't really compare those 2 games. So you're saying Tiny Epic Dungeons is not in your top 3? I do appreciate your opinion. If you've played it already. Yeah. We own them all, but haven't played Zombie or Dungeon yet. Okay. I'm curious to hear your opinion on it. When you get there. Let me know. Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions, class? Oh, Yogi was agreeing with the Zombicide, like, giant item deck without maintaining distribution is garbage. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It
Like
got
you
even
needed a
worse.
flashlight in that game.
Well,
And then it was just giving you one more item to look at.
but as you bought more expansions, the item deck got worse.
Oh, yeah.
Like you have to like remove cards. I remember there's house rules I read online of people who would like, you know, just like the Dark Souls of board game house rules of like trying to make the item deck and the searching and the buying items better. People were doing that for Zombicide too, because sometimes you just draw forever and it was just junk. Like it was sucked. It made the game so boring. And then all of a sudden you get overwhelmed by zombies and you're like, I literally have not found a weapon, and I keep drawing and drawing and drawing, and it's like, well, my turn again. Let me just search again for 2 actions. And then when you get a zombie from the search card and you're trapped without a weapon, like...
That's the worst.
You know, and I mean without a weapon, because those starter items in that game sucked. Yeah, it's just, it was just no fun.
Matthew wants to know, what's the weather like in Canada right now?
I have no idea. We're in a basement.
I
don't know. I have no idea. I don't go out very often.
No.
So I don't really look at weather or care, because we're usually playing a board game inside, learning a board game inside, or streaming a board game inside, or shopping for a board game online inside, researching board games online, browsing Kickstarter and GameFound online, in our basement on our computers. No, I'm just joking.
I think it's about 25 to 27 degrees
Celsius. Oh, Sakabra knows hot.
Maybe it feels like hotter than that. I don't know.
So what Sakabra is saying is I need to...
Oh, it's 30 Celsius and humid. Okay, because we're not outside.
So not fun.
Yesterday
for my
wasn't
asthma.
that hot. Yesterday was, I think, like 25.
Yeah, I'm just joking. We did go outside yesterday. I got some sun.
We did go outside
Which
yesterday.
you're probably going to see around my face. I don't know, we're a little...
I think my nose is pink.
Yeah.
A little bit, but yeah, we were outside yesterday.
I was sitting by a pool at our family's house. It was fun.
It was nice.
It was nice to get outside and get some of that real XP.
Yeah.
For the 4 days of summer we have every year. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, Sandor brings up a good point. What about compared to Descent Part 2? I haven't played Descent 2nd Edition in a long time. We only played a couple scenarios and then put it away because the 1 versus many turned us off. We've since played a whole campaign on the channel of Star Wars Imperial Assault, which is like a reskin of Descent 2nd Edition. And we've also played a full campaign of Descent Legends of the Dark, basically like Descent 3.0 or whatever. I can compare it more to Descent Legends of the Dark, but that has an app-driven game, so that turns people off sometimes. But I would rather play Descent Legends of the Dark over this. I like that game better.
So far, yeah. But I want to play the campaign before I say officially.
Yes.
But right now, same.
Again, it is a huge thing for me, a huge selling point. When you start playing a game and you don't know what the win condition is, or you don't know what's in the next room, or you don't know what enemies could show up that day, I love that about Massive Darkness, Mansions of Madness 2, Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle-earth, Descent, Legends of the Dark, which are all app-driven games that are dungeon crawlers, basically, or adventure games, that keep hidden information from you. You start playing the game pretty quick, and slowly you reveal rooms, or tiles, or enemies, or objectives. I love the mystery of that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite mechanics in a game.
But in a game like this or Gloomhaven, where you just kind of see the whole scenario at the start of the day, you pull out all the enemies out of your storage solution or the box, you grab all the item cards, you know what tiles you're going to see that day, you know you're putting all the traps on the board, you know what you need. That's like old school, and it's not cool. Like, it's kind of boring to me.
Well, it's the only way they can do it without an app.
Oh, you can do decks of cards to draw things, which that's what it's doing, right?
That's what it's trying to do as best it can, yeah.
But you still know what enemies are possible in here, and it is randomized.
Yeah.
But I know when I set up this scenario today, I knew where the objective room was. I knew how all the layout was. I knew where every door was. I knew where all the traps were. I knew where enemies could spawn. I knew where potentially I could get treasure. But man, Descent, Legend of the Dark, where I see a well and a tree and a stairway that goes up to a door, and I go, what do I do next?
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen when you go up those stairs.
Who goes first? Like, what's going to happen? Like, should you open the door, Mel? I don't know. What happens if it spawns a new room with a monster and that's where the boss is?
Yeah.
What happens if it teleports you over this way? What if you go down the well and you're in
and you fall.
And you're in a hole, and all of a sudden you're trapped with a bunch of enemies surrounding you.
Yeah,
like,
you might not have been the best character to have done that.
You have no idea.
But you have no idea.
I love that. I love that about Descent Legends of the Dark, and this game can't touch that at all. And that selling feature for me has a heavy weight to it. I love app-driven games for that purpose. And I know some of the new dungeon crawlers like Frosthaven and stuff are going to hide things in a secondary book, and Sword and Sorcery does that nice, where sometimes you set up the scenario and you put a whole bunch of tiles to the side, but you have no idea what's going to happen and when.
Yeah.
So Sword and Sorcery does it like at the good halfway point of a lot of hidden stuff in the Book of Secrets, and that's what I meant when this game doesn't even have that at all. And I don't know if the campaign mode has that, because it just has a standard like mission book. So I don't know if it has like hidden things during the same session.
I would probably say not, but we'll see when we play.
But yeah, so Descent Legend of the Dark has the same simplified moving around a dungeon, the line of sight, the movement, the positioning, the abilities in that game, the leveling up. It's all there that's like this game, just at a slower pace, but it has a campaign built in the base box. But again, the base box is like $80 more than this base box. But not true though. You can find Descent Legends of the Dark for like 20 more bucks in this game.
Oh, okay.
And that comes with the whole software app running the game for you, and a whole campaign included, and surprises galore. Like, I love in that game, you don't know what enemies you're going to see that day at all. Like, you know, at all. Like, you just know what's in the box. Like, what could come out and appear when at all. Like, you don't know. I love it. I love it. And that also has a variable characters that all feel different, all have different feel to them, and little kind of mini games to them. It's all on their cards and stuff, but they all have a different feel.
I think it's like Sword and Sorcery in that respect for me, because it's based on the character and their cards and skill cards.
What's in the box? But yeah, Legends of the Dark, the newest Descent. It costs more than this by a little bit, depending where you buy it. But I like that game better. But that is still more advanced
than this game?
Yeah, it's still a little step up, I feel. But they're both pretty straightforward.
Yeah, they're both very straightforward. And I think for this game...
Yeah, that's a better comparison, actually. Like, I shouldn't be comparing even mentioning Sword and Sorcery. I should... This biggest competitor is Descent. But again, if you don't like app-driven games, stay away. You don't even mention those two. But for me, I'm totally open to app-driven games. I love app-driven dungeon crawlers and adventure games.
Yep.
For that discovery aspect, and that's the theme of today, is the discovery. The item decks, the enemy decks, the constant new discovery, seeing new things in your playing, keeping it interesting, keeping players engaged. And Descent does that too by like, what's in the well? What's up that tree? What's around that corner? What's through that door? What's down those stairs? I don't know. Let's find out. Like, what enemy is going to spawn? Where's it going to spawn? I have no idea. You know, same thing with Mansions of Madness 2nd Edition was the original one that we played that did that dungeon crawly surprise stuff the best. You know, like you start the mission, you're like, I don't even know what we're doing. There's a noise in that room, there's 3 doors, and a dead guy on the floor. What do we do?
Yeah.
And you can't really do that well with campaign books and decks of cards, right? the story just isn't a cohesive story, right? When you're just drawing off cards and like what's going to show up and what's your objective based on what you're drawing. I just like the way that's like a more, you know, directed story, but still has some randomness to it. But yeah, that's just me. I love the app-driven stuff. So just because this game doesn't have it, I will pick that game over it almost every day.
Not for everybody, though.
But not for everybody, please. Not for everybody. I know this. I know this. But based on what I played and what I like, I pick that over this any day, even with the extra cost. And that game has way better miniatures in it. Way high-quality miniatures if you're into miniatures.
Oh yeah, the minis are better in that game.
Yeah, minis in that game blow this game away, and obviously a lot of the cost is in the minis and the software development and the 3D terrain. But even the 3D terrain, it's like a gimmick, but I love it in that game. The whole idea of like, you know, based on what level the mini's on and the whole stairs and all that stuff. I think it's super fun. But it is kind of gimmicky, but it's still fun. I'd rather have it than not have it. So that's our initial impressions. Again, after only 3 plays, there's our kind of like review on the game, our impressions after that. Again, tomorrow we're starting the campaign. As we play through the campaign, we'll give our thoughts as we go. So you can watch us every week playing 3-player. Just like we did in every other campaign we play, we'll bitch and moan about things. We'll tell you what we like as we play it, and then we'll give our kind of final thoughts at the end of the campaign, if we make it to the end of the campaign. I am totally open to the idea. If it sucks after 2 or 3 plays and I'm bored, I'm out.
Yeah, or if Kyle says he doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, we'll move on to another game. I don't care. But if Kyle's having fun, you're having fun, I'm having okay fun, and if you guys are watching it, having a good time, and people are still showing up every week, I'll keep playing it, totally.
I can probably say I'll probably always be having fun, even if it's a little meh.
I just need to get to the first boss fight. I need to try a boss fight in this game. That's the only last thing, and campaign mode. Campaign mode, I just have to see a couple of sessions how it kind of handles it, and then the boss fights, and then I feel I'll have a good feeling for the whole game as a package kind of idea.
I agree.
With that expansion, I guess. But so far, that's how I feel. It can change over time, of course. All right. Thank you all for watching. Thank you everyone for supporting. Click that like button on your way out. Hit subscribe. Turn on the notification bell so you get notified when we go live again. We'll be live again tomorrow with the first of the campaign scenarios for this game. We're playing 3-player. You're going to see 3 new classes. More Massive Darkness to come on the channel. Thanks to everyone that voted on our poll to choose Massive Darkness to be on the channel and to want the campaign. So we're going to play the campaign. We're going to go all in. We'll see how far we go and try it out. So we'll keep rolling. As long as you guys are interested in Massive Darkness, we'll keep watching. Feel free to share the videos in any Massive Darkness groups, forums, wherever. I posted on Board Game Geek already, but yeah, feel free to share this video with anyone you think who might be interested in Massive Darkness or might like a dungeon crawler like this. Or who is interested in playthroughs like this and wants to join live in the chat and hang out, and we can, you know, bitch and complain about CMON games or, you know, anything related to the game we like, and you can join us and hang out in the chat. It'll be a fun time, but we'll be here for that. Anyways, Rob complains about others playing twice then reviewing games. He played 3 times and reviewed. Dash a joke, clown face. Yes, yes. But that's why I'm saying it's like not really a review. It's like kind of like impressions. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just our thoughts.
But that's why I say my review after 3 sessions. I'm being very open about that.
Yeah.
What I don't like is when someone reviews the game and doesn't tell you they only played it once or twice, but you know they did. And you can
based on
tell,
what they're saying?
based on what they keep repeating in the review over and over again, and you know they didn't play this aspect or whatever because they're like maybe talking bad about something, but you know they haven't played enough scenarios to know that it does change or get different.
Yeah.
You know, or maybe only tried one character and stuff, and they're like, you know, they keep describing their play experience, but they're only talking about that one character or that one enemy. Then you know it's like they're just describing that one play session. And if you played enough games, I played thousands of hours of board games, you kind of can pick up on it pretty quickly. You know when someone's played a game a lot or enough. You don't need to play it a lot. You just need to play it enough to experience it, to really know whether the game's worth the money, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes a game you play once or twice and it seems fine, and the issues maybe don't show themselves right away. And some games get better over time as some of the content later in the stories, the legacy games, the campaigns, actually starts to shine more as the game advances. Because some legacy games start so bare bones and boring.
Yeah.
They're not fun really. But then as you get halfway through it, you're like, the stuff that's discovery, the abilities you're unlocking, how the combos of the, you know, all the players at the table start interacting more, and the decisions you make in the story, and the rules and the complexities that get added to the game over time, make it a much better game sometimes. So sometimes it's hard to review a campaign or a legacy or story game without getting a little further into it, is what I mean.
Which is, I think, even exactly why I said I would give it a couple of our campaign, like 3 or 4 scenarios before I even said how I felt about it, because you don't know.
And Michael keeps saying the same thing people keep saying to me is, Rob, you'd like Bard Song. The problem is it's a Steamforged Games game, which I probably won't touch it because of that reason. But this is kind of the same reason I probably shouldn't touch this game, because CMON sucks too. But
well, one maybe sucks less than the other?
Yeah, I don't know. But again, looking at Bard Song, the combat and stuff, it just looked boring.
Yeah, we looked into it and we weren't
I wasn't
overly
sold
impressed.
On that. But again, I need to play it to try it, but I don't know.
Maybe we can put that on a poll of some kind if people think, but...
Maybe on a poll, or the best thing is if we get to a convention this year or next year and Bard Song is being shown off there, I'll need to sit down and try it. As I don't want to drop $200 retail on that without knowing. At least Massive Darkness, because we played so many CMON games, I understood by reading some rules, watching some videos, and having it explained to me, I just knew, like, oh, I get what I'm getting into. Nothing surprised me when I actually played it. I was like, oh.
That's exactly what I expected.
Exactly what I expected. But we're watching Bard Song, watching it played, and watching some rules videos, and reading some about it, it just, like, was not hooking me. It just seemed like some poor... And again, I also have the background of playing Steamforged games, Dark Souls, the board game, and also reading and looking into all their other IP games since, and those guys just don't know how to design a fun board game. They know how to run a Kickstarter campaign now. They know how to make miniatures of IP games, but just their gameplay in their games, they just, like, their design department kind of sucks. And yeah, I don't know if I'm really interested, but I have to try it before I can knock it. And again, that game doesn't have like a paid IP on it, so maybe they hired some better designers or have learned some things and maybe made a better game. But if I own Massive Darkness, do I need Bard Song, or is it just more of the same, you know? Because people always say those are very comparable.
Yeah.
And a lot of people I read online were comparing the two of them, you know, which one do I buy? And that's where I was getting a lot of my stuff from too, was people who played both. And a lot of people were recommending that Massive Darkness is more fun, and some people were recommending the other way. But I've heard good and bad about both, so I don't know. But do I need it in my collection? Probably not. Sador got Bard Song for $150 on Amazon. Is that $150 Canadian or $150 US? Yeah, we pay more for board games in Canada. Even with conversion, we usually pay more for board games. Usually, not always, but usually. But we'll see. Maybe I can demo it at a convention and try it out, or play it with somebody at a local board game store. But that's one I don't know if I want to invest in and spend that kind of money on and not even like it. I don't know. But yeah. Who has time for Dungeon Crawlers? But again, Oathsworn coming soon. Frosthaven coming sometime before I die, hopefully. And yeah, we're going to dive into those games pretty deep for sure. So we'll see.
Amongst others that are coming.
Yeah, amongst others. We have other games to play too. So again, when I start putting the games we own on a list, like we have Hunter's AD. There's other games. We got Outer Rim with the expansion to play now. There's like many other games in a pile upstairs. I don't even want to name them all. But all of those games trump my time and attention and what I'd rather play on the channel versus a Steamforged game box full of plastic.
At this moment, who knows?
At this moment, I'm not desperate for a game from Steamforged Games right now. So that's just where I'm at. Oh, US, you got it for 150, so that's like 700 Canadian. Just kidding. But yeah, there might be other channels that play Bard Song, so you can definitely search on YouTube for Bard Song playthroughs. You might find other channels playing through it and playing the whole campaign.
Well, Velko even says, though, heard Bard Song is a very, very slow progression. Made some channels I follow are getting rid of it because of that.
Oh.
So maybe...
See, there's more bad stuff I hear about it. Like, I don't know. Again, I just have other games that, like, Bard Song is, like, so low on the priority scale. Like, so low. Like, even this game was low, but because, like, they did that poll just to see, because people were recommending it, like, Tiny... blame Tiny, that's why we're playing this, but his original one, to even make me think of playing it on the channel. But yeah, probably like 4 or 5 people have mentioned Bard Song to me, but then probably about 10 or so people have told me Bard Song's not for me. So I don't know what to do. But again, it's a Steamforged Games game, and like I went through the whole Dark Souls Kickstarter thing and spent my money on that, and like I did like the game, but it took the community to house rule to make it a good game. And I hear the same thing about like Resident Evil, Horizon Zero Dawn, all these other IP games that they keep printing that are like just not that great, but they have an IP on them, so people buy them and they love the miniatures and stuff. But I've never heard Steamforged Games has made a great game. I've never heard of that. I don't think that exists. Yeah, I can't tell you. I could be wrong, but they've never made a great game. I've never seen one of their games like blow up and people say it's like so great, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I know people like their miniatures sometimes. But yeah, here's what I can do.
Oh, Darius did the conversion for us. 150 US is 194 and 34 cents Canadian. So it's almost $200.
$200 for me to gamble on a game that's probably not good. So let's do this. Let's do this.
Daniel, yes, we will be receiving Oathsworn.
Yeah, we backed Oathsworn.
Oh,
We bought the basic retail thing. Thank you for supporting us on Patreon and YouTube. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did. We're not sent that by the publisher or anything like that. So we will be playing that and giving us our, just like this game, we paid for this game. Like you're getting it all. Even though I would do that if they sent us the game too. But you know what I mean. Right here, I want to bring up this. So if I go to Steamforged Games on Board Game Geek, I go to linked games. Let me see. I could be wrong. So if I go sorted by rank, their best game is Dark Souls, the board game, and it's still 2,667 ranked out of all board games. That's their best game they ever made, and I own it, have played a ton of it, and I will tell you it's not a great game. With house rules and the community behind it, it is a very good game, but right out of the box, it is not a great game. Not a good game even, probably. Guild Ball. Okay, from 2015, I know they made a lot of money off Guild Ball, but there are other games out there that do this supposedly better. 2,762. Resident Evil in the 3,000s. Like, these games have been around for years, and this is as high as they are. Like, they've never made a great game. Like, there are companies that have made their first game that are ranked higher than this. Like, this is garbage. God Tier, that was a game without an IP attached. They didn't have to spend all the money on an IP, and it's not great. Guild Ball Kickoff, Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, no offense, guys. I know Board Game Geek. Like, it doesn't take a lot of people to rate a game high to make a board game shoot up the charts. We know this. But I'm sorry. Like, look at some decent games. If it made it up into the 1,000, it's kind of like a great game. That's pretty high. But they don't make great games. Nobody ever comes to me saying, "Oh my God, this Steamforged game, you have to go play it. It's so amazing." It's only the new games that come out because people are afraid to buy them. They want to see me spend my money on them to let them know if they're any good. And I don't even want to support the company by even doing that at all. Like, I avoid them like the plague. And it's kind of sad that Euthia is now a publisher underneath them, because I probably don't want to promote Euthia and like play Euthia because I don't care about Steamforged Games, because I don't know that they'll even fulfill that Kickstarter correctly and do them right. Like, I have a feeling they'll F that up somehow. But like, again, Euthia is a fun game. Like, obviously I love Euthia. So that'll probably be the first Steamforged game that actually gets up high on the charts, and it's not even their game.
And that, because I think it's already above whatever their highest is.
But they now have the designers of Euthia working underneath them. So that could be the first time they might actually, after Euthia, if they have those designers work with them, could maybe make a good game. Mixed with the marketing and the miniature people and the component people of Steamforged Games, who don't know how to design a fun board game but make cool looking games, work with the designers of Euthia, who know pretty good how to like design some fun to a game, put them both together in a room, we might have our first good or great Steamforged game. But that's probably like 3 years in the future, maybe. And they might not do it right the first try.
And then it won't deliver for another 2 more years after that.
Yeah.
So come back in 5 years and we'll see.
So there you go. But again, Euthia might bomb on Kickstarter or GameFound or whatever. That's the other problem. So Steamforged Games is hired on the people from Euthia, and they're going to run their next GameFound or crowdfunding campaign. But maybe it doesn't even fund. Maybe it doesn't deliver. I don't know. Like,
I feel like it will, though.
Yeah, I hope so.
I feel like it will because of the people that really wanted it when the Kickstarter closed. that they will now.
But did they though? We'll see. People will actually put their money, you know, words or wind, right?
Yeah.
Like put your money in first.
Yeah.
They didn't do it last time, so we'll see. So hopefully, but again, sorry. This is my reasoning right here. This is the main reason why I won't buy Bardsung. It's not great. Nothing they've ever made is great. So Bardsung is not great. Don't tell me they've all of a sudden learned how to make a great game. I feel like they haven't. So I could be wrong. I'll come back in another year or two. Maybe it gets up to the 1,500 or something. You know, maybe people played it, looked back on it, and got through it. But man, as each month goes by, nobody's telling me Bardsung's amazing. They just want me to play it.
Yeah.
And they think I might like it, but I don't know. It's not enough.
But some people may only want you to play it so that they can learn how to play it.
I know. But there's other channels out there that play this and will do that kind of dirty work for me. So I don't want to do it. So
I think the company even made playthroughs.
yeah, there's 4,000 bajillion since COVID hit. Everybody has started a board game channel. You can go watch any game played on another channel. So I don't have to play all the crappy games. So please stop trying to make me do it, okay? I won't do it.
People also probably think if enough people bring it up, maybe we'll consider it, which is true. We will consider it.
So this is fun. I do this sometimes. I never say never because a year and a half from now, let's say we're done with Frosthaven. Yeah, right.
Oathsworn and Frosthaven.
Oathsworn, Frosthaven. Other games are playing Hunters AD.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows what else, right? I want to try some other games in there. I want to play some other campaigns and stuff. There could be another Legacy game that drops this year. We don't even know, right? Another Clank Legacy could happen. Another Pandemic Legacy that we want to play through. There's many other games that could come out that just pull our time away from that. But if ever the time comes where there is nothing to buy and I'm desperate for a fantasy campaign game, maybe Bardsung gets purchased. Maybe. So I would never say never. But right now, don't care. And in a year from now, I bet nobody will even be saying the word of that game in any of their top lists of dungeon crawlers or games of the year or anything. Like, I feel like Bardsung is just going to get forgotten like the other meh games that are full of miniatures in a big box. Like, I don't know. But that's me. Shots fired.
Or at that point, if we want it, we might be able to get it at a huge discount.
Yeah, clip all of this because I could be totally proven wrong and it'd be hilarious to watch this after I play it and I actually like it. It could happen. I'm totally down for that. But yeah, not right now.
Oh, Daniel says you need to play Pandemic Legacy Season 1 and 2 on stream.
I'm not ever going to play Pandemic Legacy 2 ever again. I don't think that was not really that great.
We did say but 1
Legacy
is
1 I could play again.
Yeah, 1 is up in the air maybe one time.
But again, see, I'd rather replay Pandemic, like a pandemic game, Legacy Season 1. I'd rather spend my time playing and streaming that than Bardsung. And I've already played that. I've already played through the whole thing.
Yeah. Not on stream, but we did play through. Yeah.
I played through it 4-player, had a blast. And I would be willing to go play that over that. That's crazy.
At least one. Okay. I mean, we do
maybe.
say that. Yeah, one day, maybe.
One day. But I don't know. We'll see. Kyle has never played Pandemic Legacies. I don't know if he's played Pandemic. Maybe he's played
regular Pandemic, but he never played the Legacy. That might be something.
Yeah, he would like that.
Yeah.
But again, we have to get through Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle-earth.
After
Shadow, what was the next campaign? Spreading War.
So we have to play the campaign for Massive Darkness 2, then that Lord of the Rings Spreading War. So next year, maybe.
You naysayed Burn Notice while you were playing Too Many Bones, then ended up liking it. What's Burn Notice?
Burn Cycle?
Oh, Burn Cycle. Yes.
Did we naysay Burn Cycle?
Yeah, I do that. I like, that's the cool part about live streaming and being frozen in time. I will give you my opinions on things when you ask for them and try to tell you what information I'm basing that opinion off of. And I'm totally open and understanding and have learned my opinion can change. So at the time when I saw prototypes of Burn Cycle on Kickstarter, yeah, the game didn't look great. It could have been a big flop. But I told you, that's what my impressions were. Yes, Chip Theory can make amazing games, but they could also make bad ones. Who knows, right? And at the time, when I'm playing Too Many Bones, which I know is amazing, hundreds of hours playing it, love it, and I see a game like Burn Cycle, there's a lot of people still come into our Burn Cycle streams and were like, I'm still not sold. And they came out with something way better than I originally thought they would. And it's a solid game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I totally can change my opinion. But again, That's a Chip Theory game, who has never burned me, who has amazing customer support, has so far made a lot of great games, in my opinion, for what they've made. They put a lot of passion and love into their games. It doesn't feel like they're out just for money, and they ignore their fans, and they delay things late, and they screw up and don't own up on it, and they ignore comments, and they ignore emails. No, that's stuff that Steamforged Games does. Chip Theory Games is apples and oranges, my friend. They make amazing games. They're great people so far. I've not seen them screw anyone over. Great customer support. And like Hoplomachus is known to be a good game, so I've not played it. I don't know if it's great, but Hoplomachus obviously got their company off the ground to the point where they got Too Many Bones. That game blew up. People love it. It's in the top 100 on BGG. Cloudspire, that's a game, has a pretty good fan base. I don't know. I think it's a great game. I don't know where that one ranks.
Also, Too Many Bones is in the top 50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cloudspire, 452. Okay, this is a company who's got like a handful of games. Like, they haven't made that many games, and it's like pretty much hit after hit with the board gaming community.
I don't remember where Burn Cycle landed. That just came out.
Let me go to Chip Theory Games. Let me go to Linked Games. So this is why I will blindly play. And again, Chip Theory sends me the base games usually, so I get review copies. But I only get them because I reach out to them and say, hey, I want to back your Kickstarter. But like, is there a chance I can get a review copy? And it's like, of course there's a chance, So then it's like, all right, I'll just wait and I'll buy it later at a higher price if they won't send it to me. Because I know I'm going to get something good, right? Mm-hmm. So it's just the way I am, because I know I like their type of games. They're not for everybody, but this is just me. But they have a rabid fan base for a reason. So here we go. Burn Cycle. Okay, came out around the same time as Bardsung. It's ranked just like Bardsung, right? In the 3,000 somewhere, I think, is where Bardsung was.
Yep.
Let's do the rank. Okay, Too Many Bones, ranked 38.
I feel like it was in the 40s when we last...
Too Many Bones Undertow, a standalone game for Too Many Bones, with its own campaign, its own characters, different feel, 236. Cloudspire, 457. Hoplomachus Origins, 2003. Okay, so Hoplomachus is not a great game if I'm comparing it on the same scale. But again, it wasn't as popular. But they're redoing it. We'll see. I'll see if that one's any good. Okay, so Triplock. Triplock, it's a fun little game. I played it. It's fun. But it's not great.
No, it's not. Yeah, no. Not if you're comparing it to the previous games.
To pick a game? Oh my god, it's ranked so low. But again, so Chip Theory hasn't made that many games, and they already have two that are like...
3 of them in the top 500.
Yeah, 3 games that are in the top 500. I know Too Many Bones is like kind of more the same, but it is its own game. But yeah, Hoplo was their first game, like their first try at a board game. And people love it. And it caused them to like be successful, so... And they're redoing it in like a second edition, a best of kind of thing, and a new solo-only like campaign game that I'm looking forward to playing later this year, hopefully. So my judgments are still stalled on Hoplomachus, but hopefully more people experience it, so more people can try it and rate it, and maybe that one will, maybe go up a little bit. But yeah. So again, when we're comparing why I would still play Burn Cycle and give that a chance over Bardsung, that's why. It's Chip Theory Games based on Too Many Bones. They've already shown they can make great games. I love the neoprene, the poker chips, the components. I love their customer service. The company's awesome. The player base is cool. I know we have fans of it on the channel. I can't also guarantee, I do this YouTube full time. I need to make some money doing it or else I can't do it anymore. So also Bardsung, how many people are going to actually come and watch that versus a Chip Theory game that I know I have fans of on the channel that recommend, like, man, I know, like, I get messages and private messages and tweets and friggin' things all the time whenever Chip Theory does anything. I don't even need to pay attention to what they're doing because we have so many fans in our community and our producers in our Discord and stuff that, like, I always know what's going on with Chip Theory games, which is fun. So I know there's an audience and a hunger for their games, and I know I love them too, and I'm a fanboy of their games. But I don't have that really happening for Steamforged, so that's a hard comparison, but...
A lot of people were asking about Bardsung, but after it delivered.
Yeah, because people see it showing up in the retail store, and they're like, ooh, should I buy Bardsung? Ooh, it's at my store now. It's in retail.
Yeah. But nobody was really asking for it before that.
And I did have somebody comment saying, Rob, it's in retail. Now you have to play it. But they didn't understand is what I said was I needed to wait till retail for people to buy it and play it to see if it's worth it.
Yeah.
And
because we're consumers and purchasers just like you guys.
Yeah. I don't get a lot of games sent to me from publishers on purpose, kind of, because I don't reach out that often and I get ignored. And also...
And you tell the truth, and some people don't like that.
I'm not just a hype machine. I try not to be a hype machine. I try to be a little more down to earth. But because of the names scrolling on the screen over here, they allow me to buy games just like everybody else and buy more games than I normally would. So then I can have more experience and talk about some of these games and play them and try them and stuff. So I appreciate that. Darius says, too many companies seem to make reskins with little to no innovation rather than building on what they should have learned from the prior releases. But that comes from business. That's in the movie industry. That's in the video game industry. That's in entertainment in general. That's in the cars manufacturing. Everyone likes to play it safe because they go with what works and what makes money, right? So that's why we see sequelitis in stories and books and all this stuff. A lot of the same thing over and over again because people made money with something. They don't want to ruin the formula. They just want to try to make money with as little effort as possible. So when you make one movie that does great, let's pump a sequel out as fast as possible, and we'll make money on it because of the sequel.
Even though that's not always the case.
I know, and it's bad. Usually they're bad, but video games too. They keep making Call of Duty and Madden NFL and NHL and NBA 2K whatever and wrestling games. They just keep reskinning the same sports games over and over again with like tweaking two things because they're like, I don't want to put in much effort and they want to keep the yearly release because they know people will just keep buying the same thing over and over again. Why stop doing that? So if you have people buy Zombicides millions of dollars every time they put it on Kickstarter, then millions of dollars of them at retail over and over and over again, why would you stop doing that if you're making money? That's the problem, is because people keep backing it and keep buying it. So vote with your damn wallet. If you want that to stop recommending it. Stop backing it. Stop buying things. That's why I won't back Steamforged stuff. I didn't like what they did. I have to vote with my wallet. That's why I don't back many Cool Mini or Not. I won't back a Cool Mini or Not game anymore.
No, we just get them in retail.
I will buy them at retail, but I will not back them on Kickstarter ever again. Mm-hmm. Ever again. I don't think so, unless they change something up. They got to change it up, but I'm not falling for it anymore. So I vote with my wallet, and I hope you guys start doing it too. And I see some people are doing that on the latest CMON game, because it's been like 2 weeks since their last one, so they probably have another Kickstarter. What's their new one? Cyberpunk or something?
Oh.
Yeah, there's
Is that on Kickstarter right now?
Yeah, but it's not doing as great as other games, even though it's an IP game, because people are just backing for like $1 because they want to see if they're going to get screwed on shipping after the Kickstarter closes.
Oh yeah, because that's what happened on the Zombicide Marvel, right, or something?
Yeah,
was it that one?
Yeah, CMON just whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, support your local game store. If you're going to back a CMON game, buy it from your local game store. You don't need all the stretch goal stuff. You don't need all the expansion stuff. And if you do need some of the expansion stuff, you can buy it at your retail store, and your local store who's growing your hobby and supporting your addiction, you can keep them in business. But CMON doesn't need another $1 million on Kickstarter unless they're still in debt a ton. I don't know if that's still a thing, but...
I do see a lot of times after a CMON Kickstarter delivers, there are many, many posts saying who wants to purchase my all-in Kickstarter.
Oh, because people are just trying to make money off it.
So you can definitely secondary market purchase if you really wanted it and you couldn't buy it.
But that also inflates the hype at the beginning, right? People back their games because they see, oh my god, a CMON game has made $3 million. I got to get in on it too because it must be amazing.
Everyone else likes it.
But half those people are buying it because they want to paint the miniatures. The other half are buying it because they want to resell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's buying it to play it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So bad. Don't stop doing it.
The Cyberpunk Kickstarter ended. Shipping for Cyberpunk is approximately $100 Canadian. Oh, that's a big no. Okay. Because you could buy a whole nother game for $100.
Here's a pro tip for you. I don't know much about the Cyberpunk game, but I do know this.
That's crazy.
What's that? Here's a pro tip. One sec. I don't know if it's still around, but speaking of reskinning, whoops, fat fingers. This game right here, okay, designed by Eric Lang. Am I wrong? I only looked at Cyberpunk for like 2 minutes, and automatically, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I thought it was a reskin of this game. Am I right?
Well, that's exactly what Yogi said when you were typing it, but it just looked like a reskin of the Godfather game.
Yes.
So basically, it's another example of Zombicide.
So what you do, don't back their Kickstarter. If you think you like the look of the Cyberpunk gameplay, you can try it already. The only problem is it's not in stock anymore because it's an older game. It's from 2017. It went to retail. It's designed by Eric Lang. From what I heard, it's a pretty solid game. People like it. I think it did pretty well. But you can get that game for like $80 if you can find it in stock. Let's see in Canada. Oh, you can still find it. You can probably find it used. Go buy it used, even cheaper probably. For 85 Canadian. You can go buy Godfather, which the Godfather IP, that's a good IP to put on a game. But it's about like the warring families and all this stuff. And you play a family, it's like, 2 to 5 player, like an epic economic game, it says here. Designed by Eric M. Lang and published by CMON. But Cyberpunk is basically just a reskin of this game. So if you don't know if you like this, you could probably go play this at your local board game store. They might have a copy of this in their like used game library. You can play, like go into the store and play on board game night. We have a few local stores that do that. Where you go try like older games, even some newer games. Just go in there on a board game night and play them with your friends and see if you like them. But you can go watch reviews of The Godfather. You can watch playthroughs of The Godfather. And you can probably find The Godfather, Corleone's Empire. Which is right here. Okay, there's not much information there. So let's go here. Whoops. Godfather. Holy. I can't type. All right. It is ranked 365 overall.
Wow.
So it's a good game. Like, this is a great game, probably. Like, I know people love this game. I almost bought it, but this was around the time I was already, like, getting soured on CMON games and, like, didn't want to buy anymore. Like, I was like, and that's why I skipped the Cthulhu Death May Die at the beginning. Until people kept hounding us saying, like, you really like it. And I'm like, okay, all right, I'll try it. I wanted this game just because I liked the Godfather kind of IP and stuff, but I ended up not getting it. But I mean, we could play this on the channel in the future if I could find like a decent price copy. Get some like 4 players at the table is best with 4.
Okay.
But again, if you don't have multiplayers to play with, like this is a game best with 4. I'm sure Cyberpunk's the same, right? So again, there's a cheaper way to play the Cyberpunk board game is this game, and you can support your local game store probably, or at least a board game store in somebody else's neighborhood that is online. And you don't need to like fall in for the Kickstarter pre-order system of CMON where they're getting all the profit and none of the board game stores or distribution are getting any money. Not a fan of that, but anyways, there you go. Because they already did the work on it. They already made Godfather. All they do is pay CD Projekt Red to get the IP, slap it on, make some miniature sculpts, and print the same game again. But then you pay hundreds of dollars. And then you pay all the freight and the shipping on top of that. Good luck with all that. No. Wait for Cyberpunk till it's at your local game store. If you want the Cyberpunk IP, buy it there. Support your game store. Not this shady crap they're doing on Kickstarter. Anyways, that's me. And those opinions are my own. So yeah, I'll answer those emails from the CMON lawyers later. But anyways, that's how I feel. That's my critical opinion. But anyways, rant over. Yeah, I wish there was a board game oracle for used games also. But there are Facebook groups, Daniel. There is like a buy and sell board game like Canada group I saw that you can go in and like buy and trade and stuff with people in Canada all the time on there. And Facebook Marketplace too. So yeah, there's like online ways to look up used board games. They're just not as like clean as that. I wish you could just type that in and like boom, it would give you all the listings. But anyways. All right, we're going to get out of here. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more Massive Darkness 2, starting the campaign. Join for that. And yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.
Bye.